You got the whole world watching, will you rise to the test? Let's go! Welcome to the main event. 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 Let's go!
Shake, chaos around me, so many enemies, they all surround me, they out for blood and revenge, rising with killer intent, the fury ahead is immense, but I will not bend, look in my eyes, no you won't see fear, nothing but fire and it's not even fair, they all against me but I'm still here, so go ahead and let them know I'm more than prepared, an army's not enough to silence me, go ahead and bring the galaxy, nothing you do can rattle me. Go ahead, battle me. Get out my way. Get out my way. Move. Get out my way. Out my way. Get out my way. Move. I gotta do what I gotta do. No one or nothing can stop me. And if you don't think that I can, just watch me. Move. Get out my way! Out my way! Get out my way! Move! Yeah, vengeance in the trenches with my mindset on a mission. Ain't ready for what I'ma hit with. I'ma go get it, I'ma get this. And I told them I'ma end this, get a witness. You want the fire and I got that. Ain't nobody here gonna stop that. Got more than a 12-gauge kickback. I'm about to get that, no one gonna top that. I've been putting that work in. If you want the crown, you gotta earn it. Don't assume that silence means weakness. There's a monster that's lurking under the surface. They about to know. To doubt me, that's a tragedy. You end up just counting the casualties. Victory is my anatomy. Go ahead, battle me. Get out my way. Out my way. Get out my way. Move. Get out my way. Out my way. Get out my way. Move. I gotta do what I gotta do. No one or nothing can stop me. And if you don't think that I can, just watch me. Move. Get out my way. Out my way. Get out my way. Move. All of that talking stops now. There's no need for discussion. Once you see what I'm about, all of that talking stops now. Let's do this for real. Let's go. right now. Battle me. Get out my way. Out my way. Get out my way. Move. Get out my way. Out my way. Get out my way. Move. I gotta do what I gotta do. No one or nothing can stop me. And if you don't think that I can, just watch me. Move. Get out my way. Out my way. Get out my way. Move. We gon' run it. We gon' run it. Yeah. We gon' run the road till we take it home. Turn the lights on and put on the show. Ain't nobody better, yeah, I got the glow. Pull up on the scene, do my thing and go. We gon' run the road till we take it home. Turn the lights on and put on the show. Ain't nobody better, yeah, I got the glow. Pull up on the scene, do my thing and go. City on blaze when I'm in the mix. Everybody tryna stop me, but I'm too legit. Showing up with a brand new bag of tricks. I'm at the top, yeah, I know me, I don't never slip. New grip on life, I live it right. Getting everything I said in my sight, I shine bright. Nobody understand what it took for me to lead. I woke up feeling like I reached a new speed. Clock ticking, I strive with no limits. Making waves without a blemish on my image. The people listen when I speak another sentence. I'm on go while you trying to replenish. We gon' run it. We gon' run it. Yeah. Push it to the limit with my heart is up. We gon' run the road till we take it home. Turn the lights on and put on the show. Ain't nobody better, yeah, I got the glow. Pull up on the scene, do my thing and go. We gon' run the road till we take it home. Turn the lights on and put on the show. Ain't nobody better, yeah, I got the glow. Pull up on the scene, do my thing and go. We gon' run the road. I'm in control. Where you wanna go? Push it to the limit with my heart is up. We gon' run the road. I'm in control. Push it to the limit with my heart is up. We gon' run the road till we take it home. Turn the lights on and put on the show. Ain't nobody better, yeah, I got the glow. Pull up on the scene, do my thing and go. We gon' run the road till we take it home. Turn the lights on and put on the show. Ain't nobody better, yeah, I got the glow. Pull up on the scene, do my thing and go.
fear me. I'm not afraid of the battle. The battle should fear me. The only time is now. Jump into the unknown. I won't give up till victory is mine. I'm coming for it. I'm coming for it. I fought for this. I crawled for this. I died for this. I'm coming for it. Yeah, yeah. I'm coming for it. I'll take the win, the glory, all mine. I want it all. I've got this fire burning inside. I want it all. The world will know I'm do or die. I want it all. I've got this fire burning inside. I want it all. Only time is now. Jump into the unknown. I won't give up till victory is mine. I'm coming for it. I'm coming for it. I fought for this. I crawled for this. I died for this. I'm coming for it. Yeah, yeah. I'm coming for it. When it's all you got and it's all you want, you don't back down, you don't ever stop. You climb to the top, let the whole world know just how far you go. I fought for this, I crawled for this, I died for this. I'm coming for it. Yeah, yeah. I'm coming for it. I'm coming for it. I fought for this, I crawled for this, I died for this. I'm coming for it. Coming for it. Yeah, yeah. I'm coming for it.
In my darkest hour, I can feel the power. Won't be devoured, never been a coward. They stone sour, I'm gunpowder. If I say it louder, can you hear me now? I got the power. Counting down the hours till the whole world knows this is what it's like to be powerful. Never gonna settle, I'm on another level. I'm powerful. I'ma let 'em know I got the gold. I'm in control. I break the mold. I show the world just how powerful I can be. Powerful. Powerful. Had to pay my debts, was a losing bet, and I knew what I could do, but had to prove I wasn't finished yet. Was an uphill climb, saw it in my mind, recite the lines every time. I got the power, counting down the hours till the whole world knows this is what it's like to be powerful. Never gonna settle, I'm on another level. I'm powerful. I'ma let 'em know I got the gold. I'm in control. I break the mold. I show the world just how powerful I can be. could rise. Had to break to feel alive. I'm alive, I'm alive, I'm alive. Powerful.
It's all in my tongue. I'ma give it my best. So don't overthink it. Enough is enough. The moment is now, yeah. Gotta keep up. Gotta keep up. Gotta keep up.
Of all my hard work, them hours in the gym, I'm about to go berserk. Count it down, clock is on, tick, 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 let's get it in. Ow! I'm going full speed, got the pedal to the metal, can't outwork me. I'm going full speed, got the pedal to the metal, can't outwork me. I'm going full speed, got the pedal to the metal, can't outwork me.
He's a beast, he's a monster, he's a force with the man. I scanned the room, forming up the plan. Fire in my eyes, got him stuck quicksand. I don't play to lose, I just play to win. It's that hard work, effort that I'm putting in. I don't play to lose, I just play to win. Sound like broken records against me, let them records spin. I gotta give it 100%, nobody go harder than me. Do it on purpose, I got the people depending on me. Mama mentality, got my game face on. Every time I step up on this court, you know that we won this.
looking for something amazing. That's why I put in the work, that's why I grind on the daily. I'm running wild and I know that no one can tame me. Hall of Fame on my mind, they cannot contain me. I know that I can't stop now, there ain't no way I'm giving up. Won't back down, I've come too far and I know I'm gonna act out until I'm standing on the top. They hear me now, they hear me now. Let them know nothing can hold me back. Hold me back. You can try, but you can't hold me back. Nothing can hold me back. Hold me back. You can try, but you can't hold me back. Nothing can hold me back. I'll give it all I got to succeed. Ain't no way of stopping what I'm destined to be. I'm here for greatness, I was made for more. I got my focus sure, heart is ready, mind is right. Take flight, watch me soar. I won't stop now, there ain't no way I'll ever quit. My life loud, they try to hold me back, but I won't bow down. This is something they can't deny. The truth's out, I got that fire now. Let them know nothing can hold me back. Hold me back. Try, but you can't hold me back. Nothing can hold me back. Hold me back. You can try, but you can't hold me back. Nothing can hold me back. Nothing can hold me back. Hold me back. Hold me back. Yeah. You can try, but you can't hold me back. Hey, hey. Nothing can hold me back. Hold me back. Hey, hey. You can try, but you can't. Hold me back. Hey, hey. Nothing can hold me back.
Man, this might be something lethal. Like a beast that can't be tamed. This the kind of rage you can't contain. Yeah, this might be something lethal. You can really see the flames. Feeling like it's borderline insane.
Man, this might be something lethal. Something lethal. Yeah, this might be something lethal. Something lethal.
Feel it coming. The pressure start thumping, ain't no running. It might cause a rave, all my people start jumping. You can feel the blood, shit, it get your blood pumping. Okay, you better take a seat. Don't step inside the kitchen if you cannot take the heat. It's looking like a feast, guaranteed to flame the streets. It's a jungle outside, tell me who can tame a beast. Something lethal, like a beast that can't be tamed. This the kind of rage you can't contain. Yeah, this might be something lethal. You can really feel the flames, feeling like it's borderline insane.
Man, this might be something lethal. Something lethal. Yeah, this might be something lethal. Something lethal.
Welcome to the valley, it'll eat you alive. It'll hit you out of nowhere like a thief in the night. Ain't no way you can hide, it came seeking a fight. Push the pedal to the metal, better keep up the stride. Keep up the pace, this is a rage, we gon' light up this place. Please make some space, or move out the way. Come in with pressure and smash in the face. Something lethal, like a beast that can't be tamed. This the kind of rage you can't contain. Yeah, this might be something lethal. You can really feel the flames, feeling like it's borderline insane. Man, this might be something lethal. Something lethal. Yeah, 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 this might be something lethal.
Welcome to the main event. 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 Let's go. Through the fire in the rain, I was born to rise above. Kept on pushing through the pain till I made it out the mud. Now the dam's about to break, so get ready for the flood. Can you feel the rush? The beast is waking up. Welcome to the main event. We spent the whole night waiting for the best of the best. Welcome to the main event. You got the whole world watching. Will you rise to the test? Let's go. Welcome to the main event. 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 Let's go. I'm on fire, I'm a legend in the making. Hard work, 2 words, deadly combination. It's in my blood, I was born with motivation. Better watch out, cause you mess around with greatness. Welcome to the main event. We spent the whole night waiting for the best of the best. Welcome to the main event. You got the whole world watching. Will you rise to the test? Let's go. Welcome to the main event. 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 Something that you won't forget. Welcome to the main event. You ain't seen nothing yet. Let's go. Welcome to the main event. 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 Let's go.
I can feel the earth shake, chaos around me. So many enemies, they all surround me. They out for blood and revenge, rising with killer intent. The fury ahead is immense, but I will not bend. Look in my eyes, no you won't see fear. Nothing but fire and it's not even fair. They all against me, but I'm still here. So go ahead and let them know I'm more than prepared. An army's not enough to silence me. Go ahead and bring the galaxy. Nothing you do could rattle me. Go ahead, battle me. Get out my way. Get out my way. Move. Get out my way. Out my way. Get out my way. Move. I gotta do what I gotta do. No one or nothing can stop me. And if you don't think that I can, just watch me. Move. Get out my way. mindset on a mission. Ain't ready for what I'ma hit with. I'ma go get it, I'ma get this. And I told them I'ma end this, get a witness. You want the fire and I got that. Ain't nobody here gonna stop that. Got more than a 12-gauge kickback. I'm about to get that, no one gonna top that. I've been putting that work in. If you want the crown, you gotta earn it. Don't assume that silence means weakness. There's a monster that's lurking under the surface. They about to know. To doubt me, that's a tragedy. You end up just counting the casualties. Victory is my anatomy. Go ahead, battle me. Get out my way. Out my way. Get out my way. Move. Get out my way. Out my way. Get out my way. Move. I gotta do what I gotta do. No one or nothing can stop me. And if you don't think that I can, just watch me. Move. Get out my way. Out my way. Get out my way.
An update is required.
Financial system updating.
System updated.
We will dance to get.
The future of money is here. Feels good.
Hunter in the dark. Master of night shots. Oppo Find XX series. Powerful camera, powerful AI.
Alright guys, I just landed in China. Let's go.
Play the local way, pay your way.
Have you ever seen the Great Wall at night?
Play the local way, pay your way.
Then face your death, cause you play a roulette with each step. I progress, no less. Go ahead and place your bets, cause we know where we at, we know we top tier. Cause all the hate that you bring, we know it stops here. I'm taking off like a rocket here and stopping here. It's strange how they cannot see the future, but see profit here. Wait up, we gon' always win. Promise that that's not a promise, yeah, that is a threat. You know that I promise to bring the team commas. When the whole team win, that's when you flex. Win, and I'ma do it again. Watch me win, then watch me do it again.
What a car. Living the dream, huh?
Sweet dreams are made of this. Who am I
Okay. I get it now.
Sweet dreams are made of this.
Get summer ready at Verizon. All new and existing customers get iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. Yep, iPhone 16 Pro on us. Only with Verizon.
In my darkest hour, I can feel the power. Won't be devoured, never been a coward. They stone sour, I'm gunpowder.
Something is coming. It's building, rising from within. It fuels the determination to battle against impossible odds. The fire within.
Let me throw it down to the ground, make them turn around. I'ma look at you from the top, howling like a hound.
It's not gonna happen, but in the back, huge! He's just too strong!
It awakens here.
Massive kill coming in!
It awakens now.
It was just cinema!
Welcome to MSI.
Welcome, everybody, to the Pacific Coliseum in Vancouver, Canada for MSI. Yeah, my desk, you can't see them yet. They're already dancing because we have an absolutely amazing matchup today between Movistar KOI and CFO. It is for elimination, though, so the pressure is on for both of these teams. They have a lot to prove, respectively, to their regions. My name is Shox, and I'm joined here by Raz and Dracos. So we're just missing one to have the same unhinged desk as yesterday, but I think we can manage.
No, I think we can match it.
We can match. Brad, stop looking at me like you want to slap me in the face again. I see it now. Now that we've unlocked that door, I'm not taking the headset off, Braz. Braz, no. Braz.
Yesterday was a crazy day, so we are kind of going to look back in a special way. I just want to note before we get into this, this is not something we wrote. This is written in the Hupu comments, which is on a website over in China, and we're just talking about it. Anyways, let's check out those Hupu comments and see if we can guess.
Caveat.
Basically, we have to guess who this is about.
Okay.
This is the Hupu comments. So, steady, only 2 deaths in 1 best of 5, worlds mode on, lost fewer games in 2 days than Tess lost. As first
day 1. Shout out to Tess, Universal International Punching Bag.
I'm sad they're not here because at least that's one LBL team we could be.
It's not a bouncy comment, that's for sure.
Do you think it's an ex-Tess member or something? Is that why?
No, it has to be from an LPL. I'm thinking it could be like Bin, because there are a few times where he got caught off quite a bit in LPL.
I can't remember if production is giving us accurate silhouettes or if they're just messing with us. Because last time we did this, we were trying to play who's that Pokemon and not who that Hoopu is.
This is too clean. Are we ready to swipe?
But you gotta guess. Is
it guess? I said Bin.
You said Bin. Only 2 deaths. Worlds mode's on.
That's Alk.
I'm just gonna say
I'm gonna swipe it. I'm gonna swipe it. 3, 2, 1.
Oh my! Okay, Raz. Credit to you.
That's what I'm talking about.
Nice. Very, very nice.
Okay, you know what? Okay,
I don't know if you needed the extra.
I was in celebration mode.
The audience is also playing, but every point we get is as a group. Let me go home. Let me go home. My house is burning down. Good laning phase. MKOI needs improvement. This is hard to swallow. Are you able to have a good sleep tonight?
Oh my God, this is some negativity. Good laning phase. MKOI. So
let me go home. Let me go home. My house is burning. Oh, wait, I know.
You know?
I know.
I don't know.
There's only one person whose house is burning down in such a catastrophic way, and they still look good while doing it. I'm going to say Caps. I think this is Rasmus Winther.
Ooh. Okay, I'm supporting that take.
That's a good guess.
I'm supporting that take. 3,
I like that.
2, 1.
It's never.
No, Jojo! Jojo! I mean, to be honest, with how good he's been playing, I can't tell sometimes. Caps, Jojo.
Yeah, it's true. It's true.
You know,
we should. We don't have the actual rating. I'd love to know. Like,
that's true.
Probably.
Yeah, we have to find out.
9.2 or something. Let's move on.
Guys, my finger's not that bad. Okay.
Getting solo. Why am I reading it off this? I can just read that. Getting soloed, save ult, TP mid instead of diving top. Still got a mentality problem in game 5. He's still young. He needs more experience. I understand you. If I'm facing, I would be desperate to prove myself.
Ooh, is that Honku? Is that Honku?
Getting soloed, save ult, TP mid instead of diving top.
Still got a mentality problem in game 5. Well,
I think who made it to game 5? That's easy.
Faker?
Honku.
Faker did.
And he went up against Faker.
Would they be mean about Faker?
Nah, I think it's Honku. I'm interested.
They might be mean about Faker.
It could be. Oh, it's a 50-50 at this point.
It's rare you can take shots at Faker.
Yay! Nice. Nice.
2 for 3.
He's doing so well. Oh my
I'm liking
gosh.
this. I'm liking this.
I mean, he's playing today. He was absolutely smurfing.
Yeah.
Versus T1.
Incredible.
Talking about
first series
him
at
still
MSI.
being young and needs more experience, I thought that was a giveaway.
Yeah, I thought it was satire, like, you know,
that's
sarcasm.
fair. That could be.
Perfect KDA, but you lost the game. That's 6 kills and 0 deaths. I would smash the monitor if I were you. I can't imagine how pissed you are after this game.
That's Caps.
That must be Caps.
That has to be Caps.
Yeah.
One of the sad boy comments will be Caps.
It has to be. Super!
Oh!
Super!
Well,
that's insane.
To be fair, is that the game that they threw?
I think so.
Versus BLG?
That was a bit crushing.
Because Kalista had a lot
There
of
was
kills.
so much tension. We're like, this game's going to go long. And then, 2 seconds later, the game's over. Like, all right. I thought we were going to draw this out a little bit longer.
As for an apt introduction to our matchup, Supa will be wanting to win today, but it's CFO versus Movistar Koi, and our featured matchup is in the jungle, Elyoya versus Junja.
In today's featured matchup, presented by Mercedes-Benz, Elyoya takes on Junja with elimination on the line. After winning his first domestic title in 2 years to qualify for MSI, Elyoya and MKOI put up a decent showing in round 1, falling 3-1 to BLG. There were a few bright spots, but the Spanish jungler will need to step it up if MKOI wants to stay alive at MSI, and he's going to need to do it against the world's scariest flying oysters. Gone are the days of the LCP representatives being an easy win after a strong performance at first stand and pushing T1 to silver scrapes in the first round. CFO have proven they're a real contender, and they've been led the whole way by Junja. Not only has he won 6 straight domestic titles, but he's elevated his teams time and time again internationally. Under his leadership, CFO might just be on the cusp of greatness. Will Elyoya keep his team alive and kick off a lower bracket run, or will Junja take CFO to the next level?
For the Elyoya side of things, he's of course the captain of MKOI. He's got all the pressure on it. He did have something to say after that lost best of 5 versus BLG, and this makes me, I don't want to, it's good that it's realized that they're playing more scared versus these teams, but some teams have this problem forever, right? So we're hoping that this is something that has definitely been overcome going into today's match.
It always sucks when it's your greatest strength in your regular season.
Yeah.
When you are the team that's always like, fearless, taking fights when you feel like it. Elyoya is that player that I feel like when I watch, he's like, he's going to play Xin Zhao, and he's going to, or Lee Sin, and he's going to search for fights. So when it doesn't happen on the biggest stage, that's when the regret seeps in. So I don't think it's going to be repeated, but we'll have to see.
Yeah, I just love it. They all took, I don't love that they lost, so misconstrue me, but they all were very introspective after that, really saying, yeah, hey, we dropped the ball here, obviously, so we'll see today. But they're up versus a formidable opponent, also in the jungle.
Yeah, Junja specifically on an absolute tear. I think the center of this team, no doubt, when we look at what they can accomplish. And as we take a look back at one of the plays that they had versus T1 in their game 2, they were already ahead. But Junja, again, the killer instinct we're going to see in this play is something that I'm tracking in this series. If he can bring the same thing to bear, it's going to be hard for Movistar Koi. However, as we get into the play, note, Rise not on vision. This is going to be a simple setup on rest. T1 looking for a quick pick, trying to find an angle to get back in the game. Everyone else on the map pretty far away, and you can also see a very fed Honq on the bottom side. So as we roll the clip, keep an eye on rest. He's going to be able to outplay here in this gank to survive. Good, barely able to get a Q input buffer off of Q3, but really what's going to matter here is that T1 should be fine walking away here. It's a little bit awkward that you've lost out on the gank, and honestly, CFO don't need to push for more, but Junja sees an excellent opportunity. The TP is called, and again, eyes on Junja. The Q flash you're going to see here is back-breaking for T1. If they walk away from this play, they have a chance to maybe come back to get a bit more time to get gold on their carries, but a quick entry here, following up with the TP from Aurora, makes this a clean and easy combo. So as you play out the clip, clean Q flash, you connect on the Rise, the Realm Warp is going to be gone, bam, Rest is still standing, kind of laughing in their face, and then here is the man of the hour, Honq falling up with damage, the rest of CFO instantly collapse, and it's this level of coordination and aggression when they have a lead that can make this team so terrifying, because how many times have we seen a team on an international stage against an expected favorite get an early game lead and then play scared? It has been the bane of so many teams' existence, not for CFO.
Absolutely. I mean, just seeing how well Junja generally executes in the play. This is the replay of the one you just went through, but like throughout the series, he was great. And I think something that is always special about CFO is that they do really well around playing around his plays. And when he's going for the Vi ulti, like it was not just, of course, Aurora following up with a great ulti. It was same with Doggo and his like Lucian ulti. I think they're really good at being able to coordinate team fights.
Yeah, and I think Hongq again is the player that we're looking at. We've seen a lot more from the other players internationally. We know what their highs look like, but Hongq against Faker, dominating in lane phase, looked really solid. When they set him up for success, he absolutely delivered.
And this mid lane matchup is absolutely delicious as well, because on the other side, there's JoJoPyun, and both Hongq and Jojo got some really, really good commentary from some of the GOATs, from Faker and Knight, respectively. So that must feel good if you see that.
Especially if like you can see them pressuring both Faker and Knight and needing a little bit of assistance. And like I remember in that Cassiopeia game, like needing to have the J4 come in and interact, like those things make you realize, yeah, they're playing amazingly, and Faker and Knight coming in and giving them credit is perfect.
And for Jojo, we know that split pushing is something that MKOI specifically has wanted to work on with him. It was laning first, and now it's split pushing. So to get that praise, to get that acknowledgement from Knight, who's a fantastic player on the map, is a big boon to the confidence in this series.
And I can hear you already in Twitch chat. Oh, they're just saying that. They always do this blah, blah, blah. No, actually, this time it's the truth, okay? And it wasn't
also, normally they're like, he's good, he's a player, I respect him. That's it. If you give us details, I'm inclined to believe.
Better.
It's not just the normal PR gobbledygook.
It is not. And it wasn't just Knight who talked to us about Jojo. Lore caught up with a former teammate in our Verizon Game Day interview.
All right, so not only you get to be at International against a lot of players that you know from Europe, but you also have a former mid laner from NA. Do you have anything that you want to tell JoJoPyun? What did you think about his development in Europe, actually?
I mean, I did tell him that it's a good idea to go to Europe. I mean, at the beginning, I didn't really, like, he had a okay year in Cloud9, but we were not sure like how many offers he's gonna get, and the moment he got the offers from EU, I told him that he should go there instantly because that's way better to improve in EU than NA. And I think that's what happened. I think he did learn a lot, and it seems like his laning phase just improved, and it was already really strong before. And he seems like a career player on his team. When we screamed against them, it seems like he was the difference maker. Like whenever they won, he had a good game, and when he had a bad game, his teammates was not really like caring that much. So I think the team relies on him a lot. Before the split ended, I was telling him that there's no way he makes MSI, and he proved me wrong. So good job to him.
And it's been amazing just seeing him have great lanes, but also be a little more patient. When he was in North America, that brother was just going in for like 1v1s, like getting caught in ganks, but that brother now recognizes the play on sides a little bit more.
And he's improved so much. And look, I think some reservations about all of our hope resting on the shoulders of JoJoPyun, but here we are. When Bonnie Tyler sung about holding out for a hero, I didn't expect it to be John Joseph Pune, Fortnite aficionado turned global sensation. But beggars can't be choosers. We need him. I got no shame in it anymore.
I take it. I don't care. He says, I will save you, don't worry. A Canadian? Sure. Why the hell not? At this point, we'll take anything. And I also think Dracos, we've watched him grow in the LEC. He's my most improved player throughout the year so far, and you can really see this. He had to integrate into that team, which is understandable, but it's great to see that it pans out on the international stage.
Yeah, laning better, the side laning better, as we saw from Knight, always willing to play for himself if he has to, but also good about sacking waves. It's a great level of development.
And now in summary, of course, for MKOI, they are the #1 seed for LEC. So if you're looking to have any excuses about yesterday, you got to put your money where your mouth is now, EU fans, myself included, because this is a match they should win. I say should because the big caveat for me is CFO looked absolutely amazing and almost took down the world champions. And make no mistake, the players in this region, it might be the LCP now, they've been used to doing this. They were beating T1 7, 8, 9 years ago, and those players still have that spirit, right, Raz? So it's a dangerous matchup.
Very used to people counting them out, and it feels like it does not impact, the fandom. In fact, the fandom's always there, and their spirits. Their spirits are always flying high. And anytime you watch them, they're incredibly smart. We just talked about Junja. Yes, their level of play within the game, but also just like whenever you see their team fighting, it's like, no, they're incredibly good. You just need to watch their play domestically to feel that and see it.
That's true. A scary team for sure. So let's do predictions then. I haven't gotten a single one right, so today's the day.
I can't even count anymore with how I flip-flopped yesterday, and I think I was wrong on that one. So it is what it is. Boom!
There we go.
Raz,
listen, I'm going to believe. But Raz, you want to explain yourself? What do you guys say for yourself?
Guys, you're once again, I think you just are, I'm your therapist.
Yeah.
You just lost yesterday. You lost one team.
Yes.
And now you just feel like there's going to be some hope. I'm the reality check here, guys.
You would know, actually.
You have to wake up. You have to wake up. I realized that 2019 and before that. Now you guys have to realize that today.
So there's a Canadian right now playing on the Rift, and you're just going to stab him in the back like that in front of all these people?
I gave them 2 games. That was the 2 games. That's JoJo.
Here's what I will say. I think this all comes down to Elyoya in the jungle. Junja is the core of that team. If Elyoya shows up today, he can be the difference maker for this lineup. But at the end of the day, it is a hard series. It is not easy. This will be close.
Yeah, and for me, please, JoJo, we will have allegiance to you forever. Help us out today. We'll see if Movistar Koi can beat CFO right now.
Let me throw it down to the ground, make them turn around. I'ma look at you from the top, howling like a hound. Let me take it off, push it up to another height. This is what I do. I'm a dog, not afraid to fight in the dark at night.
Hello everyone, welcome back to MSI 2025 here on this beautiful Saturday morning in Vancouver. We are getting ready for MKOI up against CFO, and I think the big question of the day is which aquatic animal will reign victorious? Are oysters or koi better, Azael?
Oh, oysters are probably tastier.
Yes, so they're going to get gobbled up.
There you go.
And koi are going to get fed.
I've never eaten a koi fish. I don't know if that's allowed.
I feel like they're a protected species
I think so as well, so I'm not going to go there.
CFO that as well.
Well, they are the last of their kind. It's the last European team alive here, so maybe they do need that protected class to keep some Europeans around here. We'll see, though. I think it's going to be a really good match. CFO, I do think, is starting to get that respect internationally as a real threat, as they well should. They were great at first stand. They showed that they could take down both, the LPL, the LTA, as well as the LEC. They won series against them all there. Of course, they did then lose to K-Corp in that best of 5 later on, but they have been a real threat. They almost took down T1. That series was also very close, won all 5 games. So I don't think that MKOI should be walking into this thinking it's going to be a breeze, but I do think it is definitely a matchup that they can win and should still be favored in.
Yeah, I think over the history of League of Legends, it has been pretty EU favored, 23-9 if you include Vietnam in the APAC region across the course of all of League of Legends, all of LoL Esports history. We're into draft for Game 1. Maokai and Varus taken away by CFO on the blue side. Pantheon and Jax removed by MKOI.
Yeah, it is interesting to see both Taliyah as well as TF up and available. Taliyah, a champion that has been getting banned out very consistently, but I do think Pantheon is starting to get more and more attention. Obviously, it is one of these global champions. They are really powerful in the meta currently, but Pantheon has been looking pretty incredible in most of the games it has been coming out on. So Vi is going to be banned out. Does mean that either Taliyah or TF are going to be up and available. Of course, they're not a guaranteed first pick, but I think if Taliyah is up, it would go through for sure. Taliyah is going to be banned.
MKOI agreeing with you. Like, we don't want to see the Taliyah, at least in Game 1. Azir is then kind of the mid laner that rises in priority when you think about it. Taliyah often used as a counter to the Azir, or at least someone that can contain him a little bit in the early laning phase. Locked in now for CFO.
Really interested to see where JoJo wants to go. JoJo for me, is a player who's always been so good at those melee champions. Yone is up and available. I would really like a Yone Sejuani, that kind of 1-2. Of course, there are many different options that you can go into Azir. I don't think the Mel's going to get locked, but these long-range poke champions can be pretty popular into Azir as well. But to me, Yone, Sejuani, it fits the bill. It's the kind of style that JoJo wants to play and is so good at. Always in his time in NA, I really did think of him as a melee mid lane specialist. That to me was his biggest strength. Yes, he is a great laner on range champions too, but I think this is his bread and butter. This is how he can really be a game changer. And we'll see if we do get that Sejuani as well, which I think could work well with Merwin, because Merwin is one of these guys who is so flexible, can bring out counter picks. You're on red side, and you could go for one of those double melee setups on the top side.
Yeah, you get good scaling in the Yone. Rumble is actually going to be a pick here for Merwin in that top side, so leaving the jungler for later on. Sejuani obviously does really fit with these two champs, but if you don't get the Sejuani, you get something like the Jarvan instead, or something with a bit of utility. I agree, I want Sejuani, but if it's picked by CFO, unfortunately, MKOI can no longer pick it.
That's true.
So Rumble, Yone locked in for MKOI. CFO looking towards their jungler and likely their top laner on this rotation, just to answer into that rumble. Often we've seen the Galio as that top lane answer.
Yeah, I think Poppy could be a solid answer, but Xin Zhao is going to be the pick here for Junja. Has been very good on it, and it's just such a popular pro play jungler here. Has a lot of early game power, can scale pretty well with the Crescent Guard into the later stages of the game also. And yeah, wouldn't be surprised at all to see just that Galio coming out. It is really popular as an answer. Instead, it is going to be Sion here for Driver. One of his most played, tied for most with the Gragas, so definitely looking towards scaling. Already we're seeing two very different styles of composition. CFO are going to be playing front-to-back team fight, where we're going to be seeing on the other side, it's going to be about dive. And I do actually like the pivot towards Trundle, so delaying that jungle pick towards 3, I do think paid some dividends. Sejuani, obviously really strong pairing, but when you do see a super tank on the other side, Trundle becomes a tank himself and is really helping to shred through, which I think is super important, especially when you are playing these double melee topsides, where sometimes you're a little bit light in your composition on tank damage. So Trundle can kind of bridge that gap, and I really like what we're seeing here in the first 3. Honestly, from both sides, it's just 2 different styles.
Yeah, CFO, sorry, obviously going for a little bit more teamfight threat. They have their front line right now. The Crescent Guard for Xin Zhao as well. It gives you a huge amount of area control when you get into teamfights. MKOI will be looking to bypass that area control by just getting onto the backline with an Equalizer, with a Fate Sealed, diving in. Wouldn't be surprised if they look towards something like a Kai'Sa as well for Super, just to facilitate that dive overall. Brawn banned away by MKOI, MF taken out by CFO.
Yeah, the 3 that I always think of as kind of facilitating dive is MF, Jhin, and the Kai'Sa, because Jhin, obviously, you just open up, you create that chaos when the Rumble Equalizer comes down, and I do think some of these kind of defensive supports do really make a lot of sense to be getting banned out. Braum as well as Rakan, champions that have that ability to protect the backline, that ability to kind of turn fights around and really are tough to actually fight through, does make a lot of sense here. And we'll see if it is going to be something like a Kai'Sa or a Jhin ban, because I think those 2 are the ones that kind of I have my eyes on right now for Supa.
I'll also say, if I'm CFO and I've done my research on Super, he plays a lot more Kai'Sa than he does Jhin. He's got 1 Jhin game this entire split. He is still solid on it, but Jhin in EU is not often seen as too good of a pick. They have. They banned out the Kai'Sa instead. I would still like the Jhin from MKOI. Leave your support counter pick for last. It looks like at the moment, though, they're going for a little bit of disengage with their support alongside some follow-up engage if that Alistar wants to get into the middle of the fights.
Yeah, it's interesting to see that getting locked in here. Alistar, obviously, very popular. Alvaro, I think, was incredible on it, when we saw him the other day. Even in a loss, which I think is honestly really rare when you are playing these hard engage style champions and your team is behind. Often you look bad because every fight is going to be bad because you are so far down in gold. But he was really able to make things work, to be able to find angles that really were giving the team opportunities to come back in some of those games. And it's going to be Ezreal, so lots of scaling here on the CFO side. I do think we are going to get an engage support because they are lacking some hard engage here. I'm thinking Leona or something along those lines. You obviously maybe are a little bit more hesitant to go towards Rel because that is kind of that common counter. But I do think something like Leona could fit the bill here still, and is going to be comfort for Kaiwing.
This is most played across the course of the split. Currently hovering over the Galio, though, would go into that supporting role. But yeah, Leona is going to be the lock in the end. Keep the Galio up for later on in the Fearless Best of 5. And we'll see where MKOI decide to go with their AD carry now. Super, a little bit further down his pecking order, but Civ is going to be the lock. Good wave clear, can do a lot of damage as well from range because of the ricochet during team fights.
Yeah, obviously a different style of kind of assisting in those fights, than something like the Jhin that I was more anticipating. But obviously, pop the ulti, you have 4 melee champions alongside you, they're all getting that move speed, you're hitting people with ricochet. And I think the other thing I will add to that is that Sivir plays mid waves way better than a champion like Jhin. I think you do have kind of that infinite wave clear. And when you're looking towards a champion like Yone, you often want to play through side. So having an AD carry here that has incredible wave clear is going to help shore up one of those weaknesses, is going to give you more time to kind of play through those side lanes and find opportunities there. It can also be a bit of that kind of late game win condition, something that could, deal with the Sion much later on.
Yeah, she does scale well later on into the game, especially when you get towards 3 or 4
just
items.
The range versus Azir, which is why I am not usually as big of a fan of that pick, because you try to come up in auto and Azir kind of just Q autos you and you're at half HP and you're like, well, I guess I can't attack.
Does give her some safety though in the mid lane as well. That spell shield avoids some of the non-committal engage from things like the solar flare. So as we expect, we'll see MKOI playing through those side lanes later on in the game. Non-subscribers will see you in about 30 seconds time as we get into game 1 of this best of 5. For CFO, a chance to prove they continue to be a challenger on the world stage. For MKOI, the last hope of Europe, something that we haven't said too often in the past about the Mad Lions. Often they're the first hope of Europe to be eliminated. MKOI here looking to change the history books as we make our way out onto Summoner's Rift.
Yeah, I've said this before. We were talking about, you know, the European teams that were qualifying on the dive, and for me, it's been kind of fun watching MKOI because I do feel like I have a European team that now I feel a little bit more of an attachment to, a little bit more like I'm kind of cheering. I have a home team away from home here. Obviously, always going to be cheering for the LCA teams, but it's been fun to see Jojo go over and to see his growth, you know, especially coming into the second split, looking a lot stronger with the team, you know, was really able to step up in playoffs, and they're going to have a tough challenge here as they're going up against CFO, who did look quite good at first. And yeah, in the group stage, they did lose to HLE, but guess what? Everyone did at that entire tournament, got absolutely blasted by them. And they did have a very close series against K-Corp in the knockout stage.
They did. For CFO, again, it's the first year this roster has been together as a whole, and I think seeing the progression from tournament to tournament is what you really want from CFO. You've got people like Driver, who is in for this game, Rest, obviously, who's on the bench for this game, Hongq as well, the next hope of the APAC region, following the footsteps of people like Maple, who for so long were known as the LCK killers. You know, you look back to Flash Wolves, you look to PSG. For so long, this region has been a region that, although not coming in as favorites, would often be able to challenge on the world stage.
Absolutely. I mean, they were always kind of some of those dark horse teams that could find ways to make upsets happen. Is not quite able to connect the Zenith Blade. Kaiwing trying to get pretty aggressive there, you know, sweeping out that early ward, trying to play in the face here of Supa, but Supa's been able to avoid all the damage and has hit a couple boomerang blades, so Doggo is the one kind of taking the bad end of this.
Yeah, puts a bit of damage back. Kaiwing did take the Oracle's alteration here, that sweeper early to deny vision in the bush. He lands the Zenith Blade, but Supa trades back on him. Aftershock keeping Kaiwing a little bit healthier. Jojo Pyun feeling the pain of a ranged into melee matchup in the mid lane, very similarly to the last time we saw him play this Yone here at MSI.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's just going to be about trying to preserve your life total to be able to farm the wave when it's in a decent spot. And you kind of have to really know in these matchups, okay, what minions do I actually have to give up? What minions can I fight for? Because if you try to fight for every minion, you will just lose way too much health and you'll actually get way less CS as a result. So you have to really decide which ones are too dangerous to go for. Of course, he is going to be playing Fleet Footwork. He's going to be playing Second Wind. He has a D shield, so he is as defensive as you can get. And has held onto this potion, but of course also as you get level 3, it gets a lot more easy to trade back. This is considered a matchup that is pretty Yone favored as you start getting more levels, as you start getting more items, because it gets very difficult for Azir, you know, when you just go in with your E, go for the soul and bound, you just start taking these trades, and Azir's only real recourse post 6 becomes ult you away, but then you just snap back, and now all of a sudden you don't have that for the next trade.
And you have your own Fate Seal to follow up, even if the gap is widened by Hongq on that Azir. Meanwhile, in the top lane, but the lane is just trading. Driver will be pushed in early by this Rumble, kind of to be expected. Driver, the tank player for CFO. He and Rest kind of switch duties in the top lane, often Rest coming in for the second game of the series.
Yeah, and they have been very active in how they were actually swapping back and forth, but interestingly enough, you know, it wasn't actually Driver that did play the tank in that final game against T1.
Jun just looking for a gank down towards this bottom side. Alvaro does have the Aftershock on. When becomes Lightning is going to connect, but not too much more going on there. Jojo dashes onto Hongq, but doesn't connect with the Q3, and so Hongq will just be able to walk away.
Yep, Jojo, though, going to be pretty happy about how things have gone. You know, obviously the first couple levels he got pretty low in HP, but he has been able to trade back very consistently, going in with the Soul Unbound, and should be able to actually reset this wave. So I think Jojo going to be really happy about how this kind of first laning phase has gone thus far. A couple more minions will be there for Hongq to pick up, but we're dead even right now at the time that Jojo is basing. Like, you are laughing if that's how it's going.
Very happy with how this early sequence has gone. He jumps onto Hongq as well, just to try and stop him from being able to freeze this wave. The stop is back quite late though, so it's about 6-7 seconds of time wasted there for Jojo.
It is, like that's the con, but the pro is that Hongq TP'd back and is now half HP, right? So if you can actually get in a good trade after your opponent TP's back, but before you base, you then come back, now you're in full health, so now Hongq is going to be in an awkward spot. He has no potions, and I do think that Jojo is going to have an opportunity to potentially lane lock him here, where, you know, you are going to have to take a maybe really bad base.
it is going to be tricky for Hongqiu. I wouldn't be surprised if we see Junja and Kaiwing just coming towards that mid lane to make sure they get a push out. Especially like we're seeing so many swaps around the 3 to 6 minute mark from these bot lanes. You can put the Rumble behind as well. Driver's doing a good job against Mirwin in that top side, but if you have a little bit of time in a 2v1 into the Rumble, Sion deals with that a lot better than the Rumble ever will.
Absolutely. I mean, both these guys getting very, very low, but Hongqiu has got to be careful. Junja is around. That ward will critically spot him for Jojo. You can see Hongqiu realizes, you know what, I'm getting so low, and there's potential dive.
Flash away from Mirwin. Survives through the unstoppable onslaught. Driver's going to eat a flame spitter on the backside, but it's a summoner for an ultimate exchange in favor of CFO.
Yeah, really nicely done. Driver's actually opened up a pretty big CS advantage as well, which you're not expecting to happen early on in this matchup. Mirwin is just going to use the ulti on the wave, so we'll see if Driver does stay around. He is not yet base, so he's just going to stay around, collect the wave, but he is going to be up 2 full waves pretty much here in the early levels, which is a bit concerning. I will say, though, it's not as big of a deal to be falling a little bit behind when you do at least have different damage types here from your solo laners, because yes, you're going to have to be building MR against the Rumble, but then you can put Jojo in the side lane against him later on. You know, he does some magic damage, but obviously is massively physical, and is going to make it a lot more difficult to itemize for Driver, who's actually going for a really interesting build. He's actually just trying to slam him in the 1v1. He's going Swifties.
Going for the Swifties, but then teleports back here while Mirwin's going down towards the bottom side. No unstoppable onslaught, does have the flash. The trample looking for the stun here from Alvaro as Super begins to open up. Driver's still very healthy, even though he hasn't built any health, just because he's Sion, and he will be able to walk away. Half HP though, and with Elioya on this side of the map, things could get tricky for Driver.
Yeah, I think he's going to be regretting the buy now. You know, you go Swifties to obviously be able to shrug off some of the slows coming through from the Electro Harpoons and to really be able to punish, but they could easily dive this, I think. I think he has pretty much no chance to get out.
Early subjugate possible from Elioya. There it goes as they look for Driver under the tower. No escape. Alvaro tanks it perfectly, and MKOI on the board.
Nicely done by MKOI. They really punished Driver. Over-aggressive on the teleport. He didn't have to actually TP on the wave there. He could have waited. You know, obviously you have to know the lane swap is possible, and in those situations, you're going to get punished TPing like that. Had he TP'd straight to the tower, been at full health, that dive is going to be, at the very least, much more difficult to pull off. But MKOI able to punish. They get Mirwin out of what was a difficult 1v1 and are able to get the first kill on the board.
CFO doing well on the other side of the map, though, denying Mirwin any of the farm. Mirwin did back all the way away, not actually even trying to step up to the tower, knowing that he was undermanned on this side of the map. But you can see about a 20 CS lead for Driver in that top side. And even a lead for Doggo on the AD carries, at least in terms of farm, although he is about 150 gold behind because of that first blood from Super.
Yeah, absolutely true. I do think mid lane, though, going very well for MKOI. Of course, it is not a big CS advantage by any means, but the Azir is going to start to struggle, and CFO are going to move their bot lane over towards mid here. I think they want to be in the area for the grubs. They're going to send Azir down to bot. He will not have teleport, but neither... Well, actually, Mirwin does. Jojo's not going to be the one to answer, so MKOI will have the potential extra man if Mirwin can look for a TP angle, and we'll see if they even want to fight this, because they are a little bit late to show up, and it's going down pretty quick.
Yeah, first grub already gone here for Junja. Alvaro and Super trying to come across. Driver is there to defend, as are Kaiwing and Doggo. Elioya on the red buff right now. Super was looking for the steal with the boomerang blade, but can't find it. CFO seem to be happy with just getting the objective, the feat of the neutral objectives there from the grubs. We'll leave one left up.
Honestly, nice bluff by the MKOI bot lane. They kind of just walked forward, and I feel like CFO was respecting a little bit too much. They don't know that Elioya is still on the red buff. They're just assuming, oh, well, if you're walking forward, the rest of your team is here. They didn't want to try to force any sort of fight. Junja had already used his smite, of course, so didn't want to just stay around, have that stolen away. But at the end of the day, it is going to be, as you say, that objective feat is going to be taken, but not going to be able to get the Void Might spawn, which is always really nice to be able to add in.
Does mean CFO are only one objective away from having that objective feat complete. Obviously, yet to pick up any kills. MKOI currently sitting at 1. Kaiwing looking for Mirwin will land the Shield of Daybreak, but with much ado about nothing as Mirwin can just walk away from that one. Doggo obviously very safe as well in this mid lane to farm up. Doesn't have the push that a Sivir will have with the Ricochet, but is able just to farm from range if it's ever in a tricky situation for him.
Yep, going to be A-okay there, absolutely. Doggo going to continue to farm, but Super going to be happy about his position as well. Does have the call, is going to be working in towards that Yuntal, very likely as the first item, and is just going to be continuing to keep him kind of locked under that tower as much as he possibly can. You know, having first move there towards the sides is going to allow MKOI to be a little bit more aggressive, but they're not clearly feeling the pressure yet. They don't seem like they want to posture that aggressively. There is really good scaling on the other side, but Yone, Sivir, Trundle all scale incredibly well also. So I think both teams feel pretty happy with what they've gotten and aren't really feeling any pressure as a result.
Yeah, I think the thing for CFO is they do have a range advantage as the game goes longer, so if they scale evenly, they should be able to gate out MKOI from certain avenues of approach. For MKOI, though, they do still have the damage if they can get on top of the enemy, right?
Yeah, exactly, and I feel like they have really good ways to do that, right? You pop the Sivir ult, someone gets Trundle pillared in, all of a sudden there's the Equalizer on your head, there's an Alistar flashing in, there's the Yone ult coming through, so there's a lot of ways to circumvent those issues, but definitely I think it is going to be, front-to-back advantage for CFO, but MKOI are going to be able to have the opportunity to circumvent that by coming from different angles, by looking for really explosive engages, and by playing through side lane with Jojo, who has that early Vamp Scepter, is going to be working in towards that Blade of the Rune King. Didn't feel pressured enough to sidestep for a Null Magic Mantle or anything like that, and so he is going to be kind of in a really good spot right now in that side lane. I just feel like no one is going to be able to answer him that effectively in the 1v1. You're always going to need some sort of coverage for that Azir if he's going to be the one there.
Yeah, really agree with you there. Elyoya looking for Driver up towards this top side. Talk about just how powerful he can be. Great pillar. Driver having to flash away will burn that summoner. Honku down towards the bottom side. Not really much going to happen down there, but these two junglers are the two highlight players really for me out of these two teams. Elyoya, best jungler in EU. Can't say best in the West because Inspired exists, but definitely the best jungler in EU right now. Domestically, not as dominant as I think he would like to be. And you look on the other side, Junja, domestically the dominant force
this guy's
in this
a cheat
region.
code.
Yeah,
like,
he really is.
How do you win in the LCP? Well, you sign Junja, and then the rest kind of handles itself, it feels like. This guy has just been insane. He just wins every single time in the LCP. Has clearly been the best player in the league, just period, point blank. There is not really much of an argument around it. It's not about best jungler, it's about best player, and this guy has just been so dominant, so consistent for the team. As Honku there, forced to use the ulti defensively, this is what I'm talking about. And now next time that Soul Unbound is up, he still has the Fate Sealed, he still has that ultimate, and then Honku is going to have to just back off, or you're going to get constantly chipped down. Jojo's going to be healing back up off that wave, and this is why this is considered a good matchup.
And it's a really good timing as well for MKOI to get that ultimate out, with the Dragon being up, with CFO having already picked up the first Drake of the game. Stopping them from getting the stack is always important. Even if you scale evenly with your opposition, you just don't want to give them opportunities to force you into a fight if you don't want to take it. And by getting the second Drake, you make sure that CFO can't force you into a soul point fight too early. Jojo coming across, the TPs come out from Honku down towards that bottom side. Kaiwing with the Sun, True Shot Barrage going out as well as Junja looks to the smite but can't get it. Honku looking for the flank here as Jojo goes forward, flashes away from CFO. Junja in with the Crescent Guard and they dive onto Elyoya, but Elyoya heals so much with the Subjugate and survives by flashing out. MKOI on the retreat, but CFO won't find anything more.
MKOI is still going to be pretty happy about that at the end of the day. I mean, that was Honku TPing back, dropping the wave bot lane, running straight to the Dragon, but they were too slow on the setup. MKOI had already knocked it down. There was no ability for Junja to actually get in there for a smite steal. Yes, you get the flash out. Yes, you get the heal out. There is some little advantages there, but at the end of the day, MKOI got what they came for. Going to be really happy about it.
Keeping the game even through this early game as well. Super trading onto Doggo here, who, again, it's the Arcane Shift of the Ezreal. You can be so much more aggressive than on other AD carries. About a 500 gold lead for CFO through this early game, coming predominantly through Driver on the top side, who still has that 20 CS lead over the Rumble. Mirwin has now finished his Liandry, so maybe that will start to swing a little bit, but Driver going Force of Nature first makes it really hard for Mirwin to get through him.
Yeah, going Force of Nature, not going to be going Kayn and Crooker, and I feel like that is much more common in these matchups, so it is interesting. He clearly has his own kind of approach here.
It's really
but now,
movement speed driven. Boost of swiftness, Force of Nature.
I mean, it's very aggressive, right? You know, they are tank items, but it is aggressive. You want to be trying to chase him down, be able to stay on top of him and look for those aggressive trades, but now he is going to be laning up against Jojo. And when Jojo gets the Blade of the Rune King and you're on full MR, not that armor is going to help you that much, but obviously it feels not that great to have spent all this gold.
He will get some movement speed out of the Force of Nature, though, because of the auto attacks from Yone. Yeah, true. He'll be able to run away from the Yone, perhaps, on occasion. For the moment, though, pretty even between these two teams. We see Alvo pathing up towards Honku on this top side. Does have the flash. Alvaro looking for those gank paths, but great vision control from CFO. Elyoya going down towards bot as Driver no longer has a flash of his own. Does have the unstoppable onslaught and can just walk away for now. Junja coming across. Unstoppable onslaught goes in. Elyoya's going to get knocked up with the decimating smash. Subject coming out as well, as Elyoya has no flash, but look at him bonking down Junja. Crescent Guard comes out. Junja in the middle of his own ultimate will survive. Base seal from Jojo Pun. Junja flashes away. Jojo flashes back, but Driver gets the double.
Nicely done there by CFO. Driver walking out with a double kill as they chase in so deep. Elyoya has no flash, so he just decides, you know what, I'm going to try to fight my way out. I'm going to stand. I'm going to get that lethal tempo, I think, stacked up as it looked like he had, and was just whacking away, but couldn't actually quite get the kill. Jojo was going in for that initial trade with a soul and bound. That expires. Elyoya is still kind of in there briefly by himself in the 1v2, and as a result, does get knocked down. Very close fight, as we're going to see it one more time, as going to jump out of that.
We could see the first 5 frames one more time. After that, it's PG-13. You're not allowed to watch it unless you have an adult supervising you.
Looks for the pro players. You know, it's just in slow-mo.
Their reaction speeds are just out of this world. It's like the Flash trying to...
No, the reactions are actually really slow. It's just the game's even slower.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Explains why I've never got past Master.
Exactly. You're not playing on the pro mode.
Exactly.
If it was slow-mo like that, actually, I'd probably be even worse.
Yeah, so would I.
I don't think that would help
all
me.
my muscle memory would be out the window.
But it would take like 4 hours to play a game. That would be terrible.
Oh, yeah, true. A 2,500 gold lead for CFO as they picked up the Rift Hold as well, which gave them the objective bounties that they wanted. So they've got those boots upgraded, as you say. Yeah, the top tower being taken by Hongq and Kaiwing, who are shadowing Mirwin to make sure that he couldn't clear out the wave. MKOI now not as comfortable with this position. A couple of moments ago, 500 gold difference, that's fine. Now you're looking at 2,000 gold in the hole. First items are starting to come out, but the sequence in the bot lane really switched things on for CFO.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And it did feel like it was just a really good punish there, you know, from that missing flash and maybe a bit of an overcommitment there, you know, from Elyoya. He kind of stand and fought, and Jojo obviously there to try to back him up. Is going to be able to just snap back. We'll see if he can actually chase after him, though.
Jojo's just dead! The bait seal, I believe, was still a second off cooldown. Didn't quite come up, and great play from Hongq. Solar Flare's going to land onto Alvaro, who pops the Unbreakable Will, flash away from the Zenith Blade, but still caught by it. Super's now running for the hills as Kaiwing continues to chase him. The Ignite down into the flash shield of Daybreak. Wind becomes lightning. Junja looking for it, but Elyoya's killed off Kaiwing. Hongq coming in from the side as well as Elyoya tries to get away. He's going to have to flash. Alvaro forced back to the base as well. Meanwhile, on the bot side, Driver is absolutely decimating Mirwin, even with the equalizer down. The roar of the Slayer and the Soul Furnace. Driver brings down the axe and gets the solo bolo.
Nicely played by Driver, waiting out the scrap shield there, cancels his auto, so he's not spending that damage into the shield. As soon as it expires, goes forward, knocks him down. They even have the Herald in the mid lane. CFO is getting out of control now in this game one, playing with tempo so incredibly well. Look at top lane also. Hongq is already ahead. He's going to get a tier 2 solo gold off of this. No one is even moving to respond from MKOI. Instead, they're going to head towards the dragon here, but it's only the second dragon, and CFO is going to get monstrously up in gold.
They're dazed. MKOI are on the ropes right now. They're trying to find anything they can on the map, but CFO are just landing jab after jab. Driver's going to step in here, doesn't have the unstoppable onslaught. Jojo jumps onto Junja. The dragon secured, base seal as well. Even with the crescent guard down, Junja's going to die. Kaiwing looking for the flank position here as Hongq's going to TP in. Mirwin's coming in with his own teleport, but doesn't have the equalizer. Doggo jumps across the wall and has to arcane shift away. Hongq looking for that flank. Solar Player flashed away from. Hongq needs to be a little bit careful. Decimating Smash hitting the Zenith Blade just short. The Rhylights from Hongq is going to get the slows down, but MKOI will be able to retreat as 5.
Yeah, Hongq comes in a little bit too late to really make a big impact in that fight, but he's already on 2 fully completed items, plus the tier 2 boots at 18 minutes. This guy is ridiculously strong. And again, guess what? You get away, but no one's going to be able to answer in bot. It's more solo gold here given over to Hongq. He is getting ridiculously far ahead. The Soul Laner is making all the difference so far in these early minutes of game one. It's a 2.4K gold lead for Driver in the top lane. It is 1.6K now as well for Hongq in the mid lane. And it's really been the top side for CFO that is making all the difference, as bot lane's just kind of been a farm fest. I mean, Supa's doing fine, but they haven't really been involved in much.
And Honku, like, we haven't seen him much on the international stage, but he was 6 when Faker won his first championship and was able to stand tall against him in their series earlier on this week. Now he's showing us just how much impact he can have on this Azir as well, being 1.5k ahead of Jojo Pyun. And that's not from laning itself entirely. Like, Jojo was relatively even in the lane phase, but after that, CFO's movement on the map has just left MKOI rattled.
Yeah, I mean, they've been really good with it, you know, moving around the map. And to me, the kind of turning point of the game really was this bot lane play that they look for. Elyoya going in with Jojo. They try to actually take down Driver, but then Junja shows up, no flash on Elyoya, tries to fight his way out. They both die. Then meanwhile, Honku is getting solo gold on the tower top side. That gives over feats. And every time it feels like MKOI has been going for a play, Honku has just been getting gold in the side lane, getting further and further ahead. Then he's able to find a solo kill, a punish on a Jojo as his ultimate was just coming off of cooldown, as you had called out, and just building these incremental advantages. Weirwin, I'm pretty concerned for, though. Rumble is not a scaling champion, got very far behind in the 1v1 early, and Driver has just been slamming home that advantage.
Driver's been having a whale of a time on this Scion, living up to his name.
They're not whales, they're oysters.
Oh, okay, look, all the aquatic animals are here. So, Elyoya looking to try and take away this Artican.
Kaiwing.
Dongo jumps in. Kaiwing on a good flank position, and Honku dives in immediately with a solo player coming out. Jojo is deceased, and now Alvaro might suffer the same fate. Honku looking for that flank, isn't going to go for it. Alvaro has to pop the ultimate, and CFO will get the kill and get the Artican as well.
Yeah, just great vision control, great placement here from Kaiwing, you know, sitting over. It is this ward that really kind of made all the difference up on that top side. You know, he sees Jojo approaching, he's in that side brush, they control the vision, he goes immediately in. Honku's there to follow up, no chance for Jojo to get anything done. And MKOI really starting to kind of lose their positioning in this game. Nearly 5,000 gold down now. You lose the dragon, so now you don't even have that soul win condition kind of in your back pocket.
But I think this is also the reason that we're so high on CFO as a team. They don't just try to fight at every opportunity. It's 8 kills in 21 minutes, and via smart map movements and good lane assignments, they have this 5,000 gold lead. MKOI obviously gifted them a little bit with that bot lane play, but that was more Junja reacting really well, in my eyes, than MKOI making too big of a mistake.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, they are a legitimately really, really good team. People have, as I said, kind of stood up and took notice of that fact, and we're looking for an engage now.
Decimating Smash won't land as Super pops the ultimate to try and escape. Elyoya in from the side isn't going to be able to find too much more, so it's an unstoppable onslaught for an on-the-hunt exchange there. And MKOI getting forced out of their jungle. Junja looking for Jojo Pyun, who's a level behind in this mid lane matchup. And now the more of this jungle you deny, the harder it is for MKOI to get back in the game. You can see Elyoya already about 27 farm behind. Junja has a level advantage. Driver has 2 on that top side. It's going to be so tricky now for MKOI.
And I mean, when you're looking at, you know, just more than the gold, you're looking at the item completions. You know, look at it. It's 2 items, 2 items, 2 items, 2 items. Over on the other side, only Supa actually has his second item, right? So, you know, it is going to be very difficult right now. I think if you're MKOI, there's no way you should be fighting, you know, until at least you have those second items. So I feel like they should just be giving up this next dragon. It would just be the second one for CFO. So they don't have to worry about soul too much. You know, try to play through side lanes, give time for Jojo to get that farm, you know, maybe look for picks in those side lanes, try to make cross-map plays, because objective bounties are spawned. So if CFO sent everyone down to grab this dragon, and you can take the top lane tier 1, grab that bounty for Jojo, that is a very positive play for MKOI, and they really have to just say, you know what, we've got good wave clear, we have Rumble ultimate if we need to clear a wave, we've got Sivir to one-shot waves, let's sit back, let's farm, let's try to hope that we can get back into this.
Just need to stall out the game as much as possible if you are MKOI. CFO obviously will have other ideas as Doggo looks for the True Shot Barrage, doesn't land through that spell shield from the Sivir. The Drake's going to be secured by CFO. Second of the game, Chem Soul is the name of the game in this one. And, I mean, will really help with later game fights if you have that extra damage reduction. Especially with something like a Scion, it's going to be so hard to get through him. I think Super really needs that Lord Dominic's regards at some point if they're going to be able to get their way through this tanky top laner.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, realistically, when you're this far behind this early, the way that MKOI would win this game is if it goes really, really long, right? Like, we're looking at, you're hoping then for a 35-minute game. You're hoping that it comes down to Baron, it comes down to Elders, it comes down to those later stage fights because I don't think MKOI is going to be in a position to take fights earlier on. Hongq already has a large rod, grabs another Amp Tome, so he's probably going to be working towards Azonius, I think, which makes a lot of sense when you're looking over at a 4 melee team that is trying to dive. I do think Rylai's is always great tech when you are playing against this many melee champions. It makes it really difficult, and then you try to use those tools that you have to commit in, like the Yone ult, and all of a sudden he goes into the stasis. That gets kind of deflected as well, and it becomes very, very difficult then to be able to punish these long-range backliners that you have to deal with, or they will just slowly chip you down.
It's the range disadvantage we talked about from drafts, right? If CFO get ahead, how do you approach as MKOI? Where's your true engage? Is it just a Yone jumping in, Equalizer into a Fate Seal to try and get on towards that backline? And even then...
Great for Alvaro.
I mean, Alvaro has been an absolute beast this MSI. But even this might be a little bit of a road too far as he jumps onto Driver, Equalizer onto Doggo as well. There's a trample stun as they try and turn it around, but with the unstoppable onslaught, Driver's able to distract MKOI. Should be able to pick up the Scion here. He puts the shield down in the end. Super still chasing, will get the shutdown. 800 gold in his back pocket.
There you go. Preda Alvaro comes over the wall there, is able to help turn it around, and that is massive. Not only do you get a big shutdown, it goes onto your Sivir exactly where you want it, and now they can even push forward here, maybe take the tier 1 off the back of that, and just like that, the gold lead becomes much more manageable. We were talking about 5K, now it is under 3K here. MKOI gonna be feeling so much better now, and Supa is going to have a ton of gold in pocket. He may have a third item here very shortly.
It's just such fortunate timing for MKOI. Obviously, CFO step up a little bit too far on that top side, but look at how much vision there was for CFO on this side of the jungle, and none for MKOI. Baron was about to spawn. If CFO had delayed it a little bit, they could have got the Baron relatively safely. Now they're going to look for it as a bit of a sneak attack. Mirwin coming in from the side, doesn't have a ward on his warding totem, it seems. Alvaro's going to walk forward here as well, and CFO will disengage the big purple worm.
Yeah, they did throw the blue trinket down, so they were able to spot it. CFO not willing to just stand and fight there. Of course, it would be incredibly risky. I like the attempt at a 2-man, though. They didn't really lose much by going for it. Maybe a little bit of tempo. You maybe lose a wave. But hey, risk versus reward, that is very, very good because Junja and Hongq can absolutely knock that down had they not been responded to. So they go for it. Doesn't work out, but still going to be playing for vision in this area. You can see that they're trying to push up through that top lane and then just maintain control over the top side jungle that you have been highlighting to really make things difficult for MKOI. They're constantly going to be having to try to play through this area, try to reclaim vision, but they're getting poked by the Azir, poked by the Ezreal every time you walk forward, which can make things really tough.
Yoya has to flash the Solar Flare. Didn't know where the rest of CFO were, and that's, again, the vision control. You have no wards even in the superficial portions of your own jungle. You have to flash, not knowing where the rest of CFO could be. Lord Dominic's regards now finished for Super on this Sivir. Will still take him a while to work his way through the Scion, who has 1,000 stacks on that Roar of the Slayer.
Really will, but he's the first of 3 completed items in the game. So, you know, got a good 800 gold injection from killing off Driver, and now he becomes a real threat here. You can try to play around Supa. And unless they get Baron, you are never killing a tower in Supa's face. As long as MKOI are around to actually defend him so he can't just get one shot on a dive, he is going to obliterate minion waves. You need to have those Baroned up minions to be able to actually push in his face. So that is going to be difficult. The Hongq, very close to the Zonias now, has his Seekers completed, so that is going to be a big playmaking tool. And I think we're going to see CFO just continue to show up to objectives, go to that next dragon here in 1 minute, and really look to force MKOI to come and fight before they're ready.
CFO will be regretting giving up one of those early Drakes to MKOI, because this could have been soul point for them, or the soul for them if they had managed to get one of those earlier objectives. For now, though, it will only be soul point. MKOI can give it up if they want, although they might be feeling a little bit more confident with 3 items finished on Super. Jojo's on his way to his IE as well. Wonder how far away he is from that, just lacking the pickaxe and the combined gold. 2 items as well for Mirwin on that top side, Bloodletter's Curse and the Liandry's. Very slow for the Rumble. He's been put behind quite substantially in this game, but can still do a lot of work on the backline as Hongq and Driver are going to start up this Baron.
Yeah, and they haven't spotted this yet. Junja is showing on mid lane intentionally, and Kaiwing is trying to zone them out, say, hey, we're not on it, but it is going to be spotted now.
Alvaro goes in, Kaiwing stunned up. And look for the Solar Flare turnaround, good double knock, and Fate Seal's going to land onto 3 as well. The Equalizer comes down, and it's Super untouched so far through this fight. Alvaro trying to get onto the back line. It's a double for Mirwin as Driver falls. True Shot Barrage not going to do too much as MKOI is still very healthy. Junja, Hongq, and Doggo have to try and hold on to this, because otherwise MKOI will be looking at that Baron very greedily.
I think they definitely could be looking at it, but the safer play is obviously the Dragon. Just go down there, move yourself to soul point now. So great play there from MKOI. CFO kind of over-forcing around the Baron. They keep going back to it. I like the first attempt. There wasn't much to risk, but this time they were very aggressively forcing it. They were showing Junja mid and having Kaiwing walk into the enemy jungle saying, hey, no one's on the Baron. The support is here. The jungler's there. No one's doing it. But they did kind of get themselves into a position where they're losing a lot of HP to that Baron. Honky was already missing a third of his HP. Kaiwing was posturing so aggressively, and he just goes down without being able to do anything, loses the flash. Junja is very isolated, and look at this engage here from Alvaro. Who else but him, flashing in onto the Azir. Yes, he gets scooped away, and Honky lives, but it's about making sure Honky has no time, and they're just doing the Baron again.
It's just rinse and repeat here for CFO. Maybe hoping that the ultimate's not being up on MKOI will give them an advantage in the fight. Alvaro chunked out a little bit. Baron down to 10,000. Jojo not here. Currently sitting on the blue buff. He's going to teleport across as he secures that for MKOI. But that Baron's down to 6,000 HP. Jojo looking for that base seal. Doesn't have it for a while. Alvaro goes in. Doesn't get the knock-up, and Alvaro's down. Doggo gets the kill. Junja still sitting on that Baron. It's only at 5,000 HP though. Base Seal about to come back up in 9 seconds time. Equalizer still available. Subjugate still available. On the hunt, coming back off cooldown as well as Elyoya steps up, but Doggo untouched so far. Driver's been subjugated as Jojo Pyun looks for the Scion. Baron secured. Base Seal onto the backline. The Equalizer doing a little bit of work on the Kaiwing as Junja now dashes in. Crescent Guard coming out. Junja will survive through it. Mirwin knocked up with an decimating smash, and Doggo comes in for his second kill of the fight. It's Honkyu actually secures it in the end. MKOI forced away the Baron for CFO.
I honestly can't believe that even worked. We just saw Junja just stay on the Baron the entire time. He basically is soloing it down in the midst of this fight here. You know, after they'd killed off Alvaro, he just is very determined to be able to knock it down. They do eventually get it. MKOI don't get over there to actually interrupt him. You can see Alvaro was missing his ultimate, and that was such a key part of this fight. As he goes forward, he's just going to go down in a hurry. A great ultimate from Kaiwing over the wall, did stun up Jojo. He's forced to flash out of there. Alvaro is trying to kind of body block and create some space for his mid laner, but it means that he dies. And then I'm just watching Junja throughout this entire fight. You know, he is staying up in the pit here throughout everything. And Elyoya is going and looking for this fight over on a Doggo, but if Elyoya is here, you can obviously just finish off the Baron, no problem. I feel like MKOI should have tried to force their way in, push Junja off of the Baron. Instead, they were looking to chase after Doggo, looking to chase after Honky, but they're so mobile, and when you're trying to force your way through that tight corridor, Driver is going to create such a problem for you. Kaiwing is going to create such a problem for you, and you're trying to walk through the Azir soldiers with, you know, Rylai's and all of the damage that's coming out. It just felt like it was a bit mismanaged there from MKOI, and as a result, CFO get the Baron, get the kill as well. I mean, look at the poke that Doggo was doing.
Absolutely shredding through MKOI. Elyoya trying to trade with Junja. There's a solar flare down as Doggo opens up again. Elyoya forced down to a third HP. The damage from Honkyu as well across the wall means that CFO can just walk right into this base. MKOI now 5,000 gold behind after only a couple of minutes ago being within 2k. They're going to lose an inhibitor on this bottom side. MKOI will try and defend through mid, but the tier 2 at least is gone as Driver raises it to the ground. A 6,000 gold lead and 4.5k off this Red Bull Baron power play.
Yeah, big swing there after taking that Baron down. Supa, of course, still wave clearing really, really well, working in towards that third item. IE's done now for Jojo as well. Honkyu, though, big concern. He was able to not only finish the Zonius, almost has his death cap now. We are still looking at a potential for Soul for MKOI here. So yes, you're down 5.5k, but if you grab Soul, you know, that's 4,000 odd gold worth of stats. So there are still going to be opportunities. We'll see if they can actually find a good way to set up, because when the luxury items start coming through for those teams that are ahead, it gets really, really difficult. You know, my eyes are drawn to things like the GA being done, like the Zonias being done, that are going to make it that much more problematic for MKOI in these fights, because now all of a sudden Junja could just throw himself into the backline, just make his job keeping Supa out, and as long as Supa is not actually hitting, well, it's going to be really hard for you to out DPS what Honkyu and Doggo are going to be putting out.
Yeah, it's really about whether MKOI can get onto that backline while Supa is distracted. If Jojo can get a good ultimate off into an Equalizer or Equalizer into ult, you have 3 items on both of those carries. They are still going to do damage to a backline. They're just not that good at working their way through Scion. It's more the Civi's job to do that. Drake up in 50 seconds time. No vision outside of their base for MKOI right now as Honkyu's caught a little bit. Base seal comes out. Jojo doesn't connect with it. Snaps back to reality in that top lane.
Trade of ults at the end of the day there, Jojo. I think kind of predicting that Honku was going to maybe slide back to the side there. Guess is wrong, ends up kind of using the ulti for nothing because he'd already gotten the ulti out. Of course, the other option here for MKOI is you don't even have to go to this dragon because it's not soul for your opponents either. You can just allow it to go to 3-3. You say, you know what, great, you killed Inhibitor, but we're just going to be farming super minions and picking up that gold, trying to wait for those more important objectives, wait to try to come out of your base around that Baron time or potentially even, you know, at Soul or Elder. And we'll see, though, they're looking for an engage. Whoa. Nice Baron.
Pillar bounced him back onto the tower. Oh.
That was very strange. I've never seen that interaction. I thought normally you just gotta slam into the pillar and stop, but yeah, he just bounced off that thing like a pinball.
Fast and Furious 2, I believe that one. Was it 3 was Tokyo Drift? I can't remember. One of them.
Hit the nos and
it's about family. That's all that matters.
Family.
Okay. As CFO will make this dragon their family. 6 Drakes taken so far in this game.
Really making it their family if they killed it?
Sometimes, yeah, love hurts. Love hurts, you know?
Not that much, brother. I don't know what your Thanksgivings are like.
I live in Berlin, okay? Anyway, it's still it's a 4,000 gold lead for CFO. MKOI were able to pick up a few bits and pieces here and there to get themselves onto a slightly more even keel. Something we have seen is that in the early game, CFO's map movement, really solid. They played the map really well. But then through the mid game, through like 25 to 35 minutes, they haven't had as much impact on the map. They haven't been able to push through side lanes as much. Part of that is they're just really grouping up to try and play around this Baron, but also means that MKOI don't have too many prongs of attack that they have to defend against.
No, it's absolutely true, and I do think partially it is that they're grouping up a lot, trying to kind of force on objectives. I also think partially Yone's a big threat in the side lane, right? And if you do not have your ultimate as Azir, you don't want to be anywhere even near him. And once you use that ultimate, you basically have to base every single time. Honku forces that out. He is not going to stay around because he knows there could be an all-in play. They don't have a good match for JoJo in the side lane, so MKOI are trying to do this kind of 1-4 play where they're trying to make sure, okay, we're not giving up too much on the other side, but we're buying time for JoJo. We're getting this pressure from him out on that map, and you can see again he is going to be the one pushing out bot lane, now moving over to try to help with this blue buff, and they're just trying to get as much gold in the pockets of JoJo as they possibly can, working towards that 4th item.
There's also, I think, 2 more waves of super minions on that bot side in terms of when the inhibitor is going to come back up. You can see the Rabadon's now complete for Honku. So JoJo Pyun can just push out 1, maybe 2 more waves and really deal with any of that side lane threat that could happen while both the teams are posturing around a Baron. That's up now. MKOI setting up towards the bottom side of mid. JoJo looking for a flank position himself, but can't quite find it yet.
Supa finishes BT, so poke not going to be much of an issue for him as long as he has...
Oh, he's looking. Doggo misses everything, and the solar flare connects. Alva's going to try and save his mid lane, who has to flash away. The damage goes down onto Doggo and Drive, and you can see what the Ricochet can do here. Junja goes in with the Crescent Guard looking for Honku here. Has that Emperor's Divide, Equalizer back down. JoJo going back in. Alva knocks Honku back, and he just delivers them! Here you go, CFO! 4 coins on a silver platter! JoJo the last man standing, but Honku just sweeps them away.
Alvaro betrays the team there. Thought he had a pick onto Honku, but just ends up delivering him onto the head of Supa. Thank you very much. He'll take the ultimate, and he's going to take game 1 as well.
Some delicious sushi there for the Flying Oysters. Pretty dominant performance all round from the LCP's #1 seed. MKOI left rattled, left battered and bruised, as CFO have shown. They're not here to lose, they're here to play.
Strong game 1 performance here from CFO. Drafted heavily for scaling, wanted to play this front to back style. We're able to get it done. For MKOI, though, it's got to be a bit of a frustrating game. I think, it's down to execution, and we'll see, if the desk thinks they can execute better in the second game.
Well, I think that Honku thinks that I almost beat Faker 2 days ago. Who the hell are you? I'm just going to stomp you right into the ground with my Azir. And overall, I think sovereign performance from CFO. And it started really early in that early game, right? They kind of got absolutely everything. They got their cake and they ate it too.
And it's a reminder that Junja, even on Xin, doesn't need to just be ganking people and finding kills for CFO to be able to snowball a lead, right? They got early objectives. I think they got better lane setups. They put MKOI in a position where they try to force a dive topside, and in the meantime, Mirwin's losing multiple plates, multiple waves. So even though the kill doesn't come through, it's almost more devastating. And it's something that MKOI, being so far behind in that early game macro movement, I just didn't expect coming into this series.
Can I ask you something? interesting because we were talking about this off screen, right? But I saw G2 yesterday, unfortunately, and I'm just seeing MKOI today, and I understand the idea behind giving up some of these early objectives to your enemy, knowing that you're working towards your item spikes in your fights. But it seems like every time EU is giving away everything and the kitchen sink to the point that they only have one small window in which they need to get back in that early game. Is that a wrong read?
I think that there are situations where that's true, but I think the biggest thing here is that both of your solo lanes end up weaker on side.
Yeah.
Jojo dying solo is a very big deal, and if your Yone isn't stronger, you don't get pressure first, which means that fight that they're waiting for should be easy setup. It should be good. You should have this combo, you should have follow-up damage, but they're always behind on setup because they're not reliably getting push where they should be based on champion names alone. It's an individual player fumble.
Exactly. I mean,
speaking of,
it's one of those things where it was like looking fine. Hell, even Koi stole one of those dragons. But my focus was just how they were getting dominated in every individual lane or the 2v2s. So for me, our HyperX Reflex replay is just going to be on how dominant we were seeing this in this case.
Yeah, I mean, driver. Let's just say that driver. I mean, he's put in to play this Sion. They try to gank him 2 versus 1. He says absolutely not, and a huge fumble on the part of MKOI.
100% at MKOI, they're not respecting item spikes here. Xin is on Sundered Sky. He is effectively unkillable. They learned this the hard way. The second you don't finish the kill, job is over. Jojo Puny's on bits and pieces. There's no completed Blade of the Rune King. Sion base damages are disgusting. And sadly, while that was terrible, it just gets worse.
Yeah, delivering Jojo into the turret, but then also just following through, flashing to get the autos off. Like Honkyu gets this. 30 seconds later, you see this 1v1 happen too. It was just a really horrific early game.
It was, and fun fact, Hayden, who works with our team, Molecule, you might know him as, he found out that Chowie actually said that Driver looks up to Boss. Now, I think Boss will be very happy to hear that, but I think he can look up to Driver as well because he played this all phenomenally. And can we just talk about Honkyu? I mean, his 18th birthday, the day before he was set to play T1 and Faker, he has a breakout performance. Everybody knows his name, and he's absolutely not going to start now, specifically not versus, apparently, an LEC mid laner.
I think the thing is, it's not just that he's playing well again, it's that he's playing even better.
Yeah.
This man is a force to be reckoned with.
Jojo isn't Faker.
Well, and the other thing is like he got so much support and setup in the previous games from Junja, early kills, etc. He didn't get early kills. He just outplayed individually.
He was playing well in lane. Those solo kills that you saw on the top side was great. And then, of course, you got the food delivery system named Alistar, just being able to send him into the four-man fight. Like, I think Honkyu has been stellar this game.
And I think for Jojo, like, those missed TS at the beginning, maybe it got in his head. But game 2 is not going to be the case.
Cameron was on it for too long.
Every single one of them.
I wanted to stop watching it at some point.
Dracos.
Yeah, and I think the big thing is MKOI still had angles of attack back in the game. Despite how terrible the early game was, they had opportunities to come back, and we saw at 28 minutes, they still were able to find a favorable fight. You can see the vision of this composition come together, and you can certainly see the power of the Trundle pick against a very standard double tanky front line in the Leona and the Sion. This is the dream. You start favorable, setup. Yes, there's a little bit an advantage of CFO, but overall, it's super, super close. And the big thing to see here is that Elyoya is able to run rampant, frontline's able to get in, and Honkyu and Doggo don't really have the space that they need to do damage. But the problem is, this was a one-time thing, because as we jump ahead to the next fight, as we take a look at the setup, this is where we learn very quickly why they need that side lane pressure, why they need that setup. Now, this is going to start a bit unfortunate with the pick on Alvaro, but the thing I want to highlight is the range discrepancy. Sion gets to hit all the way here. Sivir can't walk up. Azir can constantly threaten from the side. Kaiwin can engage. And also, as we see Ezreal start to come in, there's no way for MKOI to hit backline. In a perfect world, Sivir gets to run through. It's a meat grinder. You have your beautiful setup. It all comes together. So as we play, what you're going to see is, yes, it starts with a pick. They try to fish for an angle. But as long as Doggo and Honkyu aren't under threat, it does not matter how tanky Elyoya is on this Trundle. Supa is the one who needs to auto-attack, and he doesn't have any space to do it. And even if it's on a weakened Sion, if Honkyu and Doggo are still completely free in this fight, it will not matter.
No, and CFO also, I want to say, played it out very, very well. I mean, Junja also says, I'm getting this objective no matter what. I love how steadfast he was there as CFO just plays it out. And I think this was kind of the death blow, the deathly blow, I want to say, even though there were some opportunities after.
Yeah, I mean, just even the first replay that you were showing, like that was just like Kaiwing moving up a little bit too quickly and then getting converged on. This one was just beautiful from CFO. So I want to see this again and again. They won't get the Azir, but I think their setup and objectives are quite nice.
It is terrifying when the jungler just gets to solo take the Baron and you essentially lose the 4v5.
Yeah.
That's not a good look.
That doesn't feel good.
That's
And
not a good look.
I'm thinking back of, I always think about kind of momentum and emotions, and I think for Alvaro, who took that loss very personal and very, he took that in a very harsh way, I'm going to say that, right? They all felt very guilty themselves, and this is not the game you want to be starting off your elimination series by in that regard, right? Because obviously, naturally, as an Alistar, he's gonna be put in those positions because he also needs to be in a position where he can influence the fight, but hopefully they can shake it off. But it's CFO. We're hoping that we see a longer series for EU than yesterday. That's not much to ask, is it? But CFO are in the driving seat thanks to Driver.
What a car. Living the dream, huh?
Sweet dreams are made of this. Who am I to?
Okay. I get it now.
Sweet dreams are made of this.
Then face your death, cause you play a roulette with each step I progress, no less. Go ahead and place your bets, cause we know where we at, we know we top tier. Cause all the hate that you bring, we know it stops here. I'm taking off like a rocket here, ain't stopping here. It's strange how they cannot see the future, but see profit here. Wait up, we gon' always win. Promise that that's not a promise, yeah, that is a threat. You know that I promise to bring the team commas. When the whole team win, that's when you flex. Win, and I'ma do it again. Watch me win, then watch me do it again.
let me throw it down to the ground, make them turn around in the dark at night.
Oh, Jojo's on vision. Jumps towards Doggo, misses everything, and the solar flare connects. Alva's going to try and save his mid lane, who has to flash away. The damage goes down onto Doggo and Drive, and you can see what the Ricochet can do here. Junja goes in with the Crescent Guard, looking for Hongq here. Has that Emperor's Divide, Equalizer back down. Jojo going back in. Alva knocks Hongq back, and he just delivers them! Here you go, CFO! 4 coins on a silver platter! As we see the defining moment of Game 1, let's get ready for Game 2.
Was a big play from Alvaro.
It was, look, if Safe Farm Assist of the Week still existed, just going to put it out there. But for CFO, Driver staying in for this game, not subbing in rest, which is something they have been doing pretty consistently for Game 2 through the rest of MSI. For MKOI, obviously no subs, but they have switched over to the blue side now with their side selection.
Absolutely. We'll see where they want to go as far as the draft is concerned, but obviously top lane was a big problem. Driver, I think, was amazing throughout this entire game. You know, even before the bot lane 2v2 kill that I think really did turn things pretty heavily in CFO's favor. Just the isolated 1v1, he was kind of clapping Mirwin up on that top side and did create a significant CS advantage, you know, even though you expect Rumble in those early levels to have the edge there. So Driver definitely with a really good game number 1. But a lot of big comfort picks obviously were taken in that first game, and so it's always interesting to see how teams will adjust and evolve as we go further. And we'll see which team can kind of get the edge here in the game number 2 draft.
Do still have a lot of power picks available. Varus, obviously Talia, the Vi, Maokai, something Pantheon as well.
Those were all banned though.
They were all banned.
If they stay all banned, we'll see.
We'll see where we go.
It's always interesting to see different teams' approaches to pick ban and Fearless, because some teams, you know, have talked to a number of different coaches now at this point, and some people feel like it's actually better if something is a must ban, just try to trade power picks in game 1, so you don't have to spend a ban on it for every single game. And talking about kind of like your ban economy as far as that is concerned, because sometimes targeted bans could be really powerful, especially as you go to game 4, game 5. If you feel like someone has a smaller champion pool or isn't as good off of control mages or whatever, if you go to a game 4, game 5, well, all of a sudden in game 5 there's already 8 mid laners that have been played. You throw 3, 4 more bans, you pick one away, then all of a sudden it's like, okay, well, what's your 12th or 13th best champion in your role? And that can be really difficult to deal with. So I do think it's been really fun to have this tournament where it is all best of 5s, and to kind of see if there's going to be a bit of an evolution of strategy in how people handle it.
Yeah, it's something we've seen actually in the ERLs in Europe is if you're playing against the Baus, you just play all of his champions in game 1 and then hope he doesn't have anything else.
By the way.
We'll just take the Galio, the Gragas, we'll take the Volley as well if we can. Anyway, for now, not expecting to see the Psy on top again. Obviously played in game 1, although
I also don't expect.
Yeah, because he was played.
Yeah, because he was played and he can't be played anymore.
That does make sense.
But it's a true statement.
It is. It's a very true statement. Jackson Pantheon banned away by MKOI on the blue side.
Don't expect those to be picked in this game now, too.
I'm not expecting it at all, Denzel. I'm going to be honest. Oh, there's the Gragas.
There's the Baus bans right there.
Just get rid of anything.
Lost Returns subbed in for game 2.
I'm sure there's a lot of fans who think the Lost Returns could have done better than EU has done so far in this MSI. Gragas the final ban for MKOI. CFO looking towards their last. Varus available is something we saw banned out in game 1.
Conspicuously absent.
Yeah.
I would say I expect him to be banned, but we'll find out if that is going to be the case or if CFO are going to be willing to leave that one up. Varus to me is just kind of the clear number 1 pick right now. I feel like it's almost a guaranteed first pick for MKOI with that up and available. But TF is another pick that obviously is really powerful. They didn't decide to go for it last game. This time they're going to first pick the TF. This is interesting because like, it really is hard committing you to this style. It hasn't actually been that effective so far at MSI, and it's not a champion that Hongq has played, so I almost feel like you could have gotten the Varus and then maybe grabbed the TF a little bit later on. I feel like this way you're both giving counterpick over, you know, potentially double counterpick because Hongq could take his mid laner now, and then you could actually save 5th pick for Driver, but also potentially that Varus as well.
Not something we see often from Doggo this split, at least. Hasn't played it at all.
But it's just so
I mean, it's so powerful. 100% agree with you. It's the S-tier 80 carry right now.
But it's possible that he is just going to kind of skip past it, because you're right, it is not something that has been a big priority for him whatsoever. Skarner going to be taken. You could still go like Skarner Varus and take a mid lane counter on 3 if you wanted, but we'll see if they are just going to completely ignore that Varus, in which case, credit to MKOI, they would have a really good read.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be the Aurora coming out for CFO. Switch to the Rise at the last moment. Great push on the Rise, obviously, with that Spell Flux. Can clear out waves really quickly and gives you map pressure. Realm warp, getting multiple people into a side lane against something like a Twisted Fate who has the Destiny. It's the ability to follow the Twisted Fate that can really help you out.
Now, something I really do want to see, though, from the MKOI draft is I'm not actually a big fan of TF if you pair it with kind of like more tanks and stuff on the top side. We've seen that a number of times, and I feel like oftentimes you just don't really have a great lane to play towards. Yeah. I would like to see Mirwin bust out something that is a little bit more selfish, a little bit more split pushy. Ooh. Obviously, Gwen is going to be banned, but we're going to get the Lee Sin here from Elyoya, so that is really strong. But obviously there's so many picks that we have seen from Mirwin that I do think fit the bill, but like play towards something like an Ambessa or something along those lines I think would feel really good, because you are a little bit lower in consistent damage and you do want to have a lane that you're really focused on kind of putting ahead.
It's also whether he wants to pick it here or whether he wants to wait for the second rotation. Obviously, CFO could then pick their top laner and ban out a couple of good top laners into it. It looks like it is going to be the Ambessa. Really good prediction there.
Yeah, I mean, it is something that fits a bill. You know, I was looking through his champion pool, and it's like, obviously, Gwen is banned out, Jax is banned out. You do want physical damage, and it's something that can kind of play heavily through that side lane. So I think it makes a lot of sense, and I do kind of like what they're drafting here. It's a lot of playmaking. Lee Sin, obviously, sometimes it is difficult to get into that back line, kick someone in, but, well, guess what? Rapid Fire Gold Card sets you up pretty well for those queues. Shen would be a great answer. I actually really like Shen because the Spirit's Refuge, that parry zone, can actually block the gold card. So that is quite nice when they are coming in. It's also a very advantageous matchup in the early levels against Ambessa. I think pre-6 is quite heavily Shen favored. As long as you're actually playing it well, you're pulling the blade through for the empowered autos. I do think it really does go in your favor. The other reason I really, really like it against TF is not only can you answer when they are coming towards you, but you can actually answer TF plays very effectively. Yeah. TF is going to try to ult down to bot to dive. Well, all of a sudden, here's Shen, and now it's going to be a problem.
And then there's a Realm Warp to follow up, right? The ability for CFO to be around the map, which is something that really dictated how good they were in the early game in game 1, is just incredible here. They have so many tools to answer pressure from MKOI, but so many tools also to make their own plays in those side lanes.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, you had talked about how, you thought CFO wasn't necessarily playing the map as well in the later stages. Shen is such a band-aid for your macro. Like, it is so much easier to actually play out because you can basically go and answer every single wave. You don't really have to think too much about it. I'm not expecting him to go like solo queue and go flash ignite. It probably is just going to be flash TP. And then you always have a global pretty much to be able to answer whether it is your ult or your TP. So it's very comfortable to go out towards those side lanes. Would be interested to see what sort of a build he does go for. Obviously, Titanic is very, very popular, but a lot of the Shen 1 tricks do prefer just going like more of a pure tank style, where you're just going something like bombies into Deadmans and then, using that bombing for your early wave clear. You can become incredibly tanky that way. Obviously, your damage is lower, your wave clear is lower, so there are kind of pros and cons. But when you're looking at a damage profile like of a composition and it's a little bit on the low end, sometimes those more aggressively tanky builds can become such a problem for them, and you just can't actually punch through and finish off Shen, especially if you're auto attack focused, just because of that W. That parry zone is so powerful.
Spirit's Refuge just does so much work in that sort of situation. CFO looking towards the Zeri with 4 AD carry bans in the second rotation. Kai'Sa, Varus, Lucian, and Kalista all taken away. If I'm looking at Super, you're falling a little bit down the list. Things like his Xayah, his Tristana. It does have an okay Draven as well if they want to be a bit aggressive in that lane. But for Doggo, it's actually going to be the Jhin locked in the end.
Honestly, I really like Jhin here. I do think one of the kind of struggles of Jhin is punching through frontline. There's not really any super tank that's going to be drafted here. Maybe go towards like a Braum or something, but I don't really expect that. Alvaro, I think, is so good on the playmakers. I do want to kind of continue to see him there. I'll be interesting to see where he goes. If it is going to be something kind of standard like a Rel, which is up and available. Rakan is also up and available. Caitlyn would be interesting and would open the door for more of these aggressive pairings. Some of the Enchanter pairings, things like Nico, I think, can work great as well, because Nico has that luxury of being both an engaged champ and something that can really facilitate the poke very, very well in lane. Obviously, all the tricks with the clone are incredibly strong for actually playing around vision, so it is really powerful, and I do think it would kind of fit as far as what they are looking for, but I'm just not sure if that is exactly what they want Alvaro on.
Yeah, the things you usually look at are Nico or Karma when you're looking at a Caitlyn, right? And it is going to be the Karma pick. I agree with you that having Alvaro on something that doesn't have hard engage kind of mutes MKOI a little bit. Him being able to be a front line is just so powerful, and his flank positions are really good. So I would have preferred the Nico. I also think they don't have a huge amount of CC as a composition. You've got Gold Card, you've got Lee Sin kicking people back, you've got the public execution, and that's about it. So they need to be poking out before fights start. It has to be Gold Card into Yordle Snapchat, into a little bit of poke, because Bard is the final pick here for Kaiwing on CFO.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's going to be very heavily about the 2v2. You know, I do think in the early 2v2, Karma obviously incredibly strong. You start with your ultimate, you can look for the poke. You know, if you are pushing them in, really dominating in the 2v2, then maybe it's completely fine. But it's a lot harder to play around Vision with Karma because you don't have the luxury of just sending in a clone and then scouting on all these areas. You can get picked off, and like you said, there's not a lot of hard CC. Their engage, it's pretty low. You know, it is really some sort of a Lee Sin kick or basically gold card into poke, and I think that's more how they're going to probably play it, is just more go for that rapid fire on JoJo, third item. I mean, standard just row a Lich, rapid fire, throw out that gold card, in comes the Caitlyn Q, in comes the Karma Q, in comes Lee Sin Q, and just constantly poking and prodding in that way, and then only committing once someone is chunked down with the public execution, with Lee Sin going in and try to actually get that kick back, but can be difficult when there is quite a lot of peel over on the other side.
Also really difficult when you fall behind into tanks. If there is a Shen and a Skarner who can just walk up towards you and say, okay, gold card me, it's really hard to play into that if you're behind, because they're just going to be so tanky, for the whole time.
Throw and the gold card, Skarner presses W.
Exactly, right? And they also have long range, non-committal engage if they want it for CFO. The Bard ultimate, that Tempered Fate. You have some mobility on MKOI, but TF isn't going to be able to get away from that Tempered Fate too easily unless he's popping a flash.
Absolutely, and it always does sound a little bit funny to say, but when you are playing these split push comps, I do think it's actually so important to be able to get the early dragons. If you can get an early dragon or two, it buys you so much time to play the map later. So we will see. I mean, if they can actually do really well in this bot lane 2v2, I think that's going to open up options for them massively. You know, if we see Supa and Alvaro creating an advantage, being able to utilize that to get an early dragon or even two early dragons, well, all of a sudden then you have so much time to play the map, to look for plays. There's not pressure on you to actually walk in and try to fight CFO if you don't feel the setup is there.
A couple of unsealed spellbooks in this game. We saw none in game one, but JoJo is running one, as is Kaiwing on this Bard. No real surprises there. Both Twisted Fate and the Bard love to have that utility out of the extra summoner spells.
I mean, there's going to be so much ability to move around the map and answer these plays. You know, when you're thinking about Shen ult, when you're thinking about Realm Warp, when you're thinking about double teleport, and potentially even a teleport or just Bard roaming around and answering those plays. So it is going to be something that you really have to track. You've got to do a great job at monitoring where these people could be, because they're going to be able to respond so much faster than they can in a normal game.
For MKOI, a bad start to the day. Bad start to MSI, although against BLG, they did have some signs of life. In that game 4, Elioa came out afterwards in an interview and said, we were just playing scared. They were over-respecting BLG, they were overthinking, they didn't really play the map the way that they would want to play the map, or the way they would domestically. In game 1 here against CFO, the map was not theirs at all. CFO absolutely controlled everything on Summoner's Rift. So for MKOI now, if there are a few nerves, if there's a little bit of anxiousness, you really need to focus up and get locked in for this game.
You absolutely do, and it's kind of easy to say, but it's hard to do. It's one of these things where it's like, yeah, you know you need to play the champion, not necessarily the player, but it can be very hard to separate the fact that it's like, I'm just playing against a Jax versus I'm playing against Bin's Jax, right? You know, these things really do weigh on you, and it's hard to not sometimes overthink, you know, especially for players. These Western players go up and you get to play against some of your idols even. You're playing against like a Gen G, and it's hard to think, well, Chovy's going to know what we're doing, or Chovy's going to answer it, or they're going to be able to stop us, and sometimes that does lead players into overthinking and not being able to find those opportunities.
Even in a series like this where CFO, they've got great players, but they're not as well known as a Gen G or an AL or a T1. For MKOI, they're the last hope of Europe. That's an expectation placed on them coming into this. And when you lose game 1, you're then thinking a little bit more apprehensively overall. Is Supa and Alvaro able to get the push early on in this bot lane?
Also worth noting, Doggo going for a boot start here, so definitely a lot less popular. This used to be meta, you know, quite a long time ago. We have seen it, I think, once so far this tournament that I can recall. But obviously, when you are playing against a lane that is really heavily skill shot reliant, sometimes people do it against Varus. But obviously, Caitlyn, the Q connects there. But between Caitlyn poke, Karma poke, you really do have to dodge a lot of this. So Doggo really is valuing the extra pots as well as that additional move speed here. But he's already chugged through every one of those potions regardless, and I think he's gonna have to maybe give up that cannon too.
Build over Peacemaker connecting just on the edge of it. JoJo looking for the stun here as the Rune Prison comes out from Hongq. JoJo on the wrong side of the trades in mid. Elio has finished his clear and now he's on the bot side Scuttle Crab. Junjo went towards the top side, but is also on that Scuttle Crab right now. Driver taking a tower shot. Could have been a great trade for him, but shadow dashing underneath that turret range makes it a little bit trickier to get the damage down onto Mirwin.
It really does, and I think he's going to be able to get the crash either way, but it is one of the great ways to play against Shen is because Shen has really crap wave clear. Like, you are so bad at pushing in these waves. That is why you almost always need to rush a bombies or go Titanic or do something to facilitate that. But if you can, before they're able to actually get there, be able to hold waves outside the turret. Sometimes Shen can no longer go aggressive because you can't actually taunt in the tower range, but you struggle to actually crash the wave. So it can be a way to really play effectively against the Shen. And for Mirwin, it really is just all about being able to just kind of survive the early pressure that Shen is going to be put on. You are going to outscale. When you hit Eclipse and you get level 6, you're going to be in a really good spot.
HoNQ locked up with the gold card. Allura jumping in as well. Will hit the Sonic Wave. This is just harass more than anything. Doesn't even pop the cripple part of the E, that Tempest cripple. Junja, though, a magical journey to the bot lane as Alvaro flashes away. Super trying to get away as well, but a good Ishtar's impact. The root blocked there by Super. Alvaro will fall first, and now Super needs to get the hell out of here. Does still have a flash of his own. Doggo flashes, 4th shot to the back. Super and Alvaro fall.
Yeah, Supa tries to block the W there, blocks the root, but the problem is it means Alvaro's just going to go down anyway, and then Supa becomes the target here himself. Doesn't use the flash as Doggo flashes in with the 4-shot. They finish them both off, and this time both the kills go to Doggo. That is such a problem. Early Swifties even going to be able to buy some more damage on top of that. And this Jhin going to be a problem. That's the playmaking we've come to expect here. Kaiwing and Junja so active. I think they were feeling a little bit too comfortable, thinking, you know what, it's Skarner early, he's just going to be farming, he's just going to be chilling, but no vision in the river whatsoever for the MKOI bot lane. You're going to be able to get in behind them. Great flashback from Junja, brings him all the way back, stuns him into the wall, and then Supa trying to survive, but we're going back to live.
Prison's going to hit. There's the Ishtar's impact as well for the suppression. TP coming in from MKOI as they try and save Alvaro. Allura jumps across the wall, and now Junja is in for a world of hurt. He'll fall. MKOI on the board as Mirwin lands with the TP, but will just clear out the wave.
And now they're just going to try to delay Mirwin from getting up towards that top side. Because yes, we did see MKOI overload mid lane. They were able to get a kill there. Great job by them. And they're going to use this to try to start up the dragon. The advantage for CFO is that no one is answering top lane right now. So that is Doggo that is getting this farm up on that top side, trying to catch up as far as the CS is concerned with Supa. And just, you can see he's very slowly pushing this out. It will eventually stack and push away, but he's going to deny probably an entire wave.
Destiny in onto HoNQ. The Rune Prison comes out as well, but Mirwin gets the kill. Ishtar's impact is going to take him back underneath the tower. Has to try and flash away. Junja puts him in the dirt, and Jojo Pyun will be able to walk away. A 1-for-1 exchange. CFO will get the feat of warfare as they picked up their 3rd kill.
This time, I do feel like it favors CFO a lot more because you get that 1-for-1, and again, still no one is actually answering the top side. Kaiwing is going to be annoying here, try to hold as much as he can. But this freeze has been maintained for quite a while. Again, eventually it will stack up and push away here, you have to think. But that is a lot of waves, a lot of experience that is being lost by MKOI on the map. The whole time, Driver has been mid lane. HoNQ gets out, or rather, he's been bot lane. HoNQ gets back out to mid lane and will pick up that wave. So it is going to start showing itself as far as the experience is concerned. You can see Doggo now already hit level 6 here. So he's up with the solo laners as far as experience is concerned because he's been getting solo XP on this top side for quite a long time. And just now, finally, feels like a couple minutes later, MKOI is sending someone up towards that top side to answer.
Super's going to go up there. I'll be matched by Alvaro in a moment's time. Love to see that wave and see if it's still frozen by Doggo and by Kaiwing. No, it looks like it's slowly going to start pushing out towards the MKOI side. So with the freeze broken, should be okay for Super just to stay back underneath his tower until that wave pushes in, with Alvaro still working his way through the jungle. HoNQ doing a good job against Jojo Pyun here in the mid lane, who's gone for the Catalyst. Went double Ruby Crystal to start, gets Catalyst of Aeons now, so isn't going for that immediate damage spike that you can sometimes go for.
Yeah, definitely the most common build these days is just going to be Roa, Lich Bane, Rapid Fire, so kind of expecting that. They are looking for a potential dive here.
Curtain's open. Super has the flash, and because of the protection of Allura and Alvaro, they are able to back away, but this is really well done by CFO. They froze the wave on the top side. Temper Fate connects. It's onto Allura, who flashes away from the Impale. In the end, CFO will just settle for the fact that they denied 2 full waves of minion underneath this tower.
Exactly. Like you said, they have this kind of freeze over by their side for so long. Doggo's getting a solo experience. They lost probably 2 waves or even more from that. Then MKOI is able to crash this wave. And while they're crashing the wave, yes, it is just a trade of summoners and things like that. They're looking for Jojo, though. They're going to be TPing in as well with the Bard.
Junja and HoNQ coming in, and the Stand United is everything invested to make sure that Jojo's done for. Buried on home soil. Jojo goes down.
The Avengers assemble. 4 members from CFO show up. It's a TP from the Bard. It's the Shen ultimate. It's the Realm Warp with 2. 4 members just materialize on your screen, knock down your mid laner, and now they're over here trying to take down these grubs. Elyoya looking to see if there's an angle to steal one away.
He already got the first one, so this would be the second for MKOI if they can get it, and they do manage to sneak it away in the face of CFO. So that's the neutral objective bounty over to MKOI. You also have the first dragon of the game. We're really going to be playing around who gets that first turret, it feels, for the Feats of Strength.
Yeah, it is looking that way for sure. As Doggo back towards that bottom side. Just kind of chilling here against Mirwin, who is not out to the Eclipse yet. That I feel like is where you really start having to respect what the Ambessa can do. It just feels like a completely different champion what it is once it is completed. And Driver is going to be working towards that Titanic Hydra. So is going to be having really high upfront damage, you know, as well as some really powerful wave clear. So even when you start losing out on some of these matchups, one of the real advantages of playing the Titanic, it's like, yeah, you're going to get outscaled by the Ambessa, but you just show up and you one-shot the wave for the Titanic and then you walk away and you're saying, you know what, I'm never going to fight you, I'm just going to fight the wave. And then it allows you to kind of nullify some of that disadvantage that you do have.
Yeah, you'll slowly lose your tower, but much slower than if you didn't go for that wave clear build. Next Drake up in 1.5 minutes. Once again, CFO's vision control really solid on this bottom side of the map. They have a control ward here, a couple of wards in towards where the Razorbeaks are, so they'll spot the fact that Elyoya is there. Hongyu lying in wait will take 1/3 of Alvaro's HP.
Doggo just about a level 8 here. You can see Kaiwing just about level 7, so almost a full level advantage for both that bot lane. That is the fallout of what happened up on the top side. As well, Bard obviously getting a little bit of experience from picking up all of the meeps and everything everywhere.
Loves his chimes. There's a good Bard. Everyone always says Bard's hard to play, and I think it's only because of the minigame.
I think it's actually fake news. Bard is fake hard to play. I always thought it was going to be really hard, and they started playing a lot of Bard, and you realize how much the Q cheats, and you're like,
it's got right angles.
Exactly. But then once you start playing it, you want to keep up the lie, so you can maintain that aura of like, you're right, Bard is really hard to play. I'm just so skilled. It's the only reason I can pull it off. But definitely at the pro level, it is obviously incredibly hard. You can get jumped on, you can get burst down. The ultimate, it is one of the only ultimates that not only can it help you, it can actively hurt your team. So the timing is incredibly important. And you do have to be on point in these kind of games to be able to have any sort of an impact.
I mean, we've learned that supports have a lot of tools to actively harm your team from game 1 as well, haven't we? So obviously it's just a support thing all around.
Let me help him out.
Get him onto the back line, guys. It's fine. Hongyu meeting Mirwin down towards this bottom side. Mirwin has about a 10 CS lead over Driver, even though they're not laning against each other anymore. Hongyu farming up well, 106 CS at the moment. The leads really for CFO are on Doggo, who's picked up those 2 kills. And so he's about 500 gold ahead. As Jun just caught out a little bit here. Alvaro looking for that tether, will land it. Super takes a bit of a chunk, but so does Junja, down to half HP. Temper Fate coming out. Super decides to flash it with Doggo coming in from the side. Hongyu flashes forward. There's the Stand United. Elyoya looking for the kick away. Can't get it in time, and with the curtains opening, the public execution is a little bit too late onto Doggo. Mirwin dashing onto that back line. Doggo flashes away. Alvaro forced down towards the bottom side. Now Mirwin's in the middle of Junja and Kaiwing. The flash forward with the Cosmic Binding isn't going to connect, so Mirwin will take 1. Alvaro coming in and has the shields as well with that Inspire. Alvaro now needs to run though. Rooted up with the Rune Prison. Destiny comes out from Jojo. Gold card locked in. Hongyu slowed up, and MKOI will turn the fight around.
Yeah, we saw the Shen ult coming through. It actually got interrupted by a gold card from Jojo, but then he elected to never teleport. Once Jojo backed off, Shen could have actually TP'd in and tried to join the fight. Decides not to do so, stays up on that top side, and again, because you have no wave clear pre-Titanic, he's not even able to crash the wave or anything, so there's no sort of a punish there. So I am kind of surprised that Driver didn't elect to join the fight. There was a lot of low health bars there, and the extra member really could have made a difference. We see at the beginning of the fight, obviously going pretty heavily in the favor of MKOI, putting a lot of damage down there on a Junja, but then a great ulti here from Kaiwing forces out the flash, and this is when Hongyu says, you know what, I'm going to punish. Supa walks back in, they go with the Realm Warp. This is where the gold card is going to interrupt here. But this is where I feel like you could potentially back off and behind that tower and look even for the TP. Alvaro is dealing with Hongyu. Junja does help to take down Elyoya, but Mirwin is the one who's making all the difference. He pushes out Doggo, so Doggo can't rejoin. They're all trying to gather up and actually knock down Mirwin, but they can't quite do it. The Impale is sidestepped by Mirwin. Hongyu looks for him, but he's going to get avoided. And then finally, Jojo does arrive and gets a kill. On the back end of that play, CFO do grab the dragon, but nicely done there by MKOI.
Temper Fate again. There's the Shadow Dash for the taunt. Deadly Flourish coming out as well. Jojo has to flash away. will manage to survive. It's a race for the first tower as well as Hongkyu continues to push in the bot side. Super's going to stay up top. There's one plate on that turret remaining. CFO backing away from mid. And it looks like it is going to be MKOI claiming that first tower blood.
Yeah, I got to be feeling really good about that. Getting additional gold here onto the Caitlyn. Still good aggressive play from CFO in the mid lane. It was a nice sidestep on the Bard ultimate, you know, gets the Karma move speed from the shield, able to backstep, avoid that. But by doing that, it was really well placed ult. So you either have to walk into it or you have to back up into the Shen. So it was kind of, you know, damned if you do, damned if you don't. And ends up having to use his flash either way there. Couldn't quite knock him down. And Mirwin is going to be able to defend on the bot side. So now we'll see, kind of entering this mid-game stage here at 14 minutes, how MKOI can play the map. You know, Mirwin looked really good in that last fight. He's getting to quite a strong point now. He does have this big advantage after picking up all those kills, has the Eclipse done, working towards the second item. I want to see Elyoya, Jojo play towards Mirwin, you know, be able to slam home advantages, you know, create that pressure in the side lane where all of a sudden 3 members show up, you get a dive, you pressure the tower, you make the options really limited and really difficult there for CFO.
See what Driver does to waves now, though, with that Titanic finish. Has the Bramble Vest as well to deal with Mirwin in the pure 1v1. Rift held up in 7 seconds time. MKOI trying to set up a little bit of vision around it as Alvaro steps in by himself. We'll now have the support of Elyoya.
I also really like the first item here for Bard. Kaiwing going straight for the Mikhails. You know, we talked about kind of the limited engage. It really is going to be fishing for gold cards. So now having the Mikhails, I do think is going to be a great answer. It's something that I think is sometimes a little bit overlooked. People kind of just default to some of these other support items. But I do think it's so powerful, especially when a team is really reliant on, you know, one form of engage that is easily answered. Of course, Mikhail's a much longer cooldown than gold card is, but you know, really can be a game changer there, especially because Doggo has no cleanse, right? He is playing barrier, and so I think without some sort of Mikhails, it's just kind of point and click on Doggo every time, and he would be in trouble.
And the good thing for Mikhails on a gold card is you have quite a long time to see it on its way, so you can get the Mikhails off immediately. Captain Jacket, or you can even Mikhails yourself with a tiny window just beforehand, because it takes a little bit of time to cast. Driver's going to be able to get the tower on the bottom side. MKOI posturing around this Rift Held. Down to 3,000 HP. Junja trying to step in range for the smite. Destiny comes out. Junja steps forward. There's the stun card, and Elyoya will secure the Rift Held and the boots for MKOI.
Something really interesting there. So Mirwin was playing off vision that entire time. He was basically sitting in this area right here trying to hide. And I think what he was hoping was that CFO would fully commit to the fight, and then he would jump in and surprise, I'm already here, be able to turn around.
Chases Driver out of this jungle as well. Junja will be able to come across. He flashes forward for the Ishtar's impact. There's the Impale as well. And look at the damage on Elyoya. Snap. And he is gone. CFO engaging perfectly.
Yeah, Junja really finding his opportunity there, and he is so aggressive when he sees that window for a kill. Driver had been pushing down on bot side, trying to eliminate some of that advantage. Obviously, he took down the tower, pushed in some waves, had been down 1.3k. I assume the gold lead will have closed quite a bit. Yep, plus 400 since we last checked in. And Junja is the one up well over 1,000 gold. He is playing that tank that could be difficult to deal with here. And we talked about the ability for MKOI to play out these fights by stepping forward, hit them with the gold card, poke them down. But when Junja is getting really strong, it is going to be that much more difficult to have that poke really stick and to be able to actually deal with this front line.
It's also just such a good moment to do it, taking the entire bot side of the jungle away. It's basically a 6-camp swing. You're getting 3 camps and your opponent isn't getting 3 camps. Also gets the Scuttle Crab off the back of it. Weren't able to get any other... Pardon?
Quick maths.
Quick maths, yeah, woo. 1 + 1 is 3, minus 2 is 6. No, anyway, no other neutral objectives to do. I did a little bit. Look, man. Man's not hot.
Now we're back to Fast and Furious.
We need to get Freak back here. I remember the good old 2017 days, eating Taco Bell at 3 o'clock in the morning while in the LA studio.
We had him back for a playoff game.
Yeah, it was good. Yeah, solid caster. A little bit bolder than I remember him, I think.
A little bit bolder?
Yeah, he's lost a little bit more hair than the last time I saw him.
Fair.
Yeah.
Happens to the best of us.
Yes, it does.
I'd like you all to know the medic stared right at my bald head after I said that.
It's the reflection from the lights as well. I can't avoid it. Next Drake up in 20 seconds time would be the second of the game for either of these two teams. Driver trying to shadow dash onto Jojo Pion, who doesn't have the teleport currently on this Twisted Fate, running the heal and the flash. Alvaro flashes immediately away from Hongkyu, but the chase continues as Junja finds his man in the jungle. Alvaro with a great mantra there to get a little bit of extra health back. Super tries to open up on Hongkyu, and now the collapse begins for MKOI. Stand United coming out as Hongkyu steps forward onto Mirwin. Mirwin flashes away himself. Jojo's here. Gold card locked in, Temper Fate hits 2. Junja looking for the Ishtar's impact. Oh, everything mistimed. The Impale too slow. The dash in too fast. MKOI are going to look for more as they get the kickback. Public execution onto the back line. MKOI begin to turn the tides in the fight. Flash forward from Super. Immediately into Driver, who lands the taunt. Junja tries to open up, but can't get close enough. Super able to get away across the wall. The chase onto Junja continues. Elioya so deep, though. And the rest of MKOI unable to back him up. Alvo caught with a deadly flourish. The curtains open, looking for Super. Can't find him as he steps out of the back of the range.
Not able to actually grab that last kill. Really messy fight, though, back and forth. Looked like it was going to be really positive for MKOI, and then CFO, they hit this great Bard ulti, and you're thinking, uh-oh, MKOI is going to get cooked here. But Kaiwing throws out the binding way too early. The Impale is not there. You know, everything missed time from CFO, and then they had to go into this fighting retreat. The start of it is Alvaro trying to retreat here, you know, getting hit by the deadly flourish, does have the Mikhails on himself. The Mantra comes out, trying to heal up, and then they see Mirwin here kind of on the bottom of the screen, looking to try to turn onto him. You can see Honkyu's going to flash in with the Stand United, trying to set that up, but then Mirwin gets back. And this is where the health bar is getting a little bit low. CFO realized, okay, we need to retreat. Now, this is all about timing. You have to actually watch the spell effects there. Everything too early. The Impale, the Taunt, the Cosmic Binding. Had they hit that, that is probably just 2 instantly dead members from MKOI and an absolute disaster for the EU side. But then Supa, I think, here gets kind of over-aggressive, flashing into the pit. I feel like that was a bit too far. MKOI getting really excited here, trying to get the most. As Elioya goes through, there's the Spirit's Refuge, there's the shielding from Junja, everything there to try to keep him alive. And you can see, realizing his mistake.
Because if you slow it down as well, you get the Drake off the back of it. Yeah. Now CFO have that Mountain Dragon, a very, very minute gold lead for them as well. Only 100 gold in it so far. 2 items have been completed on Jojo and on Honkyu. AD carry for Doggo as well has 2 in his pocket.
I don't even know if Jojo had spent his gold prior to that fight. Because the last time I saw, he was just on Roa. So, you know, and I saw he was up gold. Okay, nice timing there with the Bard ultimate. Can't always deny that Rift Herald charge. So Jojo buys a full item on his base with the Lich Bane, and obviously with that dagger going to be working in towards the rapid fire. That is where things really do change. You know, not that your damage is really ramping up that much, but it just changes the way that you have to play the game, because all of a sudden you really can just walk forward every time gold card is up and you have the rapid fire ready, and you're just fishing for those gold cards. You're looking for poke. But Doggo on the other side is definitely going to be a problem. He has been playing very well and is likely working in towards LDR third here, I would think.
Yeah, he's in a really strong spot. 700 gold ahead of a Karma Caitlyn lane, which is usually so dominant in the early game, taking 5 plates down towards that bottom side. Super was moved towards top to get some plates for himself, but hasn't actually been able to participate in any of the kills or assists for MKOI.
Yeah, and it would be so interesting to actually know the total gold swing and amount of experience that was missed by MKOI when Doggo was freezing that top side, because to me that was such a big turn in the game where they didn't have kind of those correct lane assignments. They tried to overload one side, really punish. They couldn't quite do it. Because you can really see it even in the experience advantage, you know, still over a full level ahead here, level 13 for Doggo. It is pretty rare that you see them at the same level as the solo laners at this point in the game.
CFO doing a really good job of just funneling into Doggo in the early game, and then since then in teamfights, it's been absolutely on the mark.
Funneling into himself.
Yes, he has. Yes, he has. Ishtar's impact once again from Junja, looking for Alvaro, cancels it, as he thought he was going a little bit deeper than he wanted. Next Drake up in 2 minutes, so this is all just vying for pressure, vying for vision control around this bot side. Obviously with Atakan up, there's always the possibility you can sneak it away. It's something we've seen CFO like to do, are these 2-man objectives while presenting on the rest of the map. Tempered Fate doesn't connect, as you say. Good sidestep there from Alvaro.
Nicely done. Super showing up mid lane though, and Junja's behind him.
He doesn't have flash. Junja going in. There's the Impale, but Super sidesteps it. Now with the TP coming in from MKOI, maybe they'll look for the fight. Destiny as well, cancelled with the Shadow Dash. Jojo's going to lock in the gold card. We'll pocket onto Driver. Meanwhile in the mid lane, Junja able to escape for now. The ace in the hole will only hit on the Kaiwing's backside. And in the end, Junja will manage to get to safety.
Yeah, that's critical though by Supa. Really well done by him. Able to avoid pretty much everything there. Didn't even have his Ghost available, and thankfully didn't need it. He is not playing Cleanse, so Mikhails is going to be done for Alvaro. MKOI now, they don't get the kill, but they did chunk out Junja so low, and they know this is going to be their opportunity here, but wards are on it.
There's a great TP ward for Driver in that Tribush as well. MKOI are going to teleport in Jojo Pion. Artican already down to 7,000 HP. Honkyu trying to get in here as well. Ginger might be too late to get here. Ishtal's impact going forward. Looking for the smite, but kicked away. Now they'll turn onto Honkyu. Public execution down onto him. Rooted up as well by the Yordle Snapchat. He'll fall. MKOI need to retreat out of the curtain calls. Alvaro takes the first shot. Jojo the second and the third. Driver trying to step in, looking for that shadow dash. Mirwin waiting in the bush, seeing if he can find an engage. Driver dashes away with the taunt, and MKOI will back away.
Nicely done, MKOI, you know, getting that bit of pressure all off of this failed dive onto Supa. They get Junja incredibly low. They push him back to base. They immediately use the HP advantage to get down to the Otacon and be able to start that up. And that is a big advantage there for MKOI. Unfortunately, they have not really had the push, so they don't actually have that many flowers, so they're not amplifying that much. But of course, any you're getting for the rest of the game, still going to be bonus. And you do still get that proc on kill, which is going to be potentially game-changing.
Little AoE can really help. The CFO, they want 26 petals to only the 16 of MKOI.
How many flowers per petal? Or how many petals per flower?
It was 3, wasn't it? Didn't you get 3 for the big ones and only 1 for the small one?
True.
So maybe when you pick the flower, some of them immediately die. So it's one of those rare commodities, you know. Can't cook them all, did you say?
Collect.
Oh, collect. Thought it was some sort of tea thing. I'm much more experienced in that than you.
You're like, ooh. The British man stands up and starts paying attention.
Get a good brew on, we'll be very happy. MKOI trying to cook something special up here. Have about a 300 gold lead. 2 items now on Super as well, as we're jockeying for position around the mid lane tower. Driver, Jinju and Honkyu acting as a 3-man squad. Jojo Pyun is just behind the team right now, does have the Destiny. If he wants to go in, will land the gold card. You can see the extra range from the rapid fire cannon there, helping out. Temper Fate hits 2 though. As Super needs to get out of here, taunted immediately. Junjo on the chase as well, and Super has no recourse to survive. Next up is Mirwin, rooted up. The Mikhail's too late. The Ishtal's impact into the Impale. Alyoya dashes in, but immediately is Shadow Dash taunted. CFO find 2 curtains open. Jojo takes 1. Takes 2. Alvaro able to get out to the side, but Jojo's going to fall for it. Kaiwing chasing his opposite man with the Realm Orb coming out. He's sent to the Shadow Realm. CFO with a clean ace.
That's massive for CFO. I mean, not only to get a 5-for-0 ace, they're going to get Baron, they're going to get Dragon, they're going to move to Soul Point here. That is huge. And just like that, they blow the game open. Well, maybe not the Dragon, as it looks like Dragon has hands, as Shen finds out, unfortunately. But they will still be able to take down the Baron. And it all was off of these small differences. Alvaro did not have his Mikhails at the start of that fight. It was a couple seconds on cooldown. Supa is not playing, playing Cleanse, so the fact that you get caught by that Bard ult, perfectly timed taunt comes out of it this time from the Shen. So let's watch this one more time. It's really all about Supa. Supa is going to get hit by this Bard ult, elects not to flash it. I wonder if they knew that Mikhails was still on cooldown. Mikhails just had a couple seconds, couldn't cleanse it, so he gets CC'd up, can't flash, can't do anything from that point. Would have needed to flash the Bard ult, but may have been thinking, my support has Mikhails, I'm going to be fine, I'll just flash afterwards if I have to. But once he goes down, it's a full-on retreat here for MKOI. And CFO are not going to let them do that. They just chase after. Doggo still has the ult for the end of the fight. There's nowhere for them to go. They're able to use all of this mobility, all of this power to chase him down, get all the kills, get the Baron, and now open up an absolutely enormous lead here. They will eventually get back to that Dragon and take that as well. Being on Mountain Soul Point is really problematic when you're already behind.
Especially on, it's a relatively low damage composition coming out from MKOI. When you're in this spot, you only have a 2-item AD carry. Mirwin almost caught, has to flash. Serpent's Fang on Mirwin as well to try and get through some of the shields that are happening on CFO. That's Stand United, obviously one of them. Rise getting shields as well. Driver's going to be able to push through the mid lane. Goes in with the taunt. Alyoya with the kickback. Dragon's Rage underneath the tower. Driver surviving for an absolute age, and we talk about no damage, and there it is. Driver will go down. The curtains open as Junja goes in with the Impale. They'll find one in answer. It's Alvaro falling. Magical Journey away from Junja. Destiny going in as well as Jojo Pyun looks for them, but he goes too deep and has to flash himself. CFO are unrelenting in their pressure here. Honkyu flashes forward, can't quite land the spell flux, but the Realm Orb's there for the chase, and Doggo's barking. He jumps back in as Mirwin's looking for the engage, but he's knocked into the wall, and what can he do? In the face of 4 of CFO, this might just be game.
It's looking like it. Doggo knocks down another one there. They are going to pull back, though. They do have some low health bars. Driver got very aggressive. Goes for the taunt flash in the 1v3. You know, is not able to make anything happen, but he does at least get McHale's out. He buys a lot of time for the rest of the team to come over. And CFO, with this gold leader, just so confident to continue the fight here. Posturing so aggressively. We saw very many summoners getting used. And now they're looking for JoJo. They're just TPing.
He steps forward immediately TP. There's the Tempered Fate as well. Kaiwing teleported in with the Unsealed Spellbook to hit the Tempered Fate. And CFO are not giving MKOI a moment to breathe.
Doggo still has not yet based. He is incredibly low. Will they elect to stay around? They're trying to heal him up a little bit with these Bard health backs, but it is still a bit risky.
It's the last wave of Baron push, so I think they're just seeing if they can chip away at this inhibitor tower. As you say, a bit risky, but we also talked about how little MKOI actually have in terms of hard engage. So assuming Doggo just plays a little bit further back, he's fine. Use your front line. There's the redemption, back to full HP. The inhibitor tower goes down. Baron about to expire on them, but they can just push forward for the inhibitor because MKOI still don't have their mid laner for 20 seconds.
Yeah, CFO electing to just kind of back off right now, though. Hongq has no ult, has no TP, so they don't want to overstay their welcome. I think Doggo is going to have a massive amount of gold in pocket. I wouldn't be surprised to see like a full IE come through, and if you do see that, that is concerning for MKOI and their fans, and that is going to be the reality you are facing down. This guy has so much move speed, has the full IE, 7, 0, and 8 now. Have not been able to take him down. And CFO on the precipice here of moving us to match point against MKOI.
And really clean as well in both the games. First game, a couple of hiccups in the mid game where MKOI were able to get back, but CFO just really know the limits of their team compositions. We see them getting caught out a little bit in the red side jungle. They back away, but then realize they can re-engage. We see in the mid lane, they get caught out a little bit as well, but then they re-engage. Their ability after absorbing the initial burst from MKOI, or after absorbing the initial stun, Tempered Fate after Tempered Fate from Kaiwing hitting the backline, and then CFO can all just collapse onto a single target.
Absolutely. Driver's just been so annoying in these side lanes. He's constantly pushing out the waves. They've been able to get experience advantages because they're non-stop pushing in these side waves. Even building towards, which I'm assuming is going to be a Warmogs, which if he gets there means, well, Poke is not going to do anything anymore. That is going to be really difficult for them to deal with. It's already so hard for them to actually knock through these front lines. It's really all up to Supa, and CFO knows that. Every single fight, they're just flying at Supa. They're sending everything at him. They're not allowing him to stand and fire and actually get that damage out because they know as long as we're putting the pressure on Supa, JoJo's not going to kill your tanks, and Mirwin, it's going to take way too long to really be able to do it by himself. They are so reliant on Supa with this composition.
Supa is 1.4 thousand gold behind. For MKOI, the smallest of windows is this next Dragon or Baron fight. They're spawning at about the same time. If you can sneak away one of them, perhaps there's a way back into the game, but I really don't think CFO are going to give you that luxury. They've been so adamant with their vision control. They've been precise. Look at how deep their vision line is into the MKOI jungle. It's past the red buff. It's around where the wolves are. It's so hard for MKOI to step up, especially since they don't have a true tank. Yeah. So who is guiding this Karma through? Well, it's Mirwin right now, but he needs at least another member, or even 3 of them, to actually put pressure into the enemy side of the map.
Absolutely, and Elyoya just hasn't really been able to get much value on the Lee Sin so far this game, you know, but there is always the opportunity to make a big play on this champion, and that is why it is so exciting to watch. You know, he is down 2.6k. It's going to be very hard, but hey, if you can get into the back line, you know, kick someone like Doggo in, get a kill on him right to start a fight, then you have more of an opportunity. But that is just about a full death cap. This guy is well and truly online, hit level 18, and he's ridiculously strong, so you're going to have to find those kind of picks. You're going to have to find those kind of plays. And really, the only one who has that kind of like explosive X factor is Elyoya. So it falls squarely on his shoulders.
The captain of the team rebuilt it around him.
He's behind them.
As he is behind them on that flank position. The Dragon secured by Hongq in just a moment's time. Has that Realm Warp. That's why he's been left to his own devices down there. Will be sold for CFO. There we go. He secures it. Driver looking in. TP coming out from Hongq as Jojo Pim will land the stun across the wall, but Junja's already onto towards the back line. Driver's taken no damage as of yet. Mirwin trying to dance around. Hongq goes very deep though, but there's the Stand United, there's the shield, there's the Semaphs! The angel on his shoulder keeps him alive. Alvaro forced away, and Hongq just jumped into the middle of MKOI, survived. Driver TPs into the base. MKOI, they had one last roll of the dice, but it's coming up Snake Eyes.
Not going to be able to do anything everything there. Hongq knows his strength, pairs up with Driver, and they are on the march to take down this game.
Elyoya's going to try and defend, but he's the only one left standing for MKOI alongside Alvaro, who might die as the collapse from CFO can just come in. The inhibitor does respawn in the mid lane. There's Doggo. 10-0-8. His bite is worse than his bark. And CFO pushing. Elyoya trying to defend, but what can he do against all of CFO? One game away from glory here for Apex. CFO are flying high.
CFO very nearly took down T1, and now completely unconcerned with what MKOI is bringing out here. They are looking like they are in full control, really playing well in this series. Doggo has been a standout. Junja has been creating so much action. I love the draft. I love the answers here. The early pick TF, so well answered by the mobility that CFO has gone for. The Shen, I think super undervalued pick. Really great into the Ambessa, lets you play the map. And it's been so exciting to see them make these adaptations alongside the Spellbook Bard that's everywhere, the Rise. They have been playing great. What do you think, Desk? Is it a sweep?
Sweep, but my day's a little bit better because we have a very special guest here, Cloud9's Vulcan. Welcome.
Thank you, thank you. It's nice to be here.
Yeah, it's great to have you. I wish it was under better circumstances from the EU camp, but I think you're really happy to see that.
Yeah, I am also. I mean, unfortunately, our last hope of NA, not last hope, I guess FlyQuest is still going strong, but
yeah.
I'm
very let down by the fact that the four European players, sorry, are letting down my little brother Jojo.
That's what I was about to say. In fact, if you were here earlier, you were his good luck charm. Where the hell have you been?
I just got here. I don't know. I mean, now you should be good, right? I just arrived.
I mean, Surely. He was missing CS and stuff in lane in game 1, so I'm glad you're here.
Keep him accountable.
But nothing was his fault. I'll say that. It was a team error, and especially CFO being extremely good. So what I want to do, since you missed the game, since you were in the car, most of it, I want you to blind react to a few things. The first thing is a draft, and I'd love to know from your professional opinion how you thought the early game would play out when you see the draft, as you will in just a second. And there's one pick in particular that you're gonna love.
Boom.
Bard.
Yeah.
That's the one thing that sticks out. I mean, the thing about the Caitlyn Karma with TF is they should be able theoretically to snowball. They should be able to get turrets, push their lane, you know, be able to snowball that way. But I really like the Bard pick because even though your lane is hard, you have the W, you can. I always like to put like 2 points in it. If you're in a pretty difficult matchup, you can heal through it. The other thing also to point out is that they have Rise and Shen, who both have globals, so they're able to get some help. It's kind of hard for Caitlyn Karma to really always be pressing, always be pushing up in the lane when they're playing against globals like that. And yeah, I mean, I would just love to play Bard in a game like this against Caitlyn Karma, two targets that you can ult, Semper TF, and you're very comfortable building Mikkel's as well going into TF.
Expert read.
A pretty expert read.
Yeah.
Although I think what's going to be crushing, if we can queue up that first replay, is that I would love for you to have been right about the global advantage. It did come through in later stages of the game, but they didn't even have to wait for the globals to be available before it all
was almost
came
global. Look at that
crashing down.
The jungle gap.
I mean,
unfortunately.
And this was, I think, the unmitigated disaster, because the strong points you highlighted, the Caitlyn Karma, the Twisted Fate being set up, just got kind of obliterated in the first few minutes of this game.
Yeah, that's tough because that throws a wrench in your, your whole game plan. And so early on, I think, yeah, that's tough to watch. I didn't see that one.
Yeah.
I kind of wish I didn't, to be honest.
Same here, to be honest.
Me too. But unfortunately, I did. And now, yeah, CFO is on match point, and I think you can point out there that everyone did their job correctly, and you will see this from these replays as well, and I think we agree on all that. Raz, they just look so focused, CFO. They never miss a beat. If you put 1 foot out of order, they're killing your entire team, and I think that's what MKOI is struggling with the most, and it's beautiful to see from the side of the Oysters.
Yeah, exactly. The two people that we are always looking at coming into this tournament is Junja and Kaiwing, like the core of the squad, only because they set up objectives really well, and they had the ability to do that with their picks, specifically the Bard. I thought it was a great Bard game.
Captain Flowers is somewhere.
He loves this one.
Absolutely elated, screaming for this. But they were also really long range in their engages, which caught them off guard a lot.
Yeah, and I think you can see here, while MKOI were able to find some angles back, CFO were always in a much better position to punish, and it wasn't just the global advantage that you mentioned earlier, Vulcan. They were just already positioning better. They added the globals on top of that, and so for the vast majority of fights, they were in complete control. There were glimmers of hope. We did see the Caitlyn still get to do some Caitlyn stuff, still get to stay at range, but then your favorite pick, the Bard, I think ended up being so clutch, because even when MKOI had that glimmer, Tempered Fate after Tempered Fate after Tempered Fate, and
It wasn't
such a touch pick.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've seen it now 2 times, you know, yesterday also against, from FlyQuest against G2, specifically Busio with an absolute masterclass. Do you think Bard is completely back and it should be an S-tier pick?
It's tough because he's pretty conditional. I think kind of like how I mentioned earlier, the fact that you're playing against TF, Kate, and Karma, who are all targets that you can ult, it makes it really good. But in the same time, if you play against like an Akali, for example, Ezreal, you don't have as much value because you can't really create picks. So it's still like conditional. It still depends on the draft. But yeah, I mean, I'm happy to see more Pry on it. I think it's been undervalued for quite some time, and it's also very fun to watch.
Such a fun pick, really.
I think for the emerging Bard fans of this tournament, whether it's Busio or Keria or Kai Wing, is it just as simple as if the enemy team has some of these immobile carries, whether it's something like a Varus, etc., should we be expecting Bard to come in? When are you calling on your team, for example, hey, this is a really great Bard angle? What do you need to set this pick up?
The first thing I'll look at is the carries, mobile or not. And then after that, I'll think about, am I able to get through lane without, you know, being massively behind?
Yeah.
Because most of the time, that's the other condition is like, Bard doesn't offer that much in lane. You have to be able to do those kind of plays that I looked at just now with, you know, with portaling behind, Skarner flashes behind the guy, brings him back to the team. You have to look for angles like that. But if you think, yeah, those two check boxes you can get out of lane, and you have carries that you can ult, then I think most of the time it'll be a good pick.
Yeah, and I think we certainly saw that. The Tempered Fate, a terrifying ability, no doubt, in my mind.
Yep, I'm just playing around with this tool. We have to kind of show the advantages. You see the goal difference over time there as well. And I just think for Flying Oyster, we really see how they have taken everything they learned at first stand. Maybe also the disappointment of not being able to show what they could. Because mind you not, if you missed this 2 days ago, they almost beat T1. They went 5 games with them. They went toe-to-toe. So actually, if you think about it in that context, this could be an expected result.
It could be, and I just think that CFO has been so strong at playing around objectives. Even when they make mistakes, they played out the situation even better. Like a good example is like MKOI in the red side jungle, I thought, had windows. They had an opportunity. They had a good chase down. Then Lee Sin dies, then it gets like reset a little bit. So I want to see a little bit more out of that team. That being said, there has been a shift. MKOI selected blue side. Rest is subbing in. So it's always frustrating going up against this team. You're like, okay, now I'm prepared. Like Mirwin's doing well, and then you have to deal with the roster as well.
We do have Vulcan here, and I know you're conflicted because JoJo is on the roster, but you hate EU. So what do you want to say about this next game?
Yeah, it's very conflicting. You have a point there. I do hate EU a lot. No, I'm kidding. But yeah, I just hope for a good series. I hope for a bounce back. I hope that JoJo can bring it back. Game 5 would be very hype. Yeah, I think obviously, as we've shown, you know, yesterday, I think NA is a lot better than EU. So I think the coaches, I hope that they realize that they have to draft around JoJo.
I didn't need direct eye contact. Yeah. You didn't have to look me straight in the eyes as you said that.
Anyways, Twitch subscriptions are back for MSI. Subscribers enjoy benefits like enjoying MSI ad-free, custom chat emotes, badges, and more. Riot allocates a portion of the proceeds to the global revenue pool, directly supporting the leagues and teams in the LoL Esports ecosystem. You can subscribe now to unlock the Not Like This Hui in-game emote. And we'll be back for Game 3. It might be MKOI's last.
All right, guys, I just landed in China. Let's go.
Play the local way, pay your way.
Have you ever seen the Great Wall at night?
Play the local way, pay your way.
Get summer ready at Verizon. All new and existing customers get iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. Yep, iPhone 16 Pro on us. Only with Verizon.
feel it coming. The pressure start thumping, ain't no running. It might cause a rave, all my people start jumping. You can feel the rush, it'll get your blood pumping. Okay, you better take a seat. Don't step inside the kitchen if you cannot take the heat. It's looking like a feast, guaranteed to flame the streets. It's a jungle outside, tell me who can tame a beast. Something lethal, like a beast that can't be tamed. This the kind of rage you can't contain. Yeah, this might be something lethal. You can really feel the flames, feeling like it's borderline insane. Man, this might be something lethal. Yeah, this might be something lethal. Welcome to the valley, it'll eat you alive. It'll hit you out of nowhere like a thief in the night. Ain't no way you can hide, it came seeking a fight. Push the pedal to the metal, better keep up the stride. Keep up the pace, this is a race, we gon' light up this place. Please make some space, or move out the way. Come in with pressure, get smacked in the face. Something lethal, like a beast that can't be tamed. This the kind of rage you can't contain. Yeah, this might be something lethal. You can really feel the flames, feeling like it's borderline insane. Man, this might be something lethal. Yeah, 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 this might be something lethal. Welcome to the main event. 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 Let's go. Through the fire in the rain, I was born to rise above. Kept on pushing through the pain till I made it out the mud. Now the dam's about to break, so get ready for the flood. Can you feel the rush? The beast is waking up. Welcome to the main event. We spent the whole night waiting for the best of the best. Welcome to the main event. You got the whole world watching. Will you rise to the test? Let's go. Welcome to the main event. Welcome to the main.
Let me throw it down to the ground, make them turn around in the dark and light.
He wants to go in, we'll land the gold card. You can see the extra range from the rapid fire cannon there helping out. Temper Fate hits 2 though. As Super needs to get out of here, taunted immediately. Junjo on the chase as well, and Super has no recourse to survive. Next up is Mirwin, rooted up. The Mikhail's too late. The Ishtal's impact into the Impale, and Yoya dashes in, but immediately is Shadow Dash taunted. CFO find 2 curtains open. Jojo takes 1, takes 2. Alvaro able to get out to the side, but Jojo's gonna fall for it. Kaiwing chasing his opposite man with the Realm Warp coming out. He's sent to the Shadow Realm. CFO with a clean ace. And that's as we see how CFO have dominated the last 2 games. The question in your head has to be, do MKOI have anything left in the tank? Because at the moment in the Battle of the Aquatic, it is the Oysters who are swimming happily. And I'm sorry, but MKOI are sleeping with the fishes.
You just couldn't help yourself.
Let's get it out.
You said you wish Freak was back. Well, here he is. Yeah, there you go.
Channeling.
Living on.
In a David Turley, you know?
Yeah. Well, Rest is going to be subbing in, so maybe that's going to be an opening here for MKOI. I do feel like Driver has been performing a lot better, honestly, so far this tournament. But this is something that CFO always does. They swap back and forth between these 2 top laners. Rest is kind of known as the carry guy, so that does give a little bit of a tip of the hand here as we enter into Champion Select, powered by Omen and HyperX. MKOI must reverse sweep or they will be done here at MSI. Well, CFO just need 1 more game to close this out and move on, where they would play the loser of AL, of course. They would play AL because that happened yesterday. So obviously an incredibly difficult challenge that they would be facing, but want to take that chance.
I mean, every opportunity, CFO have stepped up to the challenge at this MSI, taking T1 to 5 games now, coming into this series as a close team, but definitely the underdogs. I think most people expected MKOI to be the slightly better of the 2, and just dominating the first 2 games. Is Jace Pantheon and Cassante banned away by MKOI, Gwen and Vi removed by CFO.
Yeah, so Jace, the most played for Rest. Cassante, third most played for Rest. So clearly trying to throw something at what his expected champion pool is. Going to be curious to see where Rest does go, because you'll remember back towards Game 5 when they were playing against T1. He came in, he was actually playing the Ornn. That one did not go well for him, but we had heard in the interviews that that was more due to jet lag that Driver was experiencing, and he wanted to sub himself out.
Yeah, I think Driver said it's only his second time on the international stage. There was a little bit of jet lag, a bit of anxiety around it all as well. So credit to CFO for making that swap at that sort of moment. It's going to be Talia locked in for MKOI, one of JoJo's best champions this split in the LEC. CFO are looking towards the Aurora as an answer, which is something we have seen quite a few times over MSI, and that will be locked in as well.
Yeah, I mean, Aurora has been looking very strong so far. A lot of these players are showing up, really showcasing
Yorick immediately.
Wow, Yorick blind to me, I love the champion, just so not a fan. We'll see what the answer is going to be for Mirwin, because Mirwin is one of the guys that can, he can play everything, right? Yeah. So I would be almost most scared. There it is, finally.
It's the best counter.
This to me, I play a lot of Yorick. This matchup is unplayable. This is the worst matchup, one of the worst matchups I've ever played, not just for Yorick, but of any champion. It is truly horrible. Every time you spawn your ghouls, Aurelia just Q1 shots them all, stacks up the passive. It is so hard, even from ahead, to actually be able to win this out. You need your jungler. You need your jungler to be able to 2v1, put you in a position where this Aurelia is just slammed into the ground, because it is so tough. And this is a matchup that I've almost stopped talking about in Pro, because no one wants to play Aurelia, because it is such a risky pick. Aurelia has to be flying in, playing aggressive in those side lanes. The only way you win lanes is by throwing yourself into a position where you're easy to gank.
Yeah, it really is, and I like what CFO have done to answer it by saying, okay, if you want to go in on the Aurelia, we're going to pick the Nocturne. Gives you side lane threat, but also, as soon as Mirwin's jumping onto the backline, Paranoia's popped. The rest of his team can't see him. MKOI tried to mitigate a bit of Aurelia's weaknesses by picking up the Poppy themselves, because obviously Steadfast Presence, very powerful into a champion that just wants to dash.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, it's going to be really interesting to see how they actually plan this out. To me, this game is already almost entirely about top lane. Both of these champions are extremely impressive from ahead and absolutely useless if they are put into the ground. So we have to see drafts, I think, that have really kind of bot lanes that can just work on their own, that don't necessarily need a lot of jungle attention, that don't necessarily need a lot of help. I would really be thinking about, okay, how can I actually play this out to where, I have strong wave clear, I'm not going to be threatened in the dives, I'm going to be able to just chill on an island here so my jungler can play for top side, because I think that is where this game will be decided. Draven would absolutely not be it. To me, it's Senna, I think, is a fantastic pick that would actually allow you to play towards that side lane that is pretty good at actually sustaining on your own, especially when paired with a stronger laning support.
And as soon as you get the static shiv as well, it's really easy just to sit in that mid lane, push out the waves. If you put something like the Nautilus alongside it as well, it gives him a little bit of extra safety. Kai'Sa's going to be the pick. Has a little bit of safety herself with the Killer Instinct and the Supercharge. You can avoid a bit of damage, but as you say, full dive really seems to be the name of the game for CFO. MKOI are going to have to watch their flanks when it comes to this Paranoia coming down.
And I mean, Nautilus is still up and available. Obviously, one of the really common pairings. Rakan is still up and available too. I think Xayah Rakan makes a ton of sense here for MKOI. It's a great answer to a full dive comp, which is what we are obviously showing from CFO. Does mean that you'd be giving the Nautilus over, but honestly, who cares? The counter engage, I think, is fantastic from the MKOI side. Instead, they are going to be going in towards the Rel, so grabbing up the Rel for themselves here. Very interesting, and that does leave both the Rakan as well as that Nautilus as options for CFO.
My expectation would be
unless they really want to cook.
Nah, I mean, Renata also does a similar thing with the hostile takeover and the handshake. You can protect your AD carry a little bit if you think you're going to be overcome by the dive that comes out from MKOI.
Like hard engage here. I don't like the Renata, honestly. I would be very surprised. I think he's just kind of hovering around for fun, and I think he's going to lock in hard engage. I just don't really buy it when it's like you need some sort of a go button, right? You need to be able to actually lock these people up, apply CC so that the Killer Instinct can even be used, right? Otherwise, what is your CC? You're waiting for a Fear Tether to proc the Plasma so that Kai'Sa can go into the back line? It just wouldn't make sense. So it's going to be very interesting. Two teams playing two very different styles. For MKOI, it's all about stifling the engage, absorbing it, being able to then turn around the fight in the longer run. Whereas for CFO, it's all about that first punch and, of course, playing through side lane. Both MKOI and CFO are going to have eyes on that top lane. Rest and Mirwin. The fate of their teams, I think, really will be on their shoulders here.
Yeah, a huge amount of weight on Mirwin's shoulders. Aurelia, the last time we saw her was back in 2023 from Chasey on Mad Lions, which is the team that MKOI then became, or came out of, at MSI. So It's going to be really interesting to see how this Aurelia does. A lot of weight on Mirwin's shoulders. Non-subscribers can come back in about 30 seconds, as we will see you then. For now, we'll see the coaches handshaking on the stage and get into Game 3 here. CFO, one game away from a historic victory for the LCP, for the APAC region. A few times we have seen this region managed to beat out EU, but all time it's like 9-23 in favor of EU. In series, it tends to be close, but EU comes out on top.
Yeah, absolutely. But you also have to take in consideration 4 of those wins were right at first stand, right? You know, we saw that CFO was able to 2-0 KC and then had a close best of 5. It was 2-3 that they lost, but still overall score 4-3. They actually were winning a lot of games there. This team is something different, right? And we have to respect how good they have gotten. CFO really is a threat on the international stage. They are absolutely proving that. Mirwin, though, this is the kind of game that is make or break for you. You are known as one of these really impressive carry players who has this deep bag of champions that you can pull from. This is an absolute hard counter in the 1v1. Yeah. You have the opportunity to take over this game, and I really want to see if he can actually step up with all the pressure on his shoulders and do it, because Aurelia, it's not just going to be about the 1v1, it's going to be about that later stage.
Go comes in, crash down from Alvaro. There's the heal coming out as well, as CFO will just start to retreat. Ghost was used by Super for the chase, so it's a summoner for a summoner. I think this is too late on a recall from Doggo. I'm not going to be back in the lane too early, and Alvaro and Super trying to make sure that he can't get back easily.
Vulcan, watching from the crowd, hanging out. Yeah, it is going to be a bit of a tough start. So you lose your potion, you're still not going to be full HP, but that was a risky invade. They were just kind of trying to walk in blind, and as a result, they are punished. So MKOI going to be really happy about how things are starting out. And all eyes on the top lane here. Again, it's not like it's just you're just going to straight up kill him at level 1 or something, but the whole reason it's so difficult is because of this interaction where you summon the ghouls, Aurelia just Qs them all, one-shots them, heals up, gets the passive stacked.
Crash down in from Alvaro as they're going to force Doggo away once again. Not level 2 yet, so you don't have the Shadowing Strike or the Blade Caller, but still good damage down to Doggo. We did see the shared champion pool between Mirwin and Rest, but Mirwin hasn't brought out the Aurelia so far this year, unsurprisingly. Smite goes down. Lioya is the one to get that Gromp and should be able to walk away from Junja here. Looking for the slam into the wall. Won't have enough damage to kill him, but definitely harasses him out. Using the bot lane pressure well there, Lioya.
Yeah, really nice invade. Just goes Raptors, meets his opponent over at that buff, and Junja had no smite. He had already used it on the first camp to get that quicker level 2. Poppy, of course, just deletes the Raptors. Bot lane going horrible here for CFO, so you've got to be so happy about how this actually starts out. They already got a play. Doggo had to base with 1 CS. He just had passive gold that was enough to get him another potion, so that was his buy on the first base. Still level 1 here as well, and things are just going to get that much more difficult.
You see the ghouls come out, and there they go. Very quickly back to the grave. That's the power of the Blade Surge from Mirwin here on the Aurelia. Good start early hit for MKOI. I think this Xayah Rel is going better than the Caitlyn Karma was in terms of 2v2 pressure, which is surprising considering how strong Kate Karma usually is.
Absolutely, but you have to take in consideration how the level 1 went, right? And it was really about that aggression, as Mirwin, again, just going to be able to heal up, and now with the passive stack, Conqueror stacked.
Conqueror fully stacked here onto Rest. Doesn't have another Blade Surge to work with, but Rest forced back once again. Yorick does have a few innate tools for sustain. Last Strike giving you a bit of health back as Jojo taken out. Thought he could escape with the flash, but the threefold Hex just follows him.
We saw the exact same thing happening to Quad. You know, you get that damage through threefold Hex, comes back, able to actually take him out. Lioya going to get supported here as well, as Honky's just going to TP right into this ward.
Making sure that Ginger can get the Scuttle Crab. Nice TP from Honku. Doesn't really lose anything because he's just going to walk over to the mid lane once again. Jojo had already TP'd to the mid lane wave, so they knew that they could have the 2v1 advantage right there. Leads for MKOI in the top side and the bot side, but mid and jungle very much in favor of CFO. Partly because Lioya spent a lot of time trying to steal away these camps. We'll have another look at this. Jojo very low on mana, trying to catch the wave quite high up in the lane.
Yeah, Honku goes in, proxy electrocute, and there it is. Hits him with the 2-fold Hex, and when you flash through, you can still do the pullback, and of course that damage is going to follow, able to finish him off. And Jojo just admitting the mistake, but MKOI looking for a dive here, Rest in trouble.
Yeah, slammed into the wall. There's the flawless duet to follow up, and Lioya on the board. MKOI get there first, Mirwin gets a plate. And he is getting pretty fat already on this Aurelia.
Yeah, it's going to be so hard for Rest. Already down 600 gold here. Elyoya only has taken 4 camps, but has been active, trying to stay aggressive.
No flash for Jojo. Has to sidestep the grand entrance. Well done to escape Kaiwing's clutches. TP coming out from Rest. He's going back down to the bottom lane. And with the recall coming out from Super, I expect he'll match the pressure on the top side from Doggo.
Yeah, really nice movement there from Jojo. Sidesteps the W from Rakan. Sidesteps the Q as well coming through from Hongq. That is critical when you've already gone down once. You can't afford to make those mistakes, especially if you're forced to base or even die without teleport. It is so much more punishing that second time. So has to stay alive, and Alvaro is here, and Hongq could be in trouble.
The shove doesn't connect. Flash, shadowing strike, but the weirding out from Hongq will get him to safety. Goes invisible. Doesn't have to burn the flash, which I think is really what MKOI were looking for there, just trying to even out that summoner spell disadvantage. Hongq flashes in though, and Jojo's dead again! That's not optimal, but Hongq is absolutely slapping. Elyoya comes in, will put the hammer down and get a kill in response, but Hongq in the 1v1 is just destroying Jojo.
He is going crazy already here as Mir went down towards this bot side. With Rest, Super going to be able to kite this out. Hongq making such a difference in this last game, as it feels like he's going to kind of have to, because top lane is already really struggling, and it does not get easier in this matchup.
Maybe slightly behind in terms of XP right now, but should be able to catch back up as the wave pushes in. Rest has brought in the Maiden to try and just get a little bit of extra pressure in the lane, but she's not that tanky right now, only 1,000 HP on her, so with a little bit of help from a friend, Mirwin should be able to take that down pretty sharpish. Has gone Cull as well on this Aurelia, just trying to farm up, as has Super on the Xayah.
Yep, going to be going Cull, and you can see that Rest is going to be going for the Bramble Vest early. Really, when I've played this matchup, all you do is you try to survive. Like, you just try to not be the reason your team loses the game, because you're never really going to be able to win that 1v1. So, you know, rushing towards Triforce I think becomes less important. To me, it's like you're just going Bramble Vest into tabbies and trying not to die.
Paranoia from Junja. The flash from the Fear Tether is enough to keep Super safe. He was actually positioning up because that plate was about to fall on the top side, so he wanted to get the gold from it. Elyoya now coming down towards the bottom side. Rest does have his flash available, puts down the cage, but I don't think Rest is able to escape from this. Meanwhile, on the top side, Alvaro and Jojo Pyun are still fighting. Jojo Pyun down to a 3rd HP as Rest falls on the bottom side. Able to escape. Kaiwing and Hongq coming up on top in the mid lane.
Nicely done. Mirwin able to get another kill there with the help of Elyoya. Doesn't even have to use his ultimate as well to add insult to injury there. Able to just chase him down, get the kill. Will be able to get a good base here. And when you get to Blade of the Rune King, any fun that you were having is already going to be well and truly over here. Jojo just trying to survive mid lane against Hongq. The rest of the map is doing really, really well. So Jojo just needs to kind of sit back, chill. That is the 1 point of power right now for CFO. Junja at the very least did get Ghost Flash out of his first ultimate, but the ultimate cooldown early on is so long on Nocturne, you really want to be able to cash in on that first kill.
Especially when you're doing it against a Xayah and you get her flash out, but she's about to hit level 6.
Yeah.
It's like, well, I have more tools at my disposal to be safe. I have that Featherstorm now. So even if you come back in with the Paranoia, I can at least delay for the follow-up of the rest of my team. It's the first time in this series that we've seen MKOI with a gold lead in the early game. About 1,200 ahead right now, as CFO are going to claim the first Drake of the game.
CFO able to grab that dragon here, not super early, and the grubs are up, so we'll see if anyone's going to make a move towards those here pretty quickly. But it feels like Elyoya, you know, has been very active, got some kills, wants to just go back and keep his farm up, because even though he was up in gold, you know, he was quite a few camps down. You can see the KDA for Doggo has yet to die across those first 2 games. This guy has been stellar, really pumping out the damage, positioning well. He is just such a talent, and really is so fun to actually watch him. And Emily was just telling me about an interview that he had given where he was saying this MSI is so important to him because it felt like it was the first time that he had earned it himself, you know, actually getting there himself. Of course, he had subbed in before in the past on loan for another team, but this is, you know, him earning his trip here and really wants to perform well to show that, hey, you know, I deserve to be here amongst the best in the world.
I think there's a lot of people as well who have only watched him in the LPL as the Paranoia goes down onto Mirwin, who has no flash and no escape from this. Rest gets the shutdown, and Mirwin just a little bit too greedy on his own in the bot side.
Yep, that is a really nice play there from Junja. You have to depend on your jungler in this matchup. And Junja is a very dependable jungler, so gets down there, is able to get the kill. Mirwin didn't have flash, and now MKOI trying to pressure on the other side of the map. You can see Junja, though, running up there with Kaiwing, is there to cover.
Shadowing Strike doesn't hit. Alvaro starts to run away. Hasn't invested too much in this right now.
Spamming the emotes, man.
He really is. is going to be able to walk away. Junja here for the cover as well, so in the end, Super will just be able to chip away at that tower, not quite take the plate, but should clear out this next wave. I was saying about Doggo, I think there'll be a lot of people who only watched him in the LPL where he underperformed and think, oh, this guy's not actually all that. Yeah. But when you watch him in the LCP, he's just so consistently one of the best AD carries in the league, and you've seen him here as well. Unkilled in this series, had a great series versus T1 as well. He's just such a good player that we don't get to see enough of.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, mechanically, he's extremely impressive. So definitely a treat to watch here. Has been performing incredibly well against some of the best in the world. I mean, you go up against T1 bot lane, you're laning against Keria and Guma, and you perform well. Like, oh, okay, you're pretty good. I don't think it gets much harder than that. So we'll see if he can kind of continue that. Mirwin obviously did go down, but is still significantly ahead in that 1v1 on the top side, working towards that Blade of Rune King. 30 more stacks on the cult. And we'll be in towards that. And Elyoya, with all this early pressure that he's put out, already is on the Sundered Sky, so is going to have quite a bit of damage here. Of course, Poppy, is a tank, but so much upfront damage if you can actually get that wall slam comes out with this build, and that's why it's so popular.
See Rest just trying to avoid every matchup that he can into this Aurelia. He's done pretty well. He's going to push out this wave, and with the Maiden, your wave push is actually relatively quick, especially if you get the Eulogy down and get those extra ghouls. So Rest can just, take this tower back away. There's a possibility of a Weaver's Wall from Jojo, but with Rest walking all the way back to his tower, no gank attempt is made.
Yeah, no one answering that bot wave right now, so would be a cost to it if they wanted to go for it.
Oh, Alvaro. Looking for Kaiwing or Doggo here. Steps into vision. There's a flank as well here from Elyoya. Kaiwing has to flash away early. The Magnustorm comes out. There's the Paranoia as well. Super begins to open up. Between worlds goes Hongq. The Keeper's Verdict knocks back 2. Doggo looking for the flank. The Paranoia is going to follow back up. Doggo still coming in here. There's the Weaver's Wall from Jojo. Alvaro chasing onto Doggo, but he's got both summoners still up, and he uses the cleanse immediately to get away from the seismic shove. Elyoya now on the retreat with the Steadfast Presence. The Weirden coming out from Hongq is going to do a lot of work as well. In the end, neither team will have anyone fall.
No one falls there, but it is the flash off Elyoya, the flash off of both the Nocturne as well as the Recon, the cleanse off of the Kai'Sa. So a lot of big tools were spent there. It was a great ejection from Elyoya. He knocks the Nocturne away, but then is able to just use the ultimate to just come right back in. Alvaro is behind Hongq, but quite low on health. I don't think that's a play that you're going to want to look for, as Hongq is quite strong here. Does already have his first item done.
One of the most greedy dives, if that ever did materialize. Everyone's on half HP.
I've seen some dives in my time.
I mean, that is true. That is true. It's MKOI holding back off it, and I'm sure Europeans around the world are taking a sigh of relief at the fact they didn't decide to go for that play. Plate falls in the mid lane, but no one's near it, so no one will pick up that extra bit of gold. Leads in the top jungle, bot, and support role for MKOI, but a sizable chunk of change for Hongq in mid. 600 gold ahead. The Malignant's already complete.
And there's the Blade of the Rune King done for Mirwin. So bad news for Rest. Matchup already very difficult. Did get that relief, and the shutdown gold critically went to him. So has just been playing it very defensively. You can see he's pushing out waves. He's just trying to move away from the Aurelia, really not interact whatsoever, which is absolutely the correct choice in this matchup. And the question is, can Mirwin utilize this advantage to either start farming plates and towers and get an edge there, or if he has to go into the team fights with it, can he really execute on the team fights on Aurelia? Because that is really hard to do. To play out this matchup, honestly, in the 1v1, it's not that hard. It is very, very Aurelia favored, but it is really hard to pilot this champion effectively in a 5v5 and really be able to get something done. So that's where I think Mirwin is going to have that big test.
Neither of the top laners have teleports. That's going to be a 4v4 around the Dragon. Super still has that Featherstorm, Magnetstorm Flash available for Alvaro if he wants to go in. The Drake resetting as CFO decide it's not in their best options right now to continue on that.
Some more plates did fall up on that top side as we saw that Rest went back to base, wanted to heal back up, get a buy. And Mirwin, as a result, was able to continue farming plates on that tower. And MKOI now are first onto this Dragon. Junja's on the side, though, and Hongq's moving over as well, so it could be a potential for a fight.
It might just be a fight afterwards. There's the Paranoia coming out. Smite goes in from Elyoya. Seismic Shove shielded by Junja. Doggo and Kaiwing a little bit separated from the team. You could see the idea. Pincer movement, quickness, killer instinct. You have a lot of ability to close on that backline, but in the end, CFO don't pull the trigger.
Yeah, and I think MKOI positioning well there. If you get split up, then maybe it's going to become really problematic. But because they stayed as a 4-man squad, great. You have these 2 squads of 2, but they're just going to go and attack one side. They're going to heavily commit towards that, and then it would be really difficult for CFO. So I think intelligently do back off, but MKOI grabbed the Dragon here, so all tied up as far as that is concerned. It's going to be a Cloud Soul which can be really strong, I think, for a lot of these champions. You know, Aurelia obviously loving that, Nocturne obviously loving that. You know, a lot of these champions do get a lot of value out of this, even the Xayah as well as the Rakan, the Kai'Sa. Like, there's so many champs that just love it in this game.
Rakan is over the moon with a Cloud Soul. It's one of the best souls you can get. Obviously going to be hard for Kaiwing in this game because the Poppy exists and the Unraveled Earth from the Taliyah exists.
That's why you just never use your W. You just get Cloud Soul and press R and run at them.
You never use W or E. You have Q and your R.
Press R, that's
two
it.
abilities.
Just run through them.
Yeah, we've gone for the Mikhails once again. It has Kaiwing rushing that, only going for the slightly magical footwear there on the Rakan, whereas Alvaro has decided to get the Ionian Boots of Lucidity to kick things off. First item complete as well for Super and for Jojo Pyun. It's the Archangels and the Yuntal Wind Arrows. First items across the board actually for both teams as MKOI set up around the Rift Herald. Kaiwing looking for that flank position. Prey Seeker's going to come out as Doggo tries to connect, but the Rift Herald is secured by MKOI, and alongside it, those upgraded boots.
Yeah, and Junja had no ultimates. You're pretty much never going to look for a fight, you know, in that position. Nocturne without ult in a team fight is just so useless, and Rest's just going to tank up this damage and knock down the tower. It is incredibly low, so we'll be able to finish that off. Nicely done by him. And that is the ult out from Jojo. Has not really been able to find much purchase in this game. You know, he did get taken down a couple times in mid lane, and as a result, hasn't been very active on the map.
That's just smart movement as well from CFO. Splitting these laners up. Hongkyu's going to dash away. Clears out the wave first. Kaiwing here for support. Even trying to close the gap before this duet. There's the charm, and Kaiwing can just run up to the top side. Great protection of his mid laner there from the CFO support.
Yeah, really slick stuff from both of them, honestly. You know, Hongkyu just drops the ult, clears out the wave, runs away from the dives. They have to walk through the tower. And that buys his support time to get there. They're looking for a dive on bot side.
Paranoia onto Mirwin. The Fear Tether's going to connect as well as Rest flashing forward, but they can't quite kill him. Doggo comes in with a killer instinct and will take out Mirwin. Meanwhile, it's a dive onto Hongkyu. The tower's not going to stand for much longer. Mirwin gets the kill. Super down towards this bottom side has got one in response. Doggo's already dead as alongside Rest. So Jojo dies at bot. Mirwin gets a kill at top. Super picks up 2 in the end on the bot lane.
Yeah, that is really big. Super going to be able to grab a couple kills, and they're going to drop the Herald mid here now. So you're going to be able to charge this one in. Maybe finish this off as well. It's just the support in the area, so should be able to finish it off. More gold going the way of MKOI. Over 3,000 gold ahead. Going to be able to get a second charge in also. And Kaiwing's getting low. He's got to be careful.
Yeah, pops the heal. He does have that unsealed spellbook, but...
Yeah, he used Spellbook Smite to actually try to kill the Herald before it actually crashed, but couldn't quite finish it off.
There's about 14 HP left on it. A 3,000 gold lead now for MKOI. As we have a moment in the action. If you're watching the action of Hold, keep an eye out for exclusive drops just for tuning into MSI. All you need to do is be logged in and watching on LoLesports.com for a chance to score in-game loot. And by that, we don't mean like a Kraken Slayer or a Malignant's actual skins and items and stuff, no?
You don't just get like a Bloodthirster popping up
Start in the game, it's a free Bloodthirster. It's the only way I think I'd be able to beat most of the players here. Between worlds from Hongkyu, he's going to look to try and dash away, but can't get to the edge of the ring. Alvaro still chasing. Alioya looking for the keeper's verdict, doesn't connect. Hongkyu jumps back with the weirding, but in the end will fall to Super, who's now 3-0 with a 1.4k gold lead.
Yeah, nicely done. CFO, though, in the area, thinking about looking for an engage.
Paranoia. Ginger goes in onto Super, who doesn't have the Feather Storm. The tower will fall. The dash-in is stopped by the Steadfast Presence, but the Charm's still going to connect. The shutdown with the Grand Entrance. Alvaro now on the front line as Doggo begins to open up. Elioya doing what he can. Jojo coming in from the side as well. Ginger's going to fall. MKOI turn it around and get 2 kills in response.
Nicely done. Are able to knock down that tower there, too. And Mirwin now pushing through mid lane here. He's got his second item, and Rest is going to have to be careful, but Kaiwing is in the area.
Yeah, Weaver's Wall, though. Mirwin just has to survive for a couple of seconds. Kaiwing dashes away, but the chase comes in from Mirwin. Kaiwing will fall. TP in from Hongkyu. He's lost his support, though, alongside his top laner. CFO unable to defend their mid-tier 2.
Mirwin getting a kill back, and now he's spamming the emotes. Didn't take kindly to Doggo spamming them all to him. So he's letting him know with the penguin dab there. Mirwin really strong at this point, has the hull breaker, so clearly he wants to commit to that side lane. I do think it is smart. You know, we know Yorick wants to live in that side lane. You're going to be able to do it as well. And now that you have the hull breaker, the amount of damage you can actually do to these towers is incredibly high. Again, you can just focus down the turret, stack up the passive on all these ghouls, hits the double ulti, you know, has the W to buy time here, and then Conqueror is just fully stacked. Flashes in, Kaiwing does land the CC, but it just doesn't matter because he has another Q to follow. Late on in the game, so hard to actually escape from.
Really is. MKOI smiling as they are 5,500 gold ahead in this game 3 of the best of 5. The domination that CFO had in the first 2 games, a not too distant memory, and we've seen MKOI take a few fights in Game 1 and Game 2 that have swung things in CFO's favor. So it's not all done yet, but they are in prime position to close this one out and take us at least to a Game 4. Paranoia coming out. So we see Mirwin trying to dash forward. Flawless duet doesn't land the stun. TP coming out from Alvaro to try and protect. It's going to be a 4v2, but Mirwin looking to take down 2 before they get in the quickness in time. Ginger will die to the tower shot as Alvaro tries to retreat. He remounts, was looking for Honkyu, but couldn't find him. And there's the knockup with a grand entrance. Kaiwing tanking it well. Alvaro down to Doggo. Meanwhile, on the bot side, Elioya, Jojo, and Super are pushing in. Rest doesn't have the flash, but the stun doesn't connect against the wall. The Keeper's Verdict, though, will keep him in place. And Super brings back the daggers to get the kill.
Good proactive play on the top side there from CFO, but it just doesn't really matter because MKOI, again, getting a play back on the bot side, getting a kill back on the top side, taking down the tier 2 as well. And now their eyes are on the Otacon here. I think that CFO has an idea that it could be going on. They're charging straight out towards that side of the map, but I don't know that they're going to be there in time. And if they are, Junja has no ultimate, so I don't think they can really do anything to stop this whatsoever, especially with the teleport coming back from Mirwin.
Yeah, Mirwin TPing in just gives that extra safety blanket that MKOI needed to make sure that they can secure it. They'll get the Otacon. Next Drake up in 4 minutes time, but those petals going in their pockets from 18 to 34. A huge amount of extra adaptive force now for MKOI.
Yeah, going to be feeling really good about their position here. Alvaro looking like he's thinking about engage on Kaiwing, but Rakan, of course, very slippery. Can be difficult to actually lock down. Just need to continue buying time for Mirwin in that side lane, play around him. You know, as long as you have someone behind him, there's not really any 2v2 that can be won right now when it's one of them is involving Mirwin. So CFO will need to really overload his side of the map to have any sort of chance. Like, you need a 2v1, you need a 3v2, you need something like that to even have a chance. And at this point, honestly, Mirwin would have a decent chance, even in a 2v3.
Yeah, definitely would, especially with the Hull Breaker and the Blade of the Ruin King complete. I will say MKOI haven't really set up vision for him on this bottom side at all, so it's quite hard for him to push up because as much as perhaps he could win the 2v1, you don't really always want to take those 2v1s, and especially if your team isn't on position on the other side of the map. So I would like to see Alvaro stepping into that blue side jungle, getting a couple of wards down just to make sure that Mirwin
shall receive.
I mean, yeah, he's doing it. Obviously, you know, good supports think alike, and also me and Alvaro. Mirwin having to stand back in this wave just to make sure that there's no collapse coming out from CFO.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, really the only thing he is worried about, you know, is Junja collapsing, which makes getting vision a lot more difficult. That's why Alvaro is going so deep for that vision. You need wards in your opponent's jungle, not even just your own, but they're going to go for an age.
Paranoia coming out. The Weaver's Wall has been popped. Super trying to join the party here as Elioya's on the front line between worlds. Doesn't matter. MKOI just assassinate too. Honkyu looking to survive, but he's locked up against the wall. Jojo hits him with a threaded volley, and Super brings back the feathers to secure the double. Alvaro looking for the flank onto Doggo, who has the killer instinct and will be able to dash his way away.
Yeah, anticipates the Shattering Strike there to hit him. It actually misses, but he uses the cleanse anyway. So they get that cleanse out, they get the ult out. So critical tools now missing for Doggo. And CFO just trying to overload one side of the map, constantly looking for picks, but MKOI intelligently just saying, you know what, we can group up too, and we have the gold lead here. So when they are running into these even number fights, they are just getting crushed. They don't have the damage to finish off Elioya. Jojo hit a really nice multiple-man seismic shove, and they're able to finish off a couple kills there. Now 7,000 in the lead here for MKOI. It's going to take a miracle for CFO, but it's really hard to see them being able to come back. There's so many good tools that MKOI have to be able to actually absorb the engage. So as long as MKOI are playing respectful, are making sure that they're getting vision in the right spots, you know, not walking in blind, I think they should be absolutely fine.
There's just so much disengage from MKOI if they want it. The Unraveled Earth, you've got the Steadfast Presence, you've got Alvaro going in with the Mountain Storm just to distract, Featherstorm. Like, Mirwin unlikely to be with the team for the next few moments. We'll just want to continue that side lane threat. The problem is the vision that was now on that blue side has been cleared out by CFO, and you can see Ginger lying in wait thinking, oh, if Mirwin oversteps, perhaps we can take that 2v1. There's a Black Cleaver and Triforce complete and the Bramble Vest, maybe it would be enough.
But this is great. I mean, you know, MKOI see, okay, we lost our vision on the bot side, so what are we going to do? We're going to move into the top side and try to reclaim some vision here while we're pressuring up to this side. You don't see any Nocturne there, so guess where he is? He's going to be on the other side of the map, so that's why Mirwin is just farming his own jungle camps. He's still only just now going to start showing on that wave so much longer that he did wait. You know, really playing it safe, has this big advantage, is working towards a wit's end, and is going to be even more difficult to actually knock down at that point. Just kind of paying some respect over to Honkyu as maybe that strongest member over on the other side.
Next Dragon up in 15 seconds time. It would be Soul Point for MKOI. Elioya going in here, trying to steal away this blue. The Weaver's Wall will separate CFO. Paranoia coming out from Junja, but he's on the wrong side of dodge, and he'll be taken out, slammed into that Weaver's Wall. Jojo secures the kill, and now with the jungler down, Baron becomes a little bit of an option. That Nocturne will be spawning about 4 seconds after the Baron comes up.
Yeah, they're definitely thinking at least about getting vision on that top side, but I think for now, just take the Dragon here. It's already up and available. They have full push on that bot side, and they're just moving around the map really, really well. It feels like Kaiwing is doing a good job at reestablishing vision control as soon as MKOI do exit, but they're always kind of being reactive, right? It's MKOI now that are on the front foot. It's them that are playing much more aggressive with this gold lead, as you want to see them do, and they're working in towards this soul now. A teleport coming out. This is the Rakan here.
Yeah.
Just made me a little bit nervous with Alvaro in the area that he was going to immediately TP and get caught.
Very understandable, but Kaiwing wants to switch over to that flash for the next fight, so uses the teleport, gets a little bit of vision. One of the great things about Rakan is how much you can wrap for vision. You can be behind enemy lines, you have enough escape tools to get out. If you really need to, you can pop the quickness, but with the MKOs as well, you just have so much utility in your kit. Elioya stepping forward here. A 3-item Kai'Sa is nothing to be sniffed at. Nash's, Ginsu's, and the Kraken finished. Hongkyu going in. The quickness from Kaiwing as well for the charm. Alvaro's caught out here. Keeper's verdict. Not guilty for now. The Paranoia back in. Junja flashes out. Alvaro uses the Magnet Storm and jumps his way away. MKOI will escape with their support still alive.
I mean, the problem is Doggo wasn't actually hitting anything there. And if Doggo's not hitting, they have no damage. Yorick had already lost ultimate, and without that Maiden, you are doing very little damage. Junja ults in, then immediately flashes out. Hongkyu uses his full round of spells. He hit everything, but it's just not enough to kill them on your own. Their only consistent damage is Doggo at this point. And Doggo knows, I cannot just ult into the middle of their team. I will get instantly CC'd and die. So he couldn't really follow up. He wasn't in a position to do so. And as a result, CFO spend a lot of their big tools here and don't get much of anything for it. Kaiwing, critical to note, is on that smite. You know, looking for some sort of an opportunity, hoping, hey, maybe MKOI start a Baron, we can steal it away. These are the kind of things that you're thinking about to try to come back in a game like this, because any sort of normal run of play, you're going to lose from here.
MKOI starting up the Baron though. Smite from Elioya already used. We'll be back up in about 7 seconds time. TP coming out from Rest as he looks to join the frame. Irwin's in the mid lane. CFO trying to get in, but it's secured by Elioya. Alvaro dashes onto the back line. Kaiwing already down, and I think that will be all for the fight. MKOI managed to secure the objective. The Weaver's Wall coming out though. Elioya has other ideas as he dashes in onto Hongkyu. Magnet Storm on Hongkyu means that he can't escape between worlds. Jojo still looking for more. Junja lands the Fear Tether onto Alvaro, but the stun still connects, and the Shroud of Darkness won't be enough to save him from Elioya. MKOI now looking greedily at getting a game in this series.
And I think they're going to do just that. It doesn't look like there's much that CFO can do about it. It's just Doggo going to try to defend here with Rest, but MKOI are pushing, and they are looking for the first win.
Kaiwing goes in, gets the double knockup. The Blades are called back. Super, though, will kill off Kaiwing. Vanguard's edge in from Mirwin. Doggo having to flash away. He'll get 2 on the fountain. Jojo, Super, and Alvaro, though, should still be able to clean this one up. Super flashing forward, and with the Blade caller, he'll find his opposite man. MKOI show there's still life in EU yet as they get a game versus CFO.
Nicely done there. Jojo looking pumped up on stage as they take off their headphones, get their first win here. Mirwin got to be really happy about being able to bust out the Aurelia. The confidence to do it in an elimination game here at MSI was massive. And he is showing Blind Pick Yorick is illegal.
Yeah, you just can't do it. Rest coming in. We'll see if that changes for Game 4. We're going to hand it over to the analyst desk to break down that MKOI win.
Yes, Mirren. You know, we asked for someone to be the X Factor, and this is a part of him that we haven't been able to show the international audience, but can I just kind of emphasize how much of a gambit this was? We will give some context in terms of the matchup specifically, but the fact that you go for this unprompted, the Aurelia, which he loves, by the way, if anyone remembers Bison. But you do have to play it to perfection, and if it doesn't work, you're literally going home.
And it's very often the case, we see this more now in Fearless, that there are these niche counter picks to meta champions. But as Finn highlights beautifully here, even if you have these strong moments, Yorick overall is still just strong. The reason he's picked is because he's near broken outside of these counter pick situations, and that's why people go for Cho, something that offers more to the team overall. But Mirwin and MKOI, they bet on themselves, and they supported this beautifully.
And I do have to shout out LS as well, because he made some context saying this isn't... Yeah, this is true what Finn says, but because of Elyoya being there when it mattered, because of Mirwin manipulating the waves as he should in those moments, that's actually what gets him there. But it was still, Raz, this is a risk to take, no?
I'm still caught up in this. When did you put this on?
Second the game started.
Okay.
if I'm on camera again, if we only get one game, I'm going out biased and I don't care.
If we only get one game and it's with Irelia, sure.
But these are the games that I'm promised with Mirwin. The picks that he has, that he takes to Gambit. It doesn't matter if he's playing in Vancouver or Vegas, he's betting. And I love the fact that he makes it work. Because back in North America, by the way, back in LA, like, the only Irelia we got was a catastrophe. And if you see this composition, you're playing against Rakan, so you can't really engage if he's going for a fight. If you see how playing on sides, you're playing versus Nocturne, so the side lane is really troubling. He recognized that. He plays so well around that.
He did, and the rest did it well. And I feel like some of the Fangs were out of the attack for Junja, for instance, right? We saw he couldn't have the same impact. And where we called out CFO's manipulation of kind of the map in a very apt way in the early game, I feel like here they lost the plot a little bit once that they started getting caught out.
Well, I think for the first time in this series, they didn't have an advantage coming out of lane phase, and Junja lacked a pick that can kind of come back gracefully. Nocturne can be super feast or famine if you're not getting kills on those first few ultis, and it really goes back to what the bot lane was able to do at level 1. Alvaro, fantastic game, stopping the back, getting that early chunk, giving them lane prio.
Yoya.
This time, not dying in the 2v2, thank God, and then Yoya on the Poppy. Finally showing up, getting those early kills, getting that thing, and it reminds us how similar these teams are. You have great facilitators in Kaiwing and Junja, great facilitators in Elyoya and Alvaro, and whoever has better tools can just run away with the early game.
I'm even seeing the growth from their BLG series, because I still remember like them losing on not being tight enough after winning an objective, after winning a team fight, not leaving at the same time. This game was completely opposite. There were times where you could see CFO standing off, looking for an opening, a mistake, just so they can hop on and get an objective. Didn't happen. The Drake fight, I think it was second or third Drake fight, or I say fight, they got the Drake. They walked out as a team. There was no openings for CFO to come back in.
And I think the big thing, you've highlighted it so well, is that once MKOI got that lead, they really did lock in. Because this is a game where, especially with an Irelia, you get sloppy on your side lanes against this Nocturne pick. They managed to find a way back in, and you really end up having no hope because, as wonderfully highlighted by Finn, highlighted us by here, Irelia is this feast or famine option, and so it is good drafting from the side of MKOI, good early game, and then transitioning it with the discipline they needed to have mid-late to close it out.
I mean, it's good that the Irelia works, but the bounce back in draft was necessary after game 2. Holy moly. But we're going to see here how even when the Nocturne ult was blasted, there was such a good counter engage and such a good hold from MKOI. But I will also say that at certain points in this game, maybe already now, their wallets were just much bigger. So anytime they would take a skirmish, if Elyoya hits that stun, it's over.
Yeah, and all of this happened after the 2 solo kills that Honku had mid lane. I was a little concerned. All right,
Okay,
I was worried.
About it. Let's talk about it.
Okay, I opened the book, opened the door.
My Canadian goat.
Yes.
Jojo, like, what is going on in these early games?
I mean, he's getting outclassed in the 1v1. There's no other way. We can't dance around it. And I think right now, if you look at the side of MKOI, if they don't have this draft advantage, if they don't have more reliable early game ways to take control, I don't think that they are favored. It really is going to come down to, as we approach Game 4, Game 5, the depth of the champion pool and the number of angles they can find to either get an edge in lanes or an edge in jungle support.
Yeah, and I will say, if they're getting stronger as a team from game to game, I can definitely see JoJo just having a better laning phase in the next one. We just need to see him kind of wake up a little bit. But just watching these team fights, I love it. Like, it just seems like Mirwin, it doesn't matter what's happened in the past games or what happened in the past series, he will still pick his champions, and he will still take what he perceives as the right fights, and he's correct. So I love the confidence.
I will say that for MKOI, right? They usually are pretty clutch, as we see here how Elyoya did in the jungle up versus Junja. They can be very clutch.
Yeah.
And I know it's hard to believe because of the first 2 games we have seen. Now, I will give that same credit to the Flying Oysters, because they don't hesitate usually. It's just that they were put so far behind. So they're going to look to stabilize, I think, in this next game, because I think on even keel, I would still favor Oysters.
So far, I think they've shown better games today. And that is the kind of the harsh reality of this brief glimmer of hope, no matter how excited I am about wearing this t-shirt, is I think that you would still favor Oysters as we go into the next game. It really is on MKOI, no longer having side selection as they lost. How are they going to adapt? We have seen of the potential representatives from the LEC as we go later into Fearless, this is a team that does continue to bring out spice. Casted angles become more real. Maybe that can be the difference. Picks that CFO aren't ready for. but it feels difficult, and it feels like we're relying on some of the intangibles, especially as CFO, have selected blue side and Driver now back in.
back.
That's the thing.
Driver played 2 incredible games.
Yeah.
Again, the Scion, they got rid of the Rumble early, the Shen to follow. I'm sweating.
You're talking about, well, you may be sweating for a different reason, Mr.
Right, it's a double t-shirt.
That may be one reason why you're sweating. Or you see Driver coming back in, Mr. Bousy himself.
Yeah, just if you missed this earlier, Chawi did say in an interview that I don't know if this looks, it's probably inspired by Bao specifically in playing Scion, which he did in game 1.
And he talked about the idea that deaths can be good, and we saw that in game 1. If you're the Scion, you die, you get XP on the wave, and the enemy team has a Rumble, they die, they get nothing.
What's another pick like that?
Probably nothing.
I mean,
if we want like the boss shadow, we could fish for a Gragas
You know what
angle.
I feel? You know what I
That's good
feel?
too.
I feel Amira and Cassante. That's what I feel. I know usually it's boring, but maybe it's necessary. We'll see. They need to do what has to be done. Movistar Koi may have given us a glimmer of hope, but they're still up against match point. Let's see if they can bring it back.
What a car. Living the dream, huh?
Sweet dreams are made of this. Who am I
Okay. I get it now.
Sweet dreams are made of this.
传奇该如何铸就？
The prophecy has been fulfilled. Never doubt Uzi.
He changed the meta. He pushed the limits of the game.
Uzi now reigns as king.
Level up, start my engine and I rev it up. Once I get the green light, gotta go, let them know they better step on up. Yeah, dog, I'm in that zone. While I grind hard while you at home. You talk about it, but I be about it, cause you all talk, no backbone. I'm on a 10, I'm on a level 10. I wanna win, then I wanna win again. You thought it was done? I'm hoping it never ends. If you wanna run, then I'm on a level 10. Chaos around me, so many enemies. They all surround me. They out for blood and revenge, rising with killer intent. The fury ahead is immense, but I will not bend. Look in my eyes, no, you won't see fear. Nothing but fire, and it's not even fair. They all against me, but I'm still here. So go ahead and let them know I'm more than prepared. An army's not enough to silence me. Go ahead and bring the galaxy. Nothing you do could rattle me. Go ahead, battle me. Get out my way. Get out my way. Move. Get out my way. Out my way. Get out my way. Move. I gotta do what I gotta do. No one or nothing can stop me. And if you don't think that I can, just watch me. Move. Get out my way. Out my way. Get out my way. Move. Yeah, vengeance in the trenches with my mindset on a mission. Ain't ready for what I'ma hit with. I'ma go get it, I'ma get this. And I told them I'ma end this, get a witness. You want the fire and I got that. Ain't nobody here gonna stop that. Got more than a 12-gauge kickback. I'm about to get that, no one gonna top that. I've been putting that work in. If you want the crown, you gotta earn it. Don't assume that silence means weakness. There's a monster that's lurking under the surface. They about to know. To doubt me, that's a tragedy. You end up just counting the casualties. Victory is my anatomy. Go ahead, battle me. Get out my way. Out my way. Get out my way. Move. Get out my way. Out Move. Get out my way. Out my way. Get out my way. Move. All of that talking stops now. There's no need for discussion. Once you see what I'm about, all of that talking stops now.
Let me throw it down to the ground, make them turn around in the dark and light.
MKOI managed to secure the objective. The Weaver's wall coming out, though. Elyoya has other ideas as he dashes in onto Honku. Magnastorm on Honku means that he can't escape between worlds. Jojo still looking for more. Junja lands the Fear Tether onto Albro, but the stun still connects, and the Shroud of Darkness won't be enough to save him from Elyoya. MKOI now looking greedily at getting a game in this series. A massive comeback victory there for MKOI as the hopes of Europe rest solely on their shoulders. For CFO, no surprises, Driver is back in. Expect to see a more traditional top lane tank and then play that sort of more methodical early game that we saw from them in game 1 and 2 as Jojo, photogenic as always, just waving to the crowd.
All smiles.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see if he can continue to have a good contribution for them. I do think that he has been kind of getting outperformed by Honku so far in this series. Definitely hasn't had that big impact that we expect from him. His laning, especially against Knight, was really, really impressive. So, you know, I did kind of have high expectations for what he could get done in this series, but has yet to really be able to live up to them. MKOI, though, clearly able to get control in that last game, got a good draft, you know, got some nice counter picks, able to dominate that game. And want to see if they can kind of continue forward from there now that Driver is back in and is going to be looking really tough to knock down. I mean, he has been playing, I think, excellent so far in this series and throughout the whole tournament.
Entirely true there, as they're definitely beating out Mirwin in the 1v1s, but also his team fighting, his presence, his positioning has been wonderful to watch. CFO now on the blue side. They're going to ban out Maokai to kick things off. Gragas removed by MKOI. We're obviously into game 4 of Fearless, so we are losing a lot of those top-tier power picks, but still a few very strong ones available. I'm looking at things like the Vi, the Pantheon, Gwen banned away, the Varus as well, as you say.
Yeah, there are still obviously a lot of picks to work through here. Gwen getting banned away a number of times. They're going to be throwing some of these targeted bans. You know, we can clearly tell that MKOI is very prepared. They are targeting some of these top laners. Last time it was Cassante, you know, as well as Jace that was getting banned out. This time the Gragas is going to be banned out. The Jax is going to be banned out. Sion was already played, so that is his top 3 already gone. Rumble was already played, so that's his top 4 champions already gone. Shen was already played. York was already played. So, you know, out of the champions that he actually has played so far this split, it's just Ornn and Set remaining. So he is definitely being pushed as far as the champion pool is concerned. And it'll be interesting to see if MKOI want to throw another ban. And yes, they do. So they're going to triple ban top. This is the strategy I was talking about earlier. If you think someone has a champion pool that you can attack, you get to game 4, you get to game 5, naturally so many of the champions are already gone. Now you really pinch it. And all of a sudden, the only champion that he still has up and available that he's actually played this split is a Set.
Yep.
And do you really want to blind pick a Set? No, you probably don't. But guess what? You're on blue side. So you're going to have to bring something else out, or you are going to have to be in that position.
But because you have focused on the top lane in all of these bans, you leave the Pantheon open, and we've seen just how strong this pick can be, especially teamed up with something like an Ahri if you want that pick potential. Vi coming out from MKOI, they're going to lock in the Kalista, yet to win here at MSI.
Yeah, I'm really not a fan of the Kalista. I don't think that, you know, it's a bad pick by any means, but people have really kind of developed this strategy of basically just playing, okay, someone goes Kalista, we're going to pick Poke, and we're going to outrange you. And the 2v2 all of a sudden becomes very, very difficult. Kalista has gotten a number of nerfs over the last couple patches, which have really brought down her power as far as some of the damage, even some of the HP, her tankiness and stuff, and survivability. So it's harder to force the all-ins, which really was the way that she kind of came back in some of these matchups where you are outranged. So to me, champions like Ashe become really, really high priority. I think that Nico becomes really high priority because these are the kind of picks that really make Kalista struggle. And yes, you can still have that team fight impact, but it is very hard when you're getting heavily outranged, and Victor, I think, fits alongside that. You know, if it were me, I would be thinking towards, you know, Nico or even that Ashe.
Currently, it's going to be the Cassante locked in here for Driver. Usually we see rest on this champion for CFO, so obviously MKOI's target banning has pushed Driver onto something he hasn't played this spring. I'm sure he's comfortable on it, but when we saw Rest play something that usually Driver plays, it was not a pretty experience. Misleveling abilities on the Ornn, building in a questionable fashion. Does that go both ways? I think Driver has been the better of the two top laners. The question is, can he pilot this Cassante as the Renata is locked in for Alvaro?
We will be finding that out here in this game, absolutely. I mean, this is his third most played all time. It has not played at this split, but of course, yeah, they have really been heavily investing into the six-man roster. They swap back and forth constantly. They have them focused on certain champions. So that is the question. It's like, we know he can play it in the past, but how many Cassante games have you played, you know, in the last X months? You know, how polished are you on this if this is not usually one of the ones that you are expected to play? So it is going to be interesting. Lucian being banned away, so concerned about the potential of a Lucian Nami or something along those lines.
Yeah, I mean, Nautilus is still available if you're looking for an engaged support here for CFO. Obviously, the Renata kind of mitigates that a little bit with the hostile takeover, with a handshake, with the bailout. Callisto Renata, a pairing we see very often. Senna will be the second ban for MKOI. It's an Ari taken away by CFO. No real surprises there. Vi Ari is a tale as old as time. Yeah. The pick potential from that combination is just too powerful.
Yeah, that is absolutely the classic. You know, with the Senna as well as the Lucian getting banned out again, I am thinking more about champions like the Ashe. We have seen Doggo play it. He does only have the one pick on it. You know, MF is something that some people also do like into it. That does have a pretty strong early lane. Obviously, you can get mid lane control pretty damn well as well. That is a long way to travel there to come see some CFO. So a lot of supporters in the house. It's been great to see, you know, not just, you know, FlyQuest and some of these kind of more regional teams getting support, but we have had fans from all over the world here in Vancouver coming out to support their squads, which you love to see, as Orianna is that final ban. And now,
if you're a CFO fan here, you're delighted with how things have been going. 2-1 up against MKOI. The last time CFO or anyone from the APAC region took down one of these major regions, you know, the LTA North, LCK, LPL, or LEC, in a best of 5 was 2012, as 13 years ago, when TPA beat Azubu Frost, Azubu Blaze. I can't remember which of the Azubus it was, but one of the two. But all the way back in that World Championship, a huge time ago, it was Frost. Yeah, it was Frost. And now we'll see if MKOI are the ones to suffer the fate of Azubu Frost. Renekton locked in for them into that Cassante. Smolder being hovered by CFO, but they will go instead towards the Aphelios.
Fresh Aphelios, wow.
Okay.
That is some confidence to actually slam this down. So they're not going the route that I kind of expected, which was more you just outrange, you outpoke. Yes, Aphelios does have some good early range with the sniper gun, but that's not really what you're thinking of when you think of this pick as a poke champ. Thresh, obviously, a lot of people aren't really a big fan of it because the execution barrier is so high. This champion can look incredible, but if you are not on point, it is not going to work out. And we're getting A-Soul from JoJo here coming out. That is honestly really hype. He does have one game that he played on it in the LEC, and he was really becoming more flexible, I felt, in playoffs in Split 2. You know, bringing out the Cassin and bringing out the Cassio, bringing out these picks that people weren't necessarily expecting. This is a very slow pick, though, and it is paired with some really early game and aggressive picks. So it is kind of interesting. You know, sometimes people will talk about drafts like that and they'll say, well, that's your late game insurance, right? Like that's your win condition in the late game. And I do think that can be true, but A-Soul I do think is going to struggle to get involved early, and where you have, you know, this Vi, this Callista, this Renekton that want to fight early and often. A-Soul kind of wants to sit back and farm and be able to stack up Stardust and have the empowered ultimate, you know, be able to be ready in that style of game. So if MKOI do kind of let up on the gas a little bit to buy time for JoJo to scale, well, guess what? You're also letting the Aphelios scale. You're letting the Cassante, the Victor also scale, which are also really, really powerful. So it does feel a little bit disconnected from what the rest of the draft does. That being said, you can still fly in when the rest of your team is diving, you know, drop the ult aggressively, try to play it in that style, and we'll see if you can make that happen.
That's the thing. You do have a big AoE stun, right? And that can be really powerful in team fights. And then if you get the 75 Stardust stacks, you get the larger one that has the massive burst of damage going out from it in that ring. For MKOI, still 2 games to go if they want to make a date with anyone's legend. For CFO, all it takes is one. All it takes is one. A slew of JoJo fans in the audience here in his homeland. Yeah, it was great. Ginger looks for a little bit of poke. Looks like it's just going to be a relatively traditional line of scrimmage here. JoJo is stepping forward as Eliora and Milwin look for a ward. Driver coming in from the side, but Alvaro I don't think has been spotted here. If Driver does step a little bit too far forward, and he does, Alvaro didn't level up the handshake, so couldn't pull Driver back. In the end, MKOI with 5 players here. The hook from Kaiwing is going to connect. Breath of Light coming out from JoJo. MKOI will push CFO back.
He's able to land that hook, but JoJo just standing there, being able to get some damage back himself. And The minions now just spawning, so not going to be too much of a concern. You can see Jojo going Comet here, is going Resolve secondary, so second win here, expecting to be getting poked by a Victor. When you are playing against control mages on the ASOL, it can be a little bit difficult at times because when you start queuing, you are locked in place, right? You are not moving. It is very easy to hit Victor lasers. It's very easy to walk forward and drop the gravity well, try to put that pressure on. And CFO are going to start this game off very aggressively on the enemy blue buff here. They will obviously have that information, and we'll see how Elyoya wants to respond. He's warded out on Raptors, so they're going to know if he goes for a cross-map play and tries to split this map.
We'll see if it is a split map or if Elyoya comes across and just makes sure to get, or try to get, his Wolves and his Gromp. Bot lane push always so vital in these sorts of situations. Junja on the Wolves as that level 2. Elyoya comes around the corner. We'll spot Junja here. Jojo taking a little bit of damage in the mid lane. Elyoya just, assuming he delays Junja as much as he is being delayed, it's fine. Junja obviously has to walk all the way back into his own jungle, but with Kaiwing moving up, Elyoya has to back away.
Exactly, he's gonna have to back away here, so Junja will be able to take away these camps, and now you are in this kind of weird situation where you're saying, okay, well, can I still cross map? Or do I just have to kind of accept that I'm just gonna get 3 camps and then try to play for a scuttle or look for a gank here? As Jojo will be constantly getting poked out here. Doggo and Kaiwing did get the push here early on. And Doggo utilizing that early range with a sniper gun, just constantly auto Supa. Every time Supa is trying to hit a minion, Doggo is standing in the minions and hitting him because he has that additional range. So playing that out really, really well. And you can see Alvaro getting over there, spotting that Junja is still in the area, but Junja will be able to finish off that camp. And now the question remains.
Ooh, Jojo has to walk away from the Siphon Power. Singularity trying to get the stacks, won't get any of the minions as well, which will be disappointing for the MKOI mid.
So Elyoya is going to go try to get in this cross map here. And now the question becomes, does Junja actually try to defend his top side, or does he just accept, hey, I'm going to take these 3 camps and then back off? And he's clearly going towards that top side. So has pings on it, knows that they could be over there. Elyoya does not have smite, neither does Junja, but it looks like the camp is going to be dead before he gets there.
Yeah, Elyoya will be able to secure this blue. Sees Junja and decides to back away. He's not going to contest around the Gromp. Especially Honkyu has that teleport and would be able to get back on the map pretty quickly. Elyoya seeing if Junja goes in here for the Scuttle Crab. Junja can just path down towards the bot lane because his bot side is still pushing in. So will be an exchange of crabs, but Junja about 2 camps up overall.
Yep, going to be feeling pretty good about that, but not honestly that big of a deal for Elyoya. Yes, you lost some of those early camps, but at least you got Scuttle, you stole 1 away, and we will see, his Wolves and whatnot respawning relatively soon. So we'll see how much of an advantage Junja gets and what he can really do with it. But early play, wow.
Yeah, really nice play there from Doggo and from Kaiwing, cycling through those Aphelios guns. And that currently has the Infernum, which obviously gives you good wave clearing. The Graviton really nice into the Callisto as well. The ability just to lock her down with that empowered Q.
Elyoya is just walking straight down here. I think they're looking for a gank. Will we see Alvaro commit for a Q flash?
Flash away from Kaiwing. Alvaro was trying to time it at the same time as the death sentence was coming out, so that Kaiwing was locked in that animation. It's one of Thresh's main weaknesses, is the fact that his animation is quite long on that death sentence. So you can manage to catch him out while he is stuck in that animation. Elyoya passing through the mid lane here. Looks like he's just trying to help Jojo get the push out so Jojo can go back and pick up probably a bit of a stacking item, maybe the tier early on here on the Aurelion Soul.
Yeah, we'll see where he wants to go. A lot of the ASOLs that I've been seeing recently haven't really been feeling that they need to go for mana items.
Okay.
So they have been going, sometimes just straight Leandries. I've been even seeing sometimes just straight Rylai's and things like this. So there are a lot of different options. We'll see where Jojo wants to go here. But obviously the Raptors have respawn, so Elyoya going to be able to grab that. Now the Wolves, the Gromp going to be back up, so he is going to be cycling through this. Junja will be ahead a couple camps and is going to be feeling quite good about that. Should have the earlier level 6s result.
I mean, speaking of being ahead, Doggo has almost twice Super CS. And this is Kalista Renata, which is known for its early pressure in the lane. Doggo and Kaiwing having a whale of a time down here. The 500 gold lead obviously facilitated by the fact that they were able to get one of those plates early on in the bot lane. And also you have to think for Super and Alvaro, this side of the map wasn't controlled by MKOI at all. So they always had to play a little bit further back because of the threat of Junja.
Yeah, they absolutely did. But I mean, CFO's bot lane played it out really, really well. Yep. Utilizing the additional sniper range in those early autos, constantly poking away at Supa, keeping him pushed in. And as a result, it's been very difficult here for Supa and Alvaro. We'll have to see, when you hit 6, sometimes you can find an all-in that just kind of turns things around as this sort of bot lane duo. But topside going pretty well for CFO also. You know, pretty much dead even as far as the farm is concerned. Driver's already TP'd back with that Bramble Vest. Mirwin is going back to base now, but there's not going to be any sort of swap. They're just heading right back down towards bot. So this 2v2 will continue. And Supa has the upgraded boots. Doggo still has yet to base, though. He stayed around for a really long time. I think they were trying to see, like, was there going to be a swap? What was going on? But he should have a really good buy now that he goes back.
It was also, they saw Elioya clearing a ward as they were doing the dragon, and then Elioya based in the pixel bush. And it's like, well, we can't really safely walk back down through here, so that he went back around, waited for Elioya to be off the map, and then was able to get back down there, push out the wave. See the Sky's Descent coming out from Jojo, just for a little bit of poke onto Honku, but Siphon Power shielding is enough. Honku pops through his refillable as well.
Yeah, it's not going to do that much damage early on, so you can just use it also for Stardust. Every time you hit a champion, you do get 5 additional Stardust there, which is obviously that permanent scaling on all of your abilities, so is quite powerful. And it does help you just push out that wave. It's one of these things that you see in a lot of control range matchups, whether it is, you know, the Orianna using Shockwave early, or Victor ult, or
Even
Annie and all these things.
Annie was exactly just chucking out for the wave control. And Elioya looking for mid here, yet to hit that level 6, about halfway there. Ginger has just ticked over to it, so we have to be aware of that Grand Starfall, see what he wants to do on the map, where he wants to be. Bot lane seems like a key point to go towards. Doggo now has the Moonlight Vigil complete as well, that level 6 ticking over for him. And it's MKOI who are initiating the lane swap here, bringing Supa up towards the top side.
They are, but it is MKOI that's also going to be dropping the wave to do it, because you know they didn't actually answer on bot side. They didn't have TP when they make this swap happen. So Mirwin is going to miss, I think, at least most of that wave, if not the entire wave, as he goes down bot to collect it. We can see Doggo is going in for the collector first item, so he's going to be more towards that spellcaster style build here, where it is a lot of that burst damage. We can see a lot of different builds these days for Ophelio. Sometimes people are just going more auto attack focused, things like the Untal, more towards the scaling with Jojo.
Astral Flight out from Jojo, flashes first, then gets the Astral Flight, gets himself to safety. Always a risk with Ginger there. Cease and desist from Elioya available, but don't really want to jump onto the Pantheon without the rest of your team there to follow up. Grubs up. Jojo's ultimate still yet to come off cooldown. Arcane Storm used by Honku to clear out the wave in mid. Elioya's going for it. Cease and desist. Ginger's immediately going to stun him up. The handshake coming out as well as Honku has a couple of spears in his back, and Supa needs the rend. He finds it. Alvaro survives the last tower shot, and MKOI on the board.
Yeah, Honku getting a bit disrespectful there. You saw everyone on that side brush, and he said, no, it's fine. I can just clear this out. Meanwhile, though, Doggo is getting plates topside, and they're denying that CS. So, honestly, not that bad for CFO, but of course, Honku going to be unhappy that he did go down there. Cost him his flash as well.
Mirwin trading with Driver, but it's a Cassante. He should just be able to walk this one out. Still has the all-out as well, if necessary. Mirwin just slices and dices back towards the wave. Falling Star coming out as Doggo with the Severum and the Crescendum combination. Just trying to force Jojo low, but doesn't really get too much damage out. Does still have the Moonlight Vigil, which when you use it with that red gun gives you a big health explosion. If you use it with the white, obviously you get a huge amount of chakrams that can do quite a lot of work in a team fight. But pretty accelerated is Doggo, 84 CS, a couple of plates to his name as well. About 400 gold ahead of Supa right now. Moonlight Vigil just short of clipping Jojo.
Yeah, and Doggo just trying to push out this wave, and we'll be getting out of there with the Lantern. So was looking for a bit of poke, couldn't quite find it. Jojo did go for the early lost chapter here, so we'll see where he wants to build. If it's just going to be Blackfire Torch, you know, Blackfire Torch Leandries can be relatively popular. You could go for a late tier, but I'm not kind of expecting that at this point. And we'll just be going for heavy scaling. This Driver's going to take a fight.
Goes all out onto Mirwin. Slice and Dice has already been used. Mirwin does still have his flash, but so does Driver if he wants to follow up. Mirwin, he took the fight. Ruthless Predator for the stun across the wall. Elioya can come and join it. Gets the knock-up on the Driver, who flashes away, but the flash chase is there. Driver trying to survive through this Skywing. Almost there, almost in range to get him out. The hook just short of hitting Mirwin, but the follow-up from Doggo is superb. CFO turned the fight around.
Yeah, Doggo gets in there with the flash, able to finish him off, grabbing that kill. That is big. Mirwin, though, was sidestepping so many abilities from Driver. Honestly, it was going to look like a pretty easy solo kill to me, but Mirwin was just dodging back and forth, dodging so many of those Intofo strikes, and was able to survive. But that survival ended up kind of baiting him in a little bit to try to turn this around, and Doggo and Kaiwing get down there. At the very least, they do get the flash. We can watch this one more time, though. Pathmaker doesn't connect. He goes all out, and then look at Mirwin constantly sidestepping here. This Pathmaker not quite connecting. That Q going to be sidestepped. This one was tried to be sidestepped, couldn't quite actually do it, though, because it was fairly wide. Then the Q3 misses as well, and this is where you're thinking, all right, MKOI have turned it around. They're going to get this kill, but in comes the bot lane. Driver going aggressive even with that Pathmaker. And then you can see the root there from Doggo coming in with the Gravitum, flashes forward, finishes him off, grabs the kill. going to be really happy about it. Doggo has just been so incredible for the team, and they're looking again.
Gonna land there as Alvaro pulled back with the face call. Hostile takeover is gonna hit onto Doggo, but only him, and doesn't really do too much when he switched across towards that Gravitum gun. Smart move there from Doggo just to change the weapons before he was hit with that Berserk. CFO doing a really good job on the map once again, reminiscent of game one, where although MKOI are making some plays, CFO always getting a lot on the rest of the map. Volt Breaker coming in from Elioya. Alvaro forced away. Elioya taking a fight here, basically on his lonesome. Jojo can come in with a falling star, looking for the stun. Will land it onto Junja, but MKOI unable to press forward any further.
They're not, and their recalls got delayed again. So look where Supa is. He's still not recalled. He's back by that tier 2 tower. So guess what Doggo's doing? He is farming plates. He is denying minions. This has been a theme throughout the series. Their ability to push in these waves, to play with pressure, to deny experience and resources from MKOI pretty consistently throughout. And as a result, it's plus 20 CS. It's plus a kill. It's all 1,000 gold almost here for Doggo. And he's going to get this first tower here quite easily, you have to think. They're up 2K at 12 minutes in.
And they've taken all of the neutral objectives as well. 3 grubs, 2 drakes. CFO in such a strong position here. MKOI have been left reeling, and they're trying to get things back on the map, but as you can see, like, their early game pressure hasn't given them anything. No. And now you're really reliant on Jojo getting to a point where he's scaled up, but he's only sitting on 99 Stardust stats right now. You need that number to be well up above 200 before you're really doing a lot of work on the ASOL.
Yeah, absolutely. It is going to be tough. You're trying to think about, okay, what is the X factor here? Where can we find plays? Where can we make things happen? Because CFO does outscale you. Yep. Yes, you do have the ASOL that can absolutely be a game changer, but Victor is no slouch. The Aphelios, the Cassante, these are all champions that scale incredibly well. You know, do definitely give the kind of scaling advantage in the support role to MKOI. I do think that Renata can be really powerful, can be a game changer, but we'll see what they can get done. Doggo has just been incredible throughout this series. You know, hadn't died in either of their wins. Of course, you know, obviously did lose that last game, but again, looking really comfortable and off to a great start.
Now we're going to start pushing through this mid lane. Already 5 plates gone on the bottom side as CFO secured the first tower of the game. To take the second here in mid, and will manage to take it 2 off top as well. Super Moonlight Vigil. If that long range Q had hit, he would have gone down. Doggo just absolutely gliding on this Aphelios right now.
Yeah, he is feeling really confident at this point. Kalista has been struggling so far at MSI. 0-6 now at MSI. We'll see if we can get the first win here for Supa. He's going to need to do it. Pick up that first win for Kalista at MSI, or their team's time here is over. Jojo, you can see with that upgraded ultimate, and that is where you really want to fight. It is going to be the Blackfire Torch that he does grab. And so we'll see what he's going to be able to get done. You know, that first fight that you go for, probably going to try to save it here for that next dragon and maybe try to make a big impact there. One of the things you can do is really put the pressure on the ASOL and try to force them to use that ultimate.
Cease and desist onto Hongkyu, who puts down the gravity well. Will land the double stun, but doesn't get out of it in time. Junja now. Oh, flash from Elioya, just short of catching Junja. Smites exchanged, so they both look for the slow. TP coming in behind here as the Falling Scar was used in the mid lane. Alvaro looking for Kaiwing and Doggo. I think it was just an engage from Doggo and Kaiwing, really, that forced Jojo to pop that ultimate.
And that's exactly what I was talking about. If you can put pressure on the ASOL and force them to use it when it's not a team fight, you lose so much power. That ultimate is ridiculously strong. And when you have the upgraded ultimate, that is the kind of game-changing ability that you do have. So Doggo and Kaiwing, I really want to see how they were able to actually force that out, but still, good play from MKOI. Yes, they couldn't find the Q flash to follow it up, but they did get a kill on the top side. They knocked down Hongkyu. Mirwin not feeling confident to actually step out of the brush, doesn't know if anyone's behind him, so he's just going to watch the tower fall.
Also, the risk of the Grand Starfall always there from the Pantheon, can just jump in, especially when the tower's low. He jumps in, autos the tower, and then you're in a 2v1 without the safety of your turret. Doggo and Kaiwing having an absolute whale of a time in this game. 3K lead for them. And for MKOI, it's looking really bleak. For the APAC region, though, for the first time since 2012, on the brink of a best of 5, a win against one of these major regions. Breath of Light coming out from Jojo, Arcane Storm used by Hongkyu just to harass him down and clear out the way.
Also cancels the channels, so it is going to be able to interrupt that ASOL Q. One of the things that is kind of nice about those interactions, but still, they get the flash off of them. They're putting pressure on HongQ. This is the way that MKOI have said, this is how we're going to come back in the game. Force the Victor out to the side lanes, obviously not a very mobile champion, and then prey on him with that Vi. That is your ability to try to pick someone off, to constantly create opportunities to get kills, to buy time, to create pressure, because clearly you do not want to be fighting around this bot lane right now. Supa is woefully far behind. Doggo is going to be closing in on his IE, it feels like. He has the expensive components already. He's 1.7k ahead. And if he can have a good fight, it could just be curtains for MKOI. So they have got to make sure they are locking him down.
And the big question now for MKOI is, do you fight third Drake? It would put CFO on Soul Point if they take it, obviously. I think no. I think you are too far behind. But then the looming threat always is Soul. They can just force you into every fight, every 5 minutes around that dragon.
It's so hard, right? It is a really difficult answer, but like Ocean Soul for Cassante, well, you're probably going to lose the game. But at the same time, if you show up this far behind with no empowered ASOL ult, it is really, really tough.
Flank attempt here by MKOI. Elyoya goes in. Doggo flashes away from the cease and desist range early. Jojo joining the fray. There's the cease and desist onto HongQ. The Sun follows up. Super and Alvo chasing in as Doggo unleashes with the Severum Crescendo, but he's taken out. Elyoya falls as well. Junja's the one to get the kill. Super with the bailout on him. It expires, and Junja can't quite get the damage. The spear off to the side. Alvo is going to get chased out by HongQ. Mirwin flashing forward across the wall, looking for the stun there as well. Alvo surviving. Jojo trying to rejoin the fray. Mirwin will take one. The Astral flight forward as Kaiwing flashes to safety as well. Riftheld will get the charge into mid. The tower will go over to CFO, but MKOI have shown a brief sign of life.
I mean, that is huge. They're able to get a lot of kills there. They get both the summoners off of Doggo and get the kill. Alvaro was able to get out with almost no health. Multiple members there from MKOI surviving. This initial engage, the flash looks funny, but he's trying to stay out of range of the Vi ultimate. But then Supa says, you know what? I can close the gap. I'll do it myself. Throws in Alvaro, goes over. The bailout is there to protect him. And Supa able to survive on the side. And then Alvaro, they're saying, all right, well, at least we can get a chase down here. At least we can get a kill here. But Supa there, quick cleanse, hops to the side to avoid the Comet Spear from Junja. That would have executed him absolutely. And then Alvaro, well, surely you're going to get him. No, because Mirwin arrives, comes in with his flash, able to peel as well. That is really big. They get the kills. The bot lane both survive with a sliver of health. And now MKOI back with a new lease on life, but they will still be losing the dragon, and that looming threat is still there. Doggo has the IE now as well, and he is right back to pushing.
Yeah, you're still not in the game. You are still massively behind as MKOI. You need another couple of fights like that if you're going to get back into it. Great for Supa that he picked up the shutdown goal, but it's still a massive lead for Doggo. Falling Star coming out from Jojo. Astral Flight will get him across the wall and out of driver's clutches. The mid lane tier 2 very low here for MKOI. They've already lost the tier 2 on the bottom side alongside Soul Point. And even though MKOI have just won that last fight, the gold lead extends to 3.4k for CFO.
Yeah, just the pressure on the map has been relentless for them. Every time they get ahead, they really are playing the map well, moving around, pressuring these towers, denying resources, stealing away jungle camps. You know, Driver even being able to get up towards that top lane and defend the tier 1. Use the all-out a bit early, though. You definitely wanted to save that interrupt for the Astral Flight to try to interrupt that. I think his thought process was, you know, I could immune the stun from the ulti with my all-out and then maybe get him with a Q3 to try to interrupt there. But Jojo does get away and is critically close to that 200 stacks. You have to think having that empowered ultimate pretty soon again.
Yeah.
And does have a second item now. So he does have the Rylai's in, has hit level 13. So Jojo definitely the hope here. And MKOI gonna need him to step up in this big moment to try to turn things around, right this ship somewhat.
It's taking on a lot of water right now. Good thing for MKOI is they have a little bit of time before that Ocean Soul rears its head for CFO. The Artican, though, up in 25 seconds. And Doggo still a full item ahead of his opposite man. HongQ farming up on the side lanes. Game hasn't really been about him. He has had a really good series, but he's doing what he needs to do. Staying relatively even with Jojo. Is about 500 gold ahead just because of the passive gold that CFO have picked up across the map. Even though he is slightly behind in farm. Has that Seekers as his second item, but isn't going to go straight towards the Zhonya's. He will usually you build it after you pop the Seekers. Like, if I've used that in the fight, well, then I'll go up towards the Zhonyas, but no point upgrading it until you actually use the initial.
And I think in a game like this, getting an early Seekers actually makes quite some sense because they know, hey, if we win this next fight, that could be game deciding, but MKOI don't want to give them the opportunity here. They're starting this up. They do have the Kalista. They're going to try to secure this. They're even TPing for it. Both TPs coming in. MKOI can just turn on the TP.
They're going to look for Driver on that TP. In comes Cassante, but immediately dashes away with the Pathmaker. Articon's going to reset. Super's going to take a little bit of damage from it as it goes back into its pit. Kaiwing clearing out the vision here as well. Driver does have that all out and the flash. Importantly, no flash at the moment for Doggo, but a Mikhails for Kaiwing, a Lantern for Kaiwing. Driver stepping up again into Alvaro. No flash as well for Super as they put the spears into the Articon once again. A Comet Spear from Junja looking for the steal. Driver going in. The skies descend. Really a game changer in a fight like this, but Alvaro's already down to half HP. Look how far Doggo is back from the team. That's the safety of his tower there. Astral Flight forward from Jojo, trying to get onto Hongq, gets the knock-up. Elioya down to half HP though. Junja dashes back in onto Super. Alvaro with a hostile takeover is going to land it, but not onto Doggo, and that's the key target. Mirwin with the Dominus looking for the flank position, but he can't find it, so MKOI have to disengage. Hongq still chasing and can't quite get the damage in. There's the stopwatch, but here comes the Grand Starfall. The bailout enough to bring Jojo back, but Doggo has a Moonlight Vigil, and he's sending MKOI to the grave. The dash in is not enough for Mirwin as CFO come out on top.
MKOI tried to force it here. They bet their game on a battle over the Otacon with the empowered Asol ultimate, but they cannot make it work. They lose multiple members here. 3 fall down. They lose the Otacon, and CFO will even be able to reset in time. Let's watch this one more time. As Junja goes in here, he flashes out. The hostile takeover comes over, and he's not able to actually connect on Doggo. Mirwin constantly looking for an angle to flank here, but he's kind of separated from the rest of the team. Can't really find a way, and then Hongq flashes forward. Alvaro is incredibly low, so Junja says, I am going for it. But the bailout comes through, buys some time until Doggo gets in range, nails the ulti, knocks down a double, and then Mirwin is isolated in a 1v3. That's an easy kill to add in as well. CFO in full control of this game. MKOI are going to have to fight again in a minute here. 40 seconds now until that soul is up and available. They have to find a way to make this fight work, you have to think, or it is done for them at MSI.
No skies descend for Jojo. No flashes for anyone but Super and Mirwin on MKOI. How do you get on the backline? How do you get on Doggo? He was untouched in the previous fight, still has his cleanse and his flash and his threat and a Mikhails and a Pantheon and a Cassante in front of him. He'll take the tier 2 tower in the mid lane. They push Mirwin back. Driver just clearing out waves down towards this bottom side, and now CFO retreat towards the dragon. It's going to be a recall coming out from Hongq in that mid lane. He has the TP though, so he can rejoin the fray in just a second. MKOI start up the Drake, and there's the teleport from Hongq.
Yeah, they're starting it up, and it's going to be all down to this Driver trying to threaten the flanking position here. But MKOI may just get pincered.
Driver could just all out onto Super. Does have that up, but no flash for him. Mirwin forced away towards the top side. CFO take control over the dragon. Elioya goes in, only onto Kaiwing. Doggo's still untouched. Mirwin looking for the flank position. The falling star comes down. The hostile takeover is going to hit on Doggo, but immediately cleanses away, and Super's already down. Driver on the back line's doing so much work here. Elioya with the bailout can't kill off Junja. And there's the soul. And the soul of EU is ripped right out of their very bodies. CFO cleaning up the fight and looking for the Grand Starfall to make it the ace. Comet Spear just wide. Junja can't see over the wall. Mirwin with the slice and dice. Kaiwing with the lantern flash, and Mirwin will not be allowed to survive.
It is a clean ace, and the question is, what more can they go for? Elioya critically during the bailout stole the dragon, so Soul did not go over, but still 5 for 0 here. They're going to crack the base as well. CFO are looking incredibly strong, but that smite from Elioya, the only thing that I think keeps some hope alive. MKOI started this up very, very early. They go in here, Elioya goes forward, and it's a great stun that comes across from the ulti from Jojo, but then he gets pulled over the wall by Driver. He's isolated, he's knocked down immediately by the Cassante, and it becomes a fight on 2 sides. Elioya, last seconds of the bailout, steals away with the smite. Had he gone down again, it would have been absolutely over. Still, it is a dire situation, but there is at least some hope still here for MKOI. And then Mirwin sidestepping as much as he possibly can, but CFO chasing him down. Flash Flay, easy enough with the Lantern to grab that last kill.
I was so sure in the moment the CFO had managed to get the soul there last second from Elioya with the smite through the bailout, but still an 8,000 gold lead for CFO. Elioya has that cease and desist. Doggo still has his flash, only had to use the cleanse, and now has the Lord Dominic's regards complete as well.
I mean, Doggo is just a monster. This guy is the problem. You have to kill Doggo. That is the only way you're going to be able to win a fight. This guy is ridiculously strong, and this is the last time APAC, now LCP, actually won an EU, NA, or Chinese or Korean team in a best of 5. Taking down one of those teams in a series like this would be massive for them. And CFO looking to try to do just that, looking for this upset and to try to prove that first stand, not a fluke. This team is here to play. This team is here to play with the best.
Yeah, caught out by Driver here, and Tofu's go wide for that Q3. Flank position from CFO again, but they've done this so well in the games where they've had a lead. Just deny vision out of this topside jungle. Make sure that around the Baron, MKOI are in total darkness. Sky's Ascend available to Jojo. Has 300 stacks now on this Aurelian Soul. Junja looking for Jojo. There's the Sky's Descent. Junja forces Mirwin back towards the side. Honky with a stopwatch. Hostile takeover coming out, but doesn't hit onto Doggo once again, who has Severum Crescendum. Great guns to fight. For the moment, I'm not going to be able to go any further on it.
And with no ultimate, they're going to go straight to the Baron here. All it got was the zonies off of Honku and it hit Driver. That was really all it accomplished. And now MKOI are going to have to try to get back in, find a way to win a fight without their key ultimates.
Jojo showing on the bot wave as well. Would have to teleport up here. They're going to go for the battle. Elioya trying to go the long way around to look for a steal. There it goes. The smite secures it. Junja will get the Baron for CFO. 3 minutes on the clock now. And 2 minutes into that, the Ocean Drake comes up once again.
Absolutely. I mean, Jojo just desperately trying to push on this bot side, seeing if he can get some gold back, but there's no way he's going to be able to actually finish off this tower. He knows it. He has to just go back to base. They have to try to go bounty hunting, try to find some way to pick up some gold to try to pull this back, but you're 9,000 gold behind. And again, the biggest problem is that it's so isolated on Doggo. This guy is miles ahead of where Supa is, and they know it. It's really the key member. All you have to do as CFO is protect this guy, make sure that he can stand and fire, and you are going to win every fight.
And you have so many tools to do so as well. Driver with the all-out. Junja can jump in with the Grand Starfall to distract the back. You've got the Lantern as well, coming out from Kaiwing alongside that Mikhails and Redemption. For MKOI yet to pick up a tower in this game. That's part of the reason they're so far behind. They just haven't really got any of that standing gold off the map. Whereas Doggo has just had it injected right into his veins. Jojo trying to farm up towards his third item, has the Fated Ashes and the Haunting Guys. So Leandri's just cresting over the horizon if he can get that little bit of extra gold. But CFO are denying everything out of the MKOI jungle.
And the vision is such a problem. You know, you look at the minimap here, you have Elioya trying to go for this deep kind of flank angle. There's no wards in this whole section for MKOI. So even after they're able to actually have this spawn, how do they get over there? How do they actually try to defend?
Oh, Jojo teleports in. Driver looking for that flank position once again. The Singularity out from Jojo will hold the wave for now. Breath of Light as well to try and clear out some of these Baroned up minions. Driver in the mid lane is on that inhibitor. And MKOI aren't trying to defend that. The Infernum almost just wipes them. The Redemption coming down almost takes out Alvaro. But immediately MKOI have to back away. A Moonlight Vigil from Doggo made me think of Aphelios of yesterday.
That was looking like 300 years.
That was just absolutely absurd from the CFO AD carry, now knocking on the Nexus. CFO, just a single kill away, you have to feel, from this best of 5 victory. They'll take down one Nexus tower. Elioya still looking for the flank, but he's marked. Mirwin dashing in, Jojo forced away by the Arcane Storm. Doggo, he knows Elioya's there, and he's not even the one pushing in right now. Jojo goes in with the Astral Flight. Mikhail's away on Honku as he flashes. The Nexus Tower down to half HP. Doggo still just waiting for Elioya. The Nexus Tower, they can't clear the minions quickly enough, so it's going to fall. All Out comes out. There's the Falling Star. Hostile takeover coming across the side as well as Driver is down. Junja runs to fight his teammates, runs away from MKOI.
Really nicely done there by MKOI. They do actually hold onto the base. Elyoya, though, going to get spotted. He's got to be careful. They're just going to ult in with the Pantheon for the Dragon. They're going straight for the Soul. Elyoya has got to get over here and find some way to actually steal this, and Junja knows it, so he's not giving him time. Elyoya realizes, I have no vision, I have no chance, I can't die here or the game will just end, so you have to give up the Soul. Doggo is playing so far back there, and the reason is he knows it doesn't matter if Vi ults me. If no one can follow up, I'm in no danger. So he was just kind of marking the Vi, not allowing him to come in for any sort of a play.
That was the MasterCard priceless moment of the game as CFO secure the Ocean Soul. They have a teleport on Driver, none on Hongq. There's a ward in the base and pings towards the Nexus. Doggo now, 4 items. Rapid fire cannon with Gravitum is a very sticky situation to find yourself playing against.
I mean, there's not even any Nexus towers, right? You know, you could just walk in and finish the game if they feel like it, but at the same time, I think, you know, the smarter play may just be playing it slow, playing it steady, play through the side lanes, allow those super minions to draw the pressure, go for that triple inhib. Instead, they're looking for a potential pick here. They're seeing, does MKOI get greedy for some vision in their own jungle?
Well, they get a tiny bit of it, but MKOI back away after placing a couple of very superficial wards. CFO will push them out. 5 players grouped up in this mid lane. GA finish for Junja. Yet to see a 3rd item out of Hongq. As we've said, game not really about him at all. Singularity comes down and MKOI's wave clear is solid for the moment. Double super minions on the bot side though, about to push in. Junja pings on the wave and starts to crash that forward.
Yeah, CFO moments away, you have to think, from a potential match here with AL. Looking to try to close this one out.
Hook misses. Dominus out from Mirwin. Elyoya looking for the flank position. Hostile takeover used as well, but CFO just back away and then reset. Junja going in. Falling Star coming out as they dive onto Doggo, but he cleanses and flashes, and now he's barking. Doggo with the chase in. CFO cleaning up the fight. The Nexus in their eyes. After 13 years of hurt, the light of the LCP shines bright as they claim a best of 5 against a major region.
What an impressive performance here from CFO. It began at First Stand. It continues here at MSI. This team is so damn good, showing their strength here against MKOI, taking down the #1 team from the LEC. And doing it in fairly dominant fashion, winning all 3 games with Driver in. He was playing out of his mind today, and Doggo was impossible to catch. The guy was just smurfing it in every single win.
Just incredible performance all round from CFO. For MKOI, they will be very disappointed in themselves coming into this tournament. As the first seed from the LEC, they wanted to show that they can battle on the major stages, especially since the history with Mad Lions is there, the history of disappointment when they come to these international tournaments, though. CFO, on the other hand, just superb all round from them. What an underdog story.
And we're going to see the final bow here from MKOI. Showed us some really fun games, and definitely going to be thinking back to that BLG series, you know, what if that final game, it was very close to them being able to force a game 5. In that game 4, you know, 1 pick, the Nexus gets taken down, and you're going to have a lot of regrets, a lot of thoughts about what if we won that series? What if we forced to a game 5? Would we have won? Would we have even been playing CFO in this position? But that is the nature of these tournaments. You have to show up in those critical moments, and it's CFO that is able to do it, that gets that massive win, and is going to be able to have that pride in being able to get some revenge against LEC as well, after they were taken down in a 5-game series by K-Corp at First Stand, exactly.
And now they have a date with AL as well. Anyone's Legend, like, talk about a step up in terms of caliber of opposition.
They took down TES, #1 seed at First Stand.
Yeah, AL aren't TES internationally, it seems, but great performance all around from them today. Have a couple of days to reset before they get into that next series. For MKOI, a long flight back to Europe. And FlyQuest obviously going to play up against the winner of the loser of T1 BLG later on today. I will say, BLG have never lost to T1 at an MSI. They played 3 times, and T1.
And now they're going to lose because you said that.
Well, that's fine. If I have that sort of caster curse, why am I not using it on European teams? You know?
Well, that's a good question. Maybe you should answer that. MKOI, though, this was, of course, their final stand. This is always going to be an almost impossible fight to win against Seoul, against that big of a deficit. I do think the additional engage actually quite good on Doggo. You're probably not going to get much better than that. The Ace ult lands, the Vi ult lands, the Renekton is there, but it's just so hard, and it's not like this point in the game the other members are weak, right? You're trying to fight through this top side that's also incredibly strong, and it was just always going to be a long shot there.
Hongq did the most damage in the game of anyone, so even if you're killing off the Aphelios, which you couldn't do anyway because you had Moonlight Vigil, Severum, Cleanse, and Flash, it would have been very difficult to work your way through the rest of CFO. Great performance all around from them. Law and Kitty have Driver and Hongq on stage for the Ryzen post-game interview.
CFO will advance to the next round again, anyone's legend, and I have Hongq and Driver with me in the winner interview. Thank you so much for joining me. Congratulations to both of you. First question is for you, Driver. You said in an interview with LCS Profile that you really did not want to play against Mirvan. How did you prep against a player that has such a unique and unpredictable champion pool?
首先，恭喜 CFO 今天能获胜拿下 MKOI 的比赛。首先想问一下 Driver 选手，那么今天对线的是 Merwin 选手，然后之前有在采访里面提醒过，说不太想要去面对他的英雄池，因为他的英雄池比较特殊。那么今天比赛前有没有做出任何比较独特的准备呢？
对我来说，他的英雄池就是虽然我不想遇到嘛，可是我觉得他就算选出来，我也能应对嘛，因为他的角色都比较极端，会比较难为团队做出贡献嘛。反观我的角色池呢，就是你想要选就能直接选，所以他们必须得背。我觉得这就是我跟他的差别吧，角色池的差别。
The biggest difference between me and Merwin today is that his champion pool is very unique. However, it only has one-dimensional gameplay. Meanwhile, for me, I feel like my champion pool is incredibly versatile and they can ban it, I can just pick something else.
Amazing to have those insights. Hongq, I want to ask about Twisted Fate. It doesn't work at all so far at MSI. Is it a bait champion or did no one find a way to play it actually?
下个问题想问 Hongq， 现在卡牌目前在 MSI 的比线还没有获胜过，所以你觉得这个英雄是陷阱呢，还是关于 BP 问题？
我觉得这英雄应该不是陷阱吧，我觉得应该是团队需不需要卡牌的英雄。然后我觉得这 ID 也很看选手的 ID， 这英雄。
I don't think TF is a bait pick. It really determines on the ban pick phase and if the composition requires a TF. And I also think the ID does play into this.
Driver, next question for you. We saw that, and you said that you were taking inspiration from Baus when it comes to playing Sion. Is there anything from his gameplay that you've implemented in yours?
那么大家也知道 ，Driver 选手是 The Boss FFS 的粉丝，想问一下，你有没有从他的游戏或者主播直播中有没有拿出任何灵感来今天打比赛给大家显示出来呢？
我觉得他的玩法带给我很多启发吧，就是正确的送投资好赢游戏的方式，就是打比赛也是一样的，你只要送得好就会赢游戏啊。Boss 就是属于那种。 很会送的人，所以我看他学了很多。
So I think Boss definitely gave me some inspiration going into today's series because some deaths are good deaths, and in competitive series, I feel like that is also very necessary and could be used to our advantage.
Good death only. Hongq, you went toe-to-toe against Faker. You had an amazing series today, and you're the youngest player at MSI this time. How do you reflect on your performance so far?
Hongq 选手，首先你前几天刚跟 Faker 打出非常激烈的对决，然后今天的表现也是非常出色的。作为 MSI 今年最年轻的选手，你对自己在 LCP 还有 MSI 的状态如何？怎么评价
？LCP 的状态就是应该打得不太好吧，但是来到了 MSI， 就是对手都非常的强劲，所以得就多花1倍的努力，然后还有专注度去打这场比赛吧。
I actually don't think my performance in the LCP was the best. However, coming into MSI, the opponents are much more competitive, and I'm going to try twice as hard to perform for you guys.
Looking forward to what's next. Now, Driver, I cannot let you go without a celebration. We did not get any celebration for you, so would you give us one now?
Driver 选手可不可以给我们表演一下他的经典舞蹈，来鼓励一下，鼓励一下。
Absolutely amazing. Thank you, Driver. 谢谢. Congratulations, Kitty. Thank you so much for the translation. That's all for us here. We'll be right back for the second series, BLG versus T1.
Let me throw it down to the ground, make them turn around. This is what I do. I'm a dog, not afraid to fight in the dark and light.
Is required. Financial system updating. System updated.
We will dance to get.
The future of money is here. Feels good.
Hunter in the dark. Master of 9 shots. Oppo Find X8 series. Powerful camera, powerful AI.
I'm not afraid of the challenge. The challenge should fear me. I'm not afraid of the battle. The battle should fear me. The only time is now. Jump into the unknown. I won't give up till victory is mine. I'm coming for it. I'm coming for it. I fought for this. I crawled for this. I died for this. I'm coming for it. I'm coming for it. I'll take the win, the glory, all mine. I want it all. I've got this fire burning inside. I want it all. The world will know I'm do or die. I want it all. I've got this fire burning inside. I want it all. Only time is now. Jump into the unknown. I won't give up till victory is mine. I'm coming for it. I'm coming for it. I fought for this. I crawled for this. I died for this. I'm coming for it. I'm coming for it. When it's all you got and it's all you want, you don't back down, you don't ever stop. You climb to the top, let the whole world know just how far you go.
Let me throw it down to the ground, make them turn around. This is what I do. I'm a dog, not afraid to fight in the dark and light.
And there's just one more question I need to ask, and I'll ask you both. Up next is BLG, a really exciting matchup for us as fans, and they have nightmares of what happened at the World Championship. So for you both, what would you like to say to BLG? Faker first, perhaps.
BLG와 또 만나게 될 줄 몰랐는데 이렇게 또 만나게 돼서 너무 재밌을 것 같고 오늘만큼 힘든 경기는 내일은 안 나올 거라고 생각하고 있습니다.
Well, Gumayushi, would you like to add anything, or is that enough?
작년 월드의 악몽이 떠오르게 해드리겠습니다.
Make them relive that nightmare here today in the rematch of World's Finals. It's T1 versus BLG. What do you think? Do you feel like T1 should approach this one with that kind of confidence?
I mean, I love it. That's like the most confident, the most trash talk I feel like I've ever heard from a T1 member. So they are clearly feeling it, thinking that they are going to do really well here. But I wanted to talk about the history of this matchup, because while it has gone T1's way a number of times, at Worlds, they are usually the ones that are always winning. At MSI, it has always gone the way of BLG. And where are we, Emily?
We're at MSI. So T1 are looking to break that streak for themselves. And I feel like both teams, in my opinion, are not coming at kind of their expected full strength. I feel like we've definitely seen T1 and BLG both look much stronger than they did coming into this tournament. However, I would like to turn our attention, of course, to the mid lane. We kind of have to, right? Because it's going to be Faker versus Knight, and I feel like in so many of these matchups and these two have faced each other, it's been remarkable. Faker with the clutch performance in that Game 5 on one of his signature picks, the Galio. I can still see it in my mind being the difference maker in the most recent Worlds Finals. And whenever these two go up against each other, it's going to be explosive.
I mean, 12-12 game score, I think is just incredible to see. Obviously, Faker, his accolades are unrivaled by anyone. He is the GOAT. He is the undisputed GOAT. But Knight is going to give him a run for his money in these games. Absolutely. Knight has been, I think, really stellar, and has been one of the strong points, even when I felt like when BLG was struggling at times. To me, he was really stepping up and being a point of strength.
I mean, that's the thing. Today's series is going to be the one that settles it in this matchup. And thinking about what Faker has been able to showcase so far at MSI and what Knight has been able to do for his team, how do we feel like this one would go today?
I mean,
I'm a little bit worried for Faker's laning.
I think in terms of, like, I don't know if we want to spoil predictions, I'm going 3-2 T1. However, I think it's going to be about this mid lane matchup and then also about top lane, because the big difference maker there, I think, was Doran. I thought he had a bit of a rough season in terms of the regular season, had a bit of trouble getting acclimated to the team. But now,
he's a changed man
now. Yeah, he destroyed my team. Thank you for that. Wait, oh no, it's Azale with the 2KT fans again.
Man, I honestly just love Doran as a player. He's such a nice guy. I feel like he has been good regionally for so long in the LCK, but has these moments where, you know, kind of falls on his face a bit internationally and has had this stigma, has had this reputation. But I feel like he is on the precipice of a breakthrough. And I felt like that last Worlds, I really do feel like this is going to be the time for him. He has stepped up in the clutch when T1 needed him. He was incredible in playoffs. In the really hard-fought series against CFO, this guy was 1v9. Like, he needs to get his flowers for how well he has played when T1 has needed him lately.
Yeah, absolutely. And I feel like I've also been on your side when it's come to, like, defending Doran, especially with some of the phenomenal domestic performances he has had. And I think this is kind of a role reversal, right? Because we saw, again, some struggles in the regular season, but during that road to MSI, absolutely stepped up, was a massive difference maker for T1 in their run to get here, and already is making waves with this team in their first series.
Now when it comes to Bin, what do we think of the player? Because this new revamped version of PR Bin that we had in interview maybe is not the one that we're expecting to see when it comes to Bin on the international stage.
So from my perspective, I think Bin has spent a lot of this year being a little bit shakier than I was expecting from him, right? He's kind of always been that top laner willing to slam these counter picks. We did see that at some points, like I particularly remember him slamming the Camille into, I believe, Flanders and Bessa and just absolutely destroying him. However, he's been really, really up and down, in particular because they have been putting him on champs like the Rumble, which I think he's performed adequately on, but I still wouldn't say is like his absolute best champion. So for BLG to step up and be able to defeat T1, I do think Bin has to have one of those classic Bin performances.
All right.
And I had production make me a very handy
How better to determine than by tracking it on the Binometer.
So we have the 4 states of Bin here.
We have a Bin head that we can move from Rubbish Bin to Sin Bin, which actually features the hometown Vancouver Canucks against the Calgary Flames.
Got a couple cheers.
Yeah, 5 of them in the penalty box. And then Bin, so regular Bin, and then Giga Bin, where he's, I believe, lifting Doran above his head.
So which one did we have so far? If you look at all the series that BLG has played at MSI.
I feel like it's kind of been
between these two.
Swapping between these two. I don't think he's been bad. I also don't think we've seen that kind of classic breakout performance. So I'd kind of put him like in the middle here right now.
Yeah, I mean, he is at his best incredible, like unstoppable. So he definitely hasn't reached there yet, but if he can today, it could make all the difference.
We need Gigabin to perform against the Kroglord today on stage, but let's check out how the fans have voted at MasterCard GG on X. They are calling the match for T1 with 78.2% of the votes. Who would have thought?
I don't think T1 has ever lost a fan vote in the history of League of Legends. This team, everywhere they go, is home field advantage.
True.
T1 fans are everywhere.
What are you thinking, though, Emily? You gave us your prediction. Yeah, quickly.
I also am on 3-2 T1. I do feel like they are a little bit better prepared. I feel like Doran's going to have a breakthrough series.
It is a rematch of World's Finals today here at MSI in our second series of the day. T1 versus BLG. Casters, take it away for game 1.
Thank you very much, Laura, Emily, and Isaiah. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back for the second series of the day here at MSI 2025. I'm Captain Flowers, joined by Vedius for this one, and I cannot wait to jump into this head-to-head, a remix, a rematch of the most recent World Finals between BLG and T1.
And it feels like the desk is a little T1 favored, but I have to say that when it comes to MSI, they mention the historical record. BLG just feels like a different beast at this tournament. They're currently 9-1, having only dropped a single game to KOI, and it feels like that this team, when they get a lead, are the most ruthless that we have seen at this tournament. They do not hesitate at playing around objectives. They are incredibly fast and effective at punishing the smallest of mistakes, and we have to be honest, CFO put T1 through the ringer in their best of 5.
And we know some teams, when they get a lead, they like to slow the game down and control it. BLG seems much happier to test that lead, to put their opponents in a real hot seat and make them answer the call to battle like you're talking about. They'll challenge you at objectives. They'll force a fight. They'll say, if we've got a gold lead, if we've got some sort of an advantage, we're going to push that lead.
It certainly seems like it. We'll see how things pan out as we get ready for the draft of Game 1. Obviously, this has become a huge international rivalry with both many appearances at the World Championship and MSI. The support matchup is one that I am especially excited for.
Okay.
Keria versus On. I feel like that, I mean, Keria's ceiling is just, it's unrivaled with what he's able to do on support. He seems to have a champion, Ocean. You can't really predict what he's going to bring out. Some picks definitely work better than others, I think we can safely say. But there are certain champions that he's just able to have such a huge impact on. Meanwhile, for On, I feel like that his engages that we have seen in this tournament have just been unbelievable. He knows exactly the right target to pick, and he sets up his team for so many of those fast engages that can be very difficult to react to.
And I'm really excited too, because we're getting this World Finals rematch in this year, in this season, where we've moved over to this new Fearless format. When I was watching back the World Finals yesterday evening to just make sure that it was fresh in my head that last time that we got to see these two go head-to-head, it was a little bit jarring to see Bin lock Rumble 3 games in a row, being like, wait a second, isn't that against the rules? It wasn't back then, but now we've got to go deeper into the pools. So if we get to go to that Game 5 again, if this series does go the distance, I'm really looking forward to seeing how they navigate the drafts and how they try to outplay each other before they even hit Summoner's Rift.
We go back to last year, and when these two teams did meet at this point in the tournament, it was BLG that got the better of T1, knocking them down into the lower bracket, where we saw both Gen.G and BLG matching up in the next round. I wonder if it's going to be a repeat of history, or instead we're going to see a different story from T1, because at the end of the day, T1, no matter what you think about them, no matter how many VODs you review, no matter how much analysis you do, no matter how much detail you go into with this team, they have something that is just, I don't know, magic, I guess? Like, intangible. That is the word that I'm looking for, and that is the beauty of T1, why they are such a fan favorite, why they're so widely decorated. The ability to just find that way to turn games around has always been a joy to watch. As you can see, we are currently experiencing a slight game delay, so you're listening to me and Captain Yap while we get ready for the first matchup.
Just a little bit more. We do have a hardware delay on the stage. As soon as we're able to get that resolved, you can see League officials talking with the players right now, so hopefully we can get that taken care of ASAP, get ourselves into this first draft, start this series off. Remember, if you win today, it's not like the road is going to get any easier. It's Gen.G waiting up there in that next winner's bracket match for whoever wins this one. MSI is a real battlefield, Vedius.
And I know a lot of LCK fans are hungry for that match because they were denied it domestically. We don't know how the two compare currently. We got to see it a bunch during the regular season where Gen.G did dominate, but we never got to see that best of 5 between those two teams. Meanwhile, for BLG, I mean, it's just a matter of revenge for them, right? Yeah. They're always the bridesmaid. They always come so close to winning so many international titles, but then they're always denied. Last year it was Gen.G at MSI, then it was T1 at the World Finals. They're a team that comes so close, yet they cannot quite close the gap. We'll see if they're able to do it, and as we get closer to draft, we can think about some of those high priority picks. Champions like Talia, Annie in particular. I very much expect that to be a contested mid lane champion between these two players. We've seen both of them blind pick it, and I will say that there hasn't been a very comfortable response to the Annie matchup, just because she feels so safe in lane, and because of how reliable she feels in the team fights.
And alongside those high priority mid lane champions, we've been seeing so much priority on Varus in the bottom lane. The power of the champion both in the laning phase as well as the incredible burst and range that he has as the game goes on for the team fights. We know that both of these AD carries are very adept mechanically and can carry a game on their backs with just their individual performances. Locking in a power pick like that in the bottom lane could also be an easy win condition.
The jungle pool is also very shared based on what we've seen at this tournament as well. And for Beishwan going up against Oner, naturally on paper, you would give the advantage towards Oner, especially given how impactful he was for T1 specifically during their regular season in spring. But Beishwan really has just slotted in nicely. It's kind of amazing how BLG always find these junglers that just provide them exactly what they need to get across the finish line and function as a team. I feel like that he's having a very solid tournament overall, and his priority around making sure that Knight is comfortable in the lane, focusing on setting up his bot lane for success, putting Elkanon in a winning bot lane position, I feel like is going to be crucial as we get ready for this first matchup.
And you're talking about how Beishwan slots into the BLG roster. Reminder to everybody who might not be completely familiar, this is a 4 out of 5 man run back for both squads of those rosters that competed in the World Finals. It's only Shun being replaced by Beishwan in the jungle on the side of BLG, and on the side of T1, top laner Zeus replaced by Doran. And Doran's going to have his work cut out for him up against Bin. This guy, we know when Bin is all the way to the right of that scale that Emily had when he's playing like Giga Bin, it's a real problem.
I mean, the amazing thing about Doran is he's such a controversial player. You can never really understand what level of player you're going to get from him, but so far it feels like that we're getting the best version of Doran. He was instrumental in their win against CFO. His Jace performance in particular just dominated against Rest, and I feel like his Rumble as well was really impactful in the series. So as a player, I feel like Doran is standing out. He stood out, especially in their road to qualify for MSI. So the top lane matchup is another one to keep our eyes on. And like, it feels like no matter where you put your eyes in this matchup, there's always going to be something exciting to watch. The question is going to be which role ends up being the most important. Like, that's the beauty of this matchup. You never quite know which role is going to be the series defining champ or role or player, and we're going to have to wait and see which player stands up.
And I like the fact that you mentioned the journey that T1 had to get here, but we'll talk about that a little bit later, because ladies and gentlemen, we are finally getting into Champ Select, powered by Omen and HyperX, here for game number 1, the rematch of the 2024 World Finals. Best of 5 starting off here. First ban from BLG on that blue side will be the Varus that I mentioned, that power pick in the bottom lane, while T1, they're looking right at Ben. They're banning the Gwen first.
You have to respect that champion for Bin specifically. It's something he can have a monster performance on. It did struggle when playing against Koi. Choosing to run the Ignite is where he ended up getting chain ganked a lot, but still, T1 respecting, they don't want to have to deal with it. The Azir, not an uncommon ban for BLG.
Nope.
Not something that Knight has a huge priority on himself. And of course, against the GOAT, it's a champion that you really can't afford to give it.
It's one of those champions that I feel like is just such a staple of pro play, and particularly for somebody, you already said it, it's the GOAT, it's Faker. You don't want to be giving something like that over for free if you're not willing to pick it yourself. The Vi will be the next ban here for T1. Pretty much a staple jungler this entire year everywhere for the playmaking, the point and click lockdown that we see from it. And now the TF, so this is one that continues to be very debated among the community, because this thing has been highly prioritized, but also highly ineffective so far at MSI. It will be the 3rd ban for BLG as Rumble is banned away from Bin.
Both the Taliyah and Annie are available. You expect the Taliyah to be the first pick, and it will be. Knight not going to hesitate, going to grab that one for himself. I wonder if Faker will respond with the Annie of his own, or if instead they're thinking more along the lines of something like the Ryze or the Ahri as a possibility. Throughout this year, we've seen Ahri used as a matchup into the Taliyah. You pair it alongside something like the Xin Zhao, and you already have a very strong mid-jungle duo right out the gate.
Speaking of mid-jungle, I'm thinking about Pantheon, man. We're talking about powerful champions on the patch. Right there it is, locked in for T1. Pantheon is scary to begin with. In a lot of people's eyes, he's the best jungler on the patch if your jungler knows how to pilot him well. But you combine semi-global with semi-global in mid-jungle, that is a nightmare. T1's going to deny it, while also locking in the Orianna for Faker.
Going for a little bit more team fighting, a little bit more mid control and solid wave clear. Of course, on the Orianna, you've got to be super careful. Does potentially open up for a Jarvan possibility for Beishuan. I wonder if he will just lean more towards the Xin Zhao that we've been seeing a lot from him. You could also go towards something like the Wukong. Bear in mind, though, that with the Pantheon locked in, that means there's no Trundle, which means that champions like Sion massively rise in priority. We've seen this pick just dominate in MSI. It feels like that there are very few champions that can match the teamfight utility that he provides. He's just a very safe side laner, and all-around very effective frontline.
Even in the last series that we just got done watching between CFO and MKOI, the game from Driver playing the Sion, massive impact on that champion in that one, but that'll be locked in for the side of BLG. You can see it has a 70% win rate so far, like you're talking about. It's been dominating games, and the Poppy will also be picked up. This is, of course, possible flex potential. You can go into the jungle with this. You can play from the support position with this, but T1's answer into the top lane Sion is the Yorick for Doran.
So a little bit more split push power. You can already see that T1 with the Pantheon and the Yorick rather have tools to play through the side, try and punish this Sion who's going to be looking to try and safely farm up. But BLG have already started to craft this effective front-to-back team fight style composition. BLG need a little bit more DPS, so I imagine T1, if they're going to look to try and ban, maybe they get rid of some of that long-range tools. They've already decided to target the Karma. that does weaken the potential of a Caitlyn Karma on the bot side of the map. But I do wonder if they look to get rid of something like the Caitlyn, if they want to have that long-range damage threshold coming in from the backside. Alternatively, they could consider the Misfortune, a very effective LPL team fighting AD carry that fits nicely into a composition like this that's looking for the front to back.
Okay, clock runs down on BLG's next ban, so they will decide to take the Lucian off the table, thinking, all right, if they've already locked in the entire top side, that leaves them open to potentially grab one of these spicy bot lane duos. Lucian's one of the ones that can play very aggressively. They're going to want to deny that from Gumayusi and Keria, especially when you see the Karma banned away. That tells you that you're trying to ban away anything that would be the long-range, take over the lane, oppressive poke style, which is typically something that can shut down these aggro bot lanes. So BLG is going to respond, getting rid of the Lucian, as On's Rakan is banned out by T1.
These bans do suggest that T1 might be looking at either an Alistar or even a Braum. If they want something a little bit more defensive, I think both these champions can be very effective into the Braum, but also I think T1 can save their support for the last pick. I expect the AD carry to come through now, try and give Keria and Guma the best possible bot lane 2 versus 2 matchup, but also allow Keria the freedom to kind of round out this composition nicely. The Nico right now is the hover, and it's going to be locked in immediately, so they're just going to put that towards the bot side of the map, already giving you a very strong 2 versus 2. BLG, yeah, they're going to deny the Kalista away from Guma, and they're going to pair it alongside the Renata. Another champion that we really haven't seen have a lot of success so far at MSI. It feels like Kalista really does struggle to get through so many of the frontliners that we have in the current meta, and with Pantheon constantly diving on your face, many AD carries just struggle to play in this current meta.
Right, can be very difficult to deal with. One good thing, at least for the Kalista, there is not a true massive tank on the side of T1. Pantheon and Yorick, both bruisers. Yes, they can be difficult to deal with, but it's not like trying to punch through a Scion or an Ornn or something similar. Last pick of the draft, red 5 for T1 is the Jhin for Gumayusi. So Jhin Nico versus Kalista Renata here in the bottom lane. Vedius, I asked this question of my co-caster at the end of every single draft. I got to ask you now, who has the edge here now that we see all 10 picks?
I think both comps, honestly, have very clear strengths and weaknesses. I think the BLG want to play a slightly slower game. When you draft that Kalista Renata, my instincts are always that you want to try and play aggressively through the bot side of the map. But with the Poppy, you don't necessarily have the best tools. I think T1 have a lot more early game agency, especially on that bot side of the map. Gumayusi getting his hands on his fabled Jhin when paired up alongside the Nico gives you a very present, very effective bot lane 2 versus 2, and with a Pantheon alongside it, if they can land that poke, T1 is going to set their sights on the dive. So in the early game, I very much like what T1 have drafted for themselves. I think they have a lot of options to get this game going.
With Talia on one side and Pantheon on the other, I'm really looking to see how they use these long-range ultimates, how they cash in on the value of these semi-globals to create unfair fights and force these situations that can give themselves an edge.
The arena is packed for T1 versus BLG. The energy feels amazing here in Vancouver. And I mean, we can feel it here at the Caster Desk.
Yes, sir.
The crowd is feeling good. We're getting ready for game 1 of this best of 5. A rematch over the last few years that has gone back and forth, with T1 currently holding the advantage as the reigning world champions. Doran gonna face check.
Yeah, Doran walks right into the brush there. Beishwan's waiting, and so is Knight. Doran's gonna take a lot more damage here than he would like to. Beishwan and Knight continue their chase. More rocks are flying out. Beishwan's going in. Doran nearly killed off, but he barely survived.
We start off with a very oh, Knight!
Knight, oh.
That was cheeky.
Seeing if maybe he could catch Doran window shopping there,
that
maybe.
was cheeky by Knight. He thought that he could get the finish, but he does not. That means we get a Trader Summoner spells. Doran no flash, Beishwan no flash. Perhaps that means that Beishwan's going to change up his pathing, maybe set his sights on a top lane play for a potential early gank. You'll see him actually pathing towards his Raptors, likely going to start there, as Ona's going to start on his top side, as we kind of expected. Gumayusi in the bot lane 2 versus 2. Carrier now shows up by surprise. They're going to look to try and get the advantage in the 2 versus 2. Expect a lot of trading in this bot lane matchup.
Oh yes, and you can see right here, this is your rematch, 2024 World Finals. It was a full 5-game series, BLG winning, then T1 winning, then BLG winning, then T1 winning, and finally at the finish line, T1 clutched the game 5 for the 3-2 victory to hoist the Summoners Cup, and you know BLG are hungry to get revenge for that loss here at MSI.
I mean, it was that final where we really got to see the unkillable Demon King himself.
Yeah.
Faker earning the finals MVP, having a standout performance in that series. When we come to this MSI, Faker did struggle in his first matchup against Tonkyu. He was put on the back foot in multiple games of that series, and I feel like Knight really has been a standout for the side of BLG. One of the core components of what helped BLG even qualify for this MSI. And already we see Knight off to an early push in the matchup. Very much what we expect. See him move into the fog of war, act as that potential threat, moving around, potentially working with his jungler. Now, we know that Beishuan is pathing up towards the top side, a potential dangerous avenue that T1 has to respect. And on the bot side of the map, Owner is getting closer and closer. The health bars, though, of both Elkanon, very good right now. No real risk of a dive.
Yep. And checking back in on what we were thinking about after that bit of a dicey start there in the top lane for Doran. The push originally did go to Bin. Doran was underneath the turret, but now you can see that wave is pushing back out right around the time that Beishuan is finishing those camps in this top side of the jungle. About to kill his blue now. He's going to path up towards this top lane. Now, Doran's going toward the Pixel Brush at exactly the same time that Beishuan's making his entry. Doran, with a nice use of the cage there, does block Beishuan's ideal entry point, but still a little bit of damage from the Poppy to harass Doran a little bit more, but not really a huge threat coming out just yet. Doran manages to keep himself out of trouble.
I will say, Sion plus Poppy, not the most effective early game ganking duo.
Not really.
You can definitely be annoying. And I think Doran is a little annoyed, but aside from that, he's not into much danger. The wave state is in a fairly healthy spot. Faker will take a bit of damage, but Owner already setting his sights on the Raptors respawn.
It's the #1 mini game for junglers to play. Mark those chickens, steal them away at every respawn you can get, but Beishuan is here to contest, wants to fight Owner for the second set of the chickens. Owner, though, has the smite on the large chicken. Azan has to sidestep the deadly flourish down in the bottom lane scrap at the same time. Owner with control over the jungle of Beishuan here in this red quadrant, as Beishuan will make his way back out. There's nothing else right now for Owner to go after because of the Krug camp still not being something that's within his reach. Since Elk and On are all the way back behind the turret, they would easily be able to come help Beishuan. So Owner's just going to take his one camp steal and walk away from it. Back up top side, continuing the trading between these two. As long as Bin is able to just keep trading and farming early on, he's going to be just fine. The Scion can be so powerful into the Yorick. The Soul Furnace is powered by ghouls. They count as coal every single time he farms these things up. He's getting extra power on the W, extra maximum health to be that massive front line.
Gonna be a train with a lot of power behind it, that's
yes,
for sure.
Sir.
We'll see how impactful that train will be later on into the game. I just want to come back to that Owner pathing that you were talking about. I love the fact that he started with the red, moving to his Krugs, and then Raptors with the full intent on stealing the enemy Raptors, knowing that he's going to be able to work with Faker to get that mid push, be able to contest those Raptors, steal away what he can, and then the Raptors will respawn that little bit later, so he can then path back towards the Krugs, path nicely back through his jungle, and now he's going to continue on with that full clear. As right now we have a very timid, very safe early game with the swap coming through from BLG. Nothing too surprising. Something that we see often is not only can you get yourself out of a little bit more of a difficult 2 versus 2 matchup, but Sion loves, I always say this, loves being on the weak side. Obviously, players don't love being in a 1v2.
Nobody loves it.
But Bin doesn't mind it when playing the Sion champ.
As now Doran could be in a little bit of danger here. Nope, not quite. On and Elk aren't in range to back up Beishuan. There's no wall for the wall slam from the Poppy to actually find the big value there. So Doran's still all right, does have his Maiden of the Mist ready to be summoned, but does not want to summon it up at a time when these swaps are happening, when you could end up in a 1v3 situation, have the Maiden deleted very swiftly, especially with Beishuan having the smite available. If you lose that Maiden early, the cooldown is so long, it feels really bad, and you feel like you've lost a huge part of the power budget of your character, as now the Pantheon from T1, Owner has secured the first first Drake of the game. 6 minutes and 45 seconds in. Beishuan coming back up into the top side. Doran forced to flash away again, but a nice handshake brings him right on back, and BLG get first blood.
One of those setting his sights on mid.
All right, flashing away, stays safe from that one as Karia's Tangle Barb's going to force out the summoner spell from the BLG mid laner, but it does cause Karia's flash at the same time.
Okay, so a lot of things happen. Ooh, the shockwave connects.
Nice shockwave from Faker to Chunk Knight, but not threaten lethal damage.
He's just chipping away at HP though, and he's doing damage because he's just denying a lot of farm away from Knight. You'll notice the mid gold gap really starting to increase in Faker's favor. We don't get a chance to talk about the previous play.
Yeah, Carry is already in danger. Remember, he used his flash trying to go after Knight. Now he's already dead. Owner wants to jump in and make something else happen, but he has to flash back over the wall as On, Elk, and Beishuan continue going forward. Elk needs a bailout if he wants to survive, and he gets it! Elk stays alive! Gumayushi tries to fire back, but he's got to reload the gun. Now the curtain call's open. On, sidestepping three. The fourth can't hit Beishuan, but the dancing grenade dances on his grave. BLG up 3-1.
Action-packed is what we were hoping for, and BLG deliver, finding kill after kill, all being funneled into Elk is a fantastic start for BLG. T1 played for the Dragon. The swap was initiated by BLG. They recognized that they couldn't really do much to help Doran in this situation, but I don't think they were quite expecting this. After their gank attempt in the mid lane, Carry is trying to group up with his AD carry, but he gets collapsed on by Beishuan, not expecting him to invade on the top side. He falls short, but then the Pantheon ultimate had already been committed. There's little that Owner can do. He has to turn and fight. Guma does his best to help him, but he ends up proccing the bailout with all those spears stacking up in Owner, allowing him to get the revive and turning it into another kill. Beishuan out of options, out of ways to escape. At the very least, Gumayushi will get one back.
And you could see at the end there, Gumayushi, he takes 3 shots at the escaping players from BLG, thinks maybe he can convert that fourth onto Beishuan, but Beishuan had the distance to sidestep the curtain call. Sadly, Dancing Grenade, more of a targeted ability, can't quite get away from that one, as Elk takes a chunk of damage back on live now, as our bottom lane duos continue to scrap back and forth topside. Both junglers still hanging around this area as well. These trios of junglers and bottom laners are so aggro in the early stages of this game. It's a very modest gold lead for the side of BLG, but really nothing to write home about. Bin happy to just ult back down into the bottom lane, clear out the wave. Nice chunk of damage onto Doran there as well.
Choo-choo, Bin continues to build an advantage, and it's really him that benefited so much from all that action that was happening. Doran getting killed. He was also able to get a plate in the bot lane on the bottom side of the map. And these teams are violent. They are tied for the highest kills per minute at MSI in 2025. A Clash of Titans is an apt title, given the pedigree of players that we have on stage right now. BLG have accrued a small advantage, but what I will say that surprises me is the goal difference between the AD carries is actually not that big.
No.
Guma has actually been able to get himself a small gold lead, all because of the farm that he was able to generate while all that action was happening on the Rift, getting 1 kill for himself. But considering that is a 3-0 Callista, Guma is kind of unfazed.
Yeah, it's a lot of times what we're seeing get picked into these Callistas that ends up making them not as effective as you would otherwise expect them to be. The power of range, the power of just bullying them away from playing as aggro as they want to. Nico throws out a Tangle Barb, Jin hits you with a Deadly Flourish into the Dancing Grenade with a hopefully 4th shot auto attack, and all of a sudden the Callista doesn't feel as empowered to run the lane like she wants to. Gumayushi with a 4-wave lead, almost 5 waves of minions ahead of his opponent. Really feeling good about the state of things there. As you already said it, man, it's just the slightest gold lead for BLG. They do have those first 3 grubs. T1, of course, though, did secure the first Drake, and the next one is spawning in about 25 seconds. You can see T1 trying to get this wave pushed out down here in the bottom lane as Beishuan takes control over that bottom side of mid towards the river for BLG.
Getting closer to the second dragon spawn of the game. TP will be used by Knight to return to mid lane. Sundered Sky finished for both junglers as Beishuan fishing for a mid lane play. Not going to find one. It is BLG that gain access to the river first. The bot wave contest is going to be super important as both these AD carries want to be in a position to fight. With the Youmu's completed for Guma, he should have a slight advantage over Elk, with no Blade of the Ruin King finish just yet, but T1 do not want to give this up without a fight.
Owner jumps in, immediately goes for the stun on the 9. Carrier with a bomb blossom onto 3, but the backup damage isn't quite there. Owner's going to be chased away next. The deadly flourish doesn't hit Elk. Owner's going to take a ton of damage. The bailout from Elk is not there in time. Faker Shockwave finds 2, and T1 get a double kill for their Orianna and take the fight.
Just like that, T1 flip the fight on its head, and they get themselves 3 kills. BLG, it looked so good at the start of the fight for them. Faker wasn't involved. He had to go the long way round. Owner initiates the play. Carrier's ultimate looks fantastic, but then the re-engage from BLG is even better. Carrier's out of tools. He has to flash away. They're thinking, oh, Elk, he can come back to life if he can just get the kill, but then the shockwave comes through and finishes him off. Faker arrives at just the right time to secure a double kill. T1 get 3, they get the dragon, and they take firm control in this early game.
I said it was 2, but it was more like 2.5 because Elk was bailouted, but he still got hit by the thing. The shockwave sealed the deal, but the fight navigated so well by T1. Carrier's Pop Blossom buying the time for the reinforcements to arrive. And at the very end, I also do want to compliment On, who perfectly blocked the deadly flourish from Gumayushi, stopping that one from hitting Elk. BLG tried, but T1 played it better. Look at the damage in the last fight from Owner, beating the next closest damage by almost a full 1,000. There's a reason that this champion is considered by many to be the best jungler on the patch, as Beishuan goes in for Faker, and now it's trouble for the T1 mid lane. The handshake pulls him right on back. Knight's got enough damage, and a shutdown for BLG.
Now, BLG are not the type of team to go out without a fight. Nice pick onto Faker. Even though he had his flash, they collapsed on multiple sides, and they make the kill happen. T1 still holds on to a gold lead for now, but Knight, with some much-needed relief after the amount of push that Faker has had in this early game after getting a double kill, they've really needed to get some gold back into Knight's pockets.
Knight on this Talia, that could be the playmaker they need, and they're trying to get him there with plays like this.
A nice flash shockwave from Faker, but then he gets handshaked back into the team. He then decides in his last moments, maybe I can get a few more minion waves, but he's just going to shake that one off. A nice collapse comes through from BLG. You can now see the goal difference between the two mid laners very even, but the gold advantage largely sitting on Owner and Gumayushi.
Plates you can see here as we are now past that 14-minute point. A few for both sides, but not a major difference in the game being decided by them. However, the difference in plates is kind of the gold lead right now for T1. The game is that close, only a couple hundred. This time favoring the number 2 seed of the LCK. The Rift Herald about to spawn in only a few seconds. BLG bringing everybody up here. Now Knight will have his teleport. I believe there's still a few seconds remaining on that cooldown to use that to make his way into the fight, but Faker has been found out. Beishuan tackles Faker out of the decimating smash, and Owner's made his way into the fight, but he's immediately ejected by the Keeper's verdict. Faker still under pressure. Decimating smash hits this time, but Ben and Beishuan don't have any damage. Ben tries to get away, but a Pop Blossom locks him up. A deadly flourish to follow. Hostile takeover saves Ben's life as Elk and On try to fire into Gumayushi. Elk goes forward. Gumayushi still shielded and getting away as Faker's the target for On, but Elk and On have overextended. Faker's already killed On as T1 scramble for defense, and BLG way overplay their hand.
T1 do not lose a single member. BLG collapse onto Faker, but the Avengers descend in an instant. T1 are there to protect their mid laner. They turn the play massively in their favor, getting 3 kills as well. You called it, Flowers. The synergy knocking him out of Bin's Q means that that extra bit of damage doesn't connect on the Faker. A good shockwave buys time for Owner to arrive, but then when Owner gets knocked out, Bin thinks that there's a way for him to turn the play still in his favor. He's then forced back. He has to flash away. On and Elk make their presence known, isolating Gumayushi. But then at this point, you feel like you're going too deep. We're back to live.
We're already back to live, and Faker's got another target on his back. He's got another shockwave on BLG, and Carrier picks up the kill. him, and he just keeps hitting him right in the mouth. Faker gets it done again.
It feels like Faker's shockwave just continues to find them all. 8-4 is the kill score. BLG have set their sights onto Faker, but he only finds himself with a single death so far in this game. Dragon spawning, 30 seconds, Bin unleashes.
Bin unleashes, he finds a target, but it's only a Nico clone. The power of this ability as now another catch for T1. Spells the end of Beishuan in this river. The death timer's 30, the Drake timer's 15. This is gonna be sole point for the side of T1. 17 minutes into the game. Meanwhile, Vedius, we haven't seen Doran in a while. That's because he's doing a little bit of construction work in the side lanes, flashing forward after Knight to try to get this kill in the solo. The Maiden of the Mist giving him the lifesteal. He's trying to sidestep. He only needed an inch to get close enough to swing the shovel, but Knight denies it. While Doran drops to the BLG mid laner in the top side, the Herald is going to be summoned in mid lane. The Drake is going to be taken. It's sole point 18 minutes in for T1.
My goodness, T1 is running away with game one. 3 dragons to their name. And while Knight does at the very least get a kill back, it's really only a small amount in the drop of the advantage that T1 has. Doran recognizes that if he just tries to run away, he's gonna get chased down by Knight. He flashes forward, gets a bit of health back with the Q, and he realizes, oh, if I can just get one more Q off, maybe I can turn this in my favor. The Seraph Shield's procced, he can't close the gap quickly enough, and Knight secures a kill. Doran largely gonna be unfazed by that though, as he should be. With the lead that T1 have, they're still in full control of this game.
Exactly. Doran is the demo man in this game. The side lane turrets have been his targets, and he has been achieving those objectives. 4,000 gold lead, 3 Drake lead for the side of T1. All BLG really has here are those 3 Void Grubs, but Vedius, when you're this far down, you can't get to the turrets. On, forced to be saved by Elk, as Doran's gonna take a ton of damage in a counterattack. Nice kill for BLG, and they're about to make it 2. Keria in danger, but now Beishuan stunned up by the Pantheon, forced to flash to survive. Faker flashes forward, but he can't get the distance in time. He keeps looking for more. Owner wants to make his way in with another shockwave, finding its way onto Elk. On drops next. Guma Yushi's got his number, and T1's counting bodies. Another Pop Blossom, another double kill of a Faker. Beishuan dies to a point-blank spear, and T1 runs the rift.
BLG get a kill onto Doran, but look at what it cost them. 4 members fall, and T1 are steamrolling over BLG. It starts with On getting caught in the mid lane, but Elk has the ultimate to bring him to safety. Then with the Renata ultimate dropped, Oren is quick to fall. Now BLG see an opportunity to go onto the offensive, but they go too deep. The single target CC that comes out from T1 forces Beishuan immediately on the retreat, and Faker says, I don't need to run away, I need to run forward. I know that I have Owner at my back. The shockwave connects onto Elk, the deadly flourish connects onto On, and then Bin arrives just too late to turn the fight in their favor. And I don't know how Keria found this angle, but he gets the route onto 2. They convert it into 4 kills, and T1 are steamrolling.
That Tangle Barb was disgusting to hit them both. T1, 5,500 gold lead now. Vedius, it's only 2.5 minutes, and T1 will claim the Infernal Soul unless BLG can somehow stop them. But everything has gone T1's way for what feels like the past 10 straight minutes.
5.6k is the gold lead. BLG trying to find some footing in this game, but the Soul 2 minutes away. Push on the bot side, push on the top side for T1. They're keeping mid control as well. BLG is being suffocated out of their jungle. Beishuan's found an angle in.
This is another one of this play we've seen so often. Faker is the target for BLG. He drops a shockwave, and now BLG's got to be on the defensive. Beishuan channels Keeper's verdict, ends up not needing that one. But now that cooldown is spent. T1 recognizing that BLG now has a very injured front line. They're going to go after the Otacon, immediately ready to start this one up, as BLG know they can't afford to give an objective away when they're already this far down. Faker trying to use the ball to zone on out. Hostile takeover goes through, but it doesn't find much of anything else. Going to be zoned away now by the rest of T1 as immediately you got a problem for Doran. Beishwan takes him down. Curtain call's been opened up. Beishwan might just die here. One last shot goes through with a fourth shot, finds its mark. Now Bin trying to steal away the Otacon, but it's not going to matter. Doran and Beishwan have been traded, but everybody else is still alive. Faker claims the Otacon, and T1 get the objective as they look potentially for more of a fight. Keria thinking about a tangle barb here, but he can't get the range in time. Bin still here on the front line, gets caught by the tangle barb. Keria knocked into the unraveled earth, but he stays alive for now. Owner steps forward with a shield, not quite enough damage. Shut down from Elk, but Faker takes out two. T1 unrelenting as Keria kills Knight over the wall, and only Bin is left standing. Gumayushi fires another shot, but it's a triple kill for Faker to seal the deal.
T1 will leave no survivors. The Otacon was not enough. They saw blood in their eyes, and they took out the rest of the BLG roster. A tier 2 tower will fall, and it looks quite separated. BLG pick a fight on the top side, while T1 set their sights onto Elk. The cleanse is good from the Kalista. He creates enough space, but now he's out of the fight. While they do get that pick onto Doran, Gumayushi responds with so much damage onto Beishwan. The fourth shot connects. It ends up being a 4 versus 4, but BLG just don't have the HB to play with. What surprised me is T1 said, we can still fight this. Look at the TP on your minimap. Faker comes in from the angle. He comes through the fog of war to come in from behind BLG, unsuspecting. And Faker makes the magic happen once again. A triple kill for the Orianna. Knight gets killed over the wall. And T1 with a statement game here to start off the series.
Faker's Orianna is a miracle worker in this game. He has found so many plays, so many counter plays, and T1 now with an Infernal Soul with 20 flowers of a lead thanks to the Otacon harvesting everything for them. They are so strong. BLG will need a full-on miracle to not drop this game 1 in our best of 5 World Finals rematch. Beishwan out on the map trying to see if he can get any sort of useful information, but it's so tough, Vedius. Look at all of the vision placed down by T1. They've got wards all over the jungle. Damage dealt in the last team fight, nearly 8,000 on the Orianna. It's almost as much as I actually think it is as much as the entire enemy team put together. Doran flashing away from the unraveled earth, manages to not get caught out there. And T1 just continues slow and steady pushing up until they get their moment to make something happen. Fake Faker and real Faker stepping up to just completely scare BLG all the way back. And we've got 20 seconds until Baron spawns. T1 just fishing to see if they can find anything, but not wanting to overcommit because they know you get Baron, you walk it down a lane of your choosing, you win the first game.
So much of this game has been about Faker, but the quiet carry, Gumayushi, with a 3-0-13 scoreline. Faker, though, the target.
Faker caught, handshake from On. This could be huge, but Faker with a nice shockwave ready to turn it around. The hostile takeover ain't gonna do anything as On tries to get away, and Beishwan flashes back over the wall. Owner ready to hunt him down. The spear doesn't hit the target, and now On right back out of the Kalista ulti trying to stay alive. Faker with a nice use of the stasis, keeping himself alive and healthy as the curtain call opens. BLG gonna take a couple of shots from this one, has been body blocks for Knight. T1 won't get any kills, but it's a big win in terms of health bars, and they head back up towards, wait a second, Beishwan's going on a magical trip. Okay, he will at least be able to escape for now, but the enemy jungler's at 10% HP, and he has to recall. T1 sees the green light to go for the Baron.
Exactly that, Flowers. It's too difficult for BLG to contest this objective. They're still gonna try, though. The TP comes through from Knight.
It's a full send from BLG, perhaps, as Keria goes in. He finds the pop blossom of the BLG mid laner, and Knight is already dead as the fight starts. Ben's made his way into the back, but Faker will not be threatened by a Scion alone. Owner continues pressing forward, and Gumayushi puts the kill shot into On. Beishwan's the next to fall, and Doran buries him. T1 with a Baron plus 3 kills will force their way into the base. Elk continues fighting and kiting and trying to get away. The deadly flourish doesn't connect, but it gives him enough space to get the kill right after. Guma's unstoppable, and only Bin is standing. T1 slam this first first game.
Guma Yushi involved in 20 of the team's 22 kills, has the Nexus in his eyes, and is looking to close things out.
The Nexus turrets are nothing but a formality. Bin's health bar, the same thing as T1. It was close for about 10 minutes, and then it was not ever again in this first one. T1 takes game one.
A dominant showcase from T1 as they dismantle BLG.
Awesome showing for the LCK #2 seed. Let's head on over to the analyst desk to break it down.
The atmosphere is absolutely phenomenal here in Vancouver, and guys, Faker called it. He said, we're gonna make you guys relive that World's Finals nightmare. No lies were told during that interview.
Not at all, and shout out to the Vancouver crowd. It sounded like World Finals in here.
It's great. You guys are amazing.
You guys are amazing. Keep that going for the rest of the series. We love you all, but man, T1 Statesman game one here, right off the bat, an amazing composition that allows you to team fight. It was beautifully done here.
Yeah, and so it looked really good for BLG initially, right? We had that top lane play where we're like, okay, they're in a really good spot. They get feats of warfare. They're all set. And then we have Faker coming in on, again, a classic champ for him. He's been playing this since he came into the LCK in the Orianna, being a massive difference maker already in game one.
I mean, honestly, I was a bit worried for T1 when I saw, this top lane matchup especially. I think it's pretty tough for York to get an advantage there. Bin, he's going to become a brick wall, just getting so much passive HP from the Soul Furnace, from those York ghouls. So I thought it was going to be a bit of a slower game, but T1 had other plans. They're able to find so many advantages around the map, utilizing Faker, the bot lane owner. They were crushing. So even though Dorian wasn't really much of a part of this game, it didn't matter. He was there too. He was in the screenshot at the end.
I know. For a matchup that we set up about the top laners, it was a little bit less about them and a little bit more about how T1 were able to play out the composition. This is the play I was talking about, where it looks like it's going to be rough until Faker comes in with that clutch shockwave, really allows Guma to pop off. And then this was actually set up by Beishuan knocking, I believe, Doran out of Bin's knockup, which was a little bit unfortunate, but this was really the game breaker. This is where T1 took complete control, and BLG kind of lost their minds.
Yeah, I mean, it seemed like one of those things where it's like a bit of a sunk cost fallacy, where one play goes bad, so the next person's trying to make up for that play, and then that play goes bad, so the next person's trying to make up for that. They're all piling in. They were trying to catch Faker in that top lane after he'd used his flash mid lane when they got that kill. So they see him top, you're like, okay, maybe they have Faker, and then Beishuan comes in, knocks him out of Bin's Q, he survives, everyone piles in. We see, Elk flying in there trying to get some kills, but everyone from T1 survives. They all kited out, and you've got to say their coordination in these fights is insane. The first replay that we showed down on the bot side, when Owner re-engages, you're thinking, okay, that bailout's going to be enough for them to get a kill, to be able to turn around the fight, but he goes in, Faker arrives, Shockwave comes through, even Guma saving his 4-shot with the Jin ult to hit the Kalista as he is running over there. Like, everything was so on point, and then after that, it's just like, T1 is styling on them.
They're just styling on them, but I'm just thinking, when you look at both compositions, you have on the side of T1 and Calm that allows you to play really long fights and to fight back to whatever BLG was throwing at them. Was there any way with BLG's composition to come back in those fights? Because I feel like they had the tools to do it. It just came down to how they were playing together.
I mean, they got to the point where I think the gold lead was so massive, T1 were actually just able to go to objectives, set up however they want, and then kind of force BLG to have to respond, right? And we saw when BLG were able to respond, they weren't necessarily all on the same page. As we're about to see, every second counts, and thanks to the reliable Cisco network, T1 says, the Anacon's actually ours, guys. They actually started up, and then when BLG tried to contest, again, they don't really have a choice but to contest here, but T1 just roll over them.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. This is desperation hours for BLG, right?
Yeah.
They're going to try to make something happen, but T1 is just playing these fights out so well. Faker is being focused, but he's always cutting back out. Guma, finishing off Beishuan, and then the route truly begins. All of BLG are running. Faker goes back to base, and this becomes this really cool extended sequence where the T1 members that are still healthy are using their health to be able to keep them interested, to be able to keep them around, not allow them to just get back to base. It buys time for Faker to go on this deep TP angle, and then he is flanking them on
on the Orianna behind the tier 2 tower, hits the shockwave, being able to pick up a triple kill on a flank like this on Orianna is not something you expect to see.
Yeah, and Carrier kills Knight on the backside of that as
He's
well.
the GOAT.
Just an absolute rout by T1. And I think, Laura, that's where you do see, even when BLG did look like, okay, maybe we have a window back in, T1 just make it so difficult for them, especially with the way that they can play with range.
What do we expect to see here in the second game if we want BLG to come back? Because we've said it, usually MSI, when it comes to this matchup, it belongs to BLG. That really didn't look like it here.
No, I mean, honestly, I'm not going to lie, after that game 1 where Dorian wasn't even involved and T1 stopped him, I'm pretty worried for BLG. Like, when T1 is playing this well, when they are really clicking and all playing on the same page, coordinating incredibly well in teamfights, it could be a sweep, I'm not gonna lie.
Excuse you, he got 1 kill at the end of that. It was actually, again, another thing that this allowed, because I agree with you on this Sion Yorick matchup. I actually think he essentially counterpicks himself by locking in the Yorick, but when he was able to get that nice alone time with the side lane turrets as well, that was a huge difference maker for T1.
Damage on kills is always interesting to me to see.
Look at Faker.
This is how much damage actually was contributed. So 9.5k for Faker out of his total damage, damage that resulted in an actual kill. So look at how much as well from Owner. Owner, basically all of the damage he was doing was resulting in kills. He was incredibly effective. The gray damage is essentially the damage that is just dealt in poke and whatnot, like hitting each other in lane, but not actually getting a kill. So I always find this stat really interesting to look at. And you can see how effective Owner was with everything he was doing, because pretty much anywhere he went this game was resulting in T1 success, T1 kills, T1 objectives. I mean, they were slamming them across the map, and they still found time to get a soul here in like 20 odd minutes.
BLG is going to stay on blue side for the second game, so I feel like they're comfortable with their preparation on this side.
Yeah, that is interesting. I mean, I do still think that blue side is kind of the favorable side in draft, especially in Fearless. However, one thing I would like to see from them, again, this game in particular wasn't about the top laners, but I would love to see Bin on a classic counter pick where he can really try to smash the matchup, because I think that is something we have been missing a little bit lately from this BLG team fighting.
We said it, Gigabin. Gigabin calls to the action here, but it is T1 who strikes first here in the first game of this best of 5. We'll see if BLG can come back in game 2.
What a car. Living the dream, huh?
Sweet dreams are made of this. Who am I
Okay, I get it now.
Sweet dreams are made of this.
We gon' run it. Yeah. We gon' run the road till we take it home. Turn the lights on and put on the show. Ain't nobody better, yeah, I got the glow. Everybody trying to stop me, but I'm too legit. Showing up with a brand new bag of tricks. I'm at the top, yeah, I know me, I'll never slip. New grip on life, I live it right. Getting everything I said in my sight, I shine bright. Nobody understand what it took for me to lead. I woke up feeling like I reached a new speed. Clock ticking, I strive with no limits. Making waves without a blemish on my image. The people listen when I speak another sentence. I'm on go while you're trying to replenish. We gon' run it. We gon' run it. Yeah. Push it to the limit with my heart is up. We gon' run the road till we take it home. Turn the lights on and put on a show. Ain't nobody better, yeah, I got the glow. Pull up on the scene, do my thing and go. We gon' run the road till we take it home. Turn the lights on and put on a show. Ain't nobody better, yeah, I got the glow. Pull up on the scene, do my thing and go. We gon' run the road. I'm in control. Where you wanna go? Push it to the limit with my heart is up. We gon' run the road. I'm in control. Push it to the limit with my heart is up. We gon' run the road till we take it home. Turn the lights on and put on a show. Ain't nobody better, yeah, I got the glow. Pull up on the scene, do my thing and go. We gon' run the road till we take it home. Turn the lights on and put on a show. Ain't nobody better, yeah, I got the glow. Pull up on the scene, do my thing and go.
Let me throw it down to the ground, make them turn around, and then y'all can find.
Vedius, when you're this far down, you can't get to the turrets. On, forced to be saved by Elk, as Doran's gonna take a ton of damage in a counterattack. Nice kill for BLG, and they're about to make it too. Keria in danger, but now Beishuan, stunned up by the Pantheon, forced to flash to survive. Faker flashes forward, but he can't get the distance in time. He keeps looking for more. Owner wants to make his way in with another shockwave, finding its way onto Elk. On drops next. Goma Yoshi's got his number, and T1's counting bodies. Another pop blossom, another double kill of a Faker. Beishuan dives to a point-blank spear, and T1 runs the rift. T1 smashed the first game here in our World Finals rematch, best of 5. It was close until it wasn't, and then it was really not close.
I was worried for T1 after Elk started off with 3 kills on the Callista, but T1 matched that in kind and just resorted to violence. I am hoping that BLG bounce back, because we were talking about it, Flowers, at the World Finals last year, the first 3 games, stomp, stomp, stomp. You know what I mean? And so I'm hoping that this was just a precursor, that BLG will be able to fight back and we'll get the 5-game series that we deserve when these two teams fight against one another. We know the caliber of these BLG players. I imagine they will brush that aside and bounce back here in game 2.
Exactly. You go back to the World Final, it was a back and forth every time up until T1 had to win 2 in a row in games 4 and 5 to win the series. So let's see if BLG can keep that pattern going here and find their way to a T1 weak spot in game 2, as T1 were looking good in that first one. BLG over here on the blue side, they're going to continue to ban away that Azir. They're also going to ban out the TF. Over on T1 side, they'll continue paying respect to the Gwen from Bin, and they're also going to make sure that BLG doesn't get to get their hands on a blue side first pick Varus.
Let's see what the priority is here for these teams, with both the Pantheon and the Poppy already taken out. Vi immediately raises in value. Poppy, such a good answer into the champion. BLG taking away Faker's Galio. He did lose on it when playing against CFO, but I mean, it's Faker. You always got to respect the man's Galio. The question is, will this Vi be banned away by the side of T1? Because you just expect it to be that first pick.
The Galio was also the champion in Game 5 of the World Finals that Faker had the miracle survival on in that topside team fight that really just was that final unkillable moment as the Vi is banned out and BLG, first pick, what's it gonna be?
Annie Wukong?
There it is.
Annie Wukong.
Nice.
Okay, so T1, will they choose to remove the Wukong away from Beishuan, or will they allow it? Or will they allow him to have it and have some sort of response? So far from Owner, we've been seeing a lot of just high-impact junglers. We've seen Xin, Wukong. We saw a Zed game from him, the Jarvan and the Sejuani so far at this tournament. Both acting as a front line, but also acting as a carry player. It looks like that he's leaning more towards the front line with the Victor locked in for Faker. The champion hasn't had the most success here at MSI. However, in Faker's hands, it is a big comfort pick, and it does seem like with their priority around getting Faker something comfortable in the mid lane matchup, they just want to make sure that they get him a control mage that he can have control in the lane and also scale nicely into the mid to late game.
Yeah, you could see the win-loss for MSI, 1-5 on this champion. The only thing I'm concerned about is when you look at the last game, Faker had so many clutch moments where he would utilize the shockwave to start off a play that the rest of T1 could then follow up on. Victor cannot start plays. His only CC is a delayed gravity well. It's not like you place it down and then dare the guy to stand on it for 2 seconds so that you can start the fight. However, Owner will be on that Xin Zhao like you're talking about, but BLG happy to complete the Annie Wukong combo. And what's that? The champion that Bin played for the first 3 games in a row in that World Final, the Rumble for Bin, BLG's cooking.
This is quite the wombo combo that BLG have crafted for themselves. Cheeky hovers coming through from T1, but it will be Doran's Ornn. So that's going to be the primary engage. Things like Braum now rise in priority. You have to imagine that that's likely going to be high on the ban list for T1. Maybe they even want to grab it for themselves. I'll have to wait and see. But the bot lane's available for both sides. We know how deep the AD carry pool is for both of these players. My instincts say that BLG is immediately looking at something like the Misfortune. Just double down on the teamfight style that you're already heading in the direction of. That means that Rel and Leona also offer massive value in this composition, either as a follow-up or as an engage tool themselves alongside the Wukong.
And I think this second game, there's going to be a lot more pressure on Doran. You and I were joking a little bit between the games about how Doran just got to kind of enjoy the passenger top laner lifestyle in game number 1, just split pushing the rest of the team, making all the big plays. But this time around, without Faker having the playmaking ability like he'd had on the Orianna, and Doran being on this big go button with the Ornn, there's the pressure on him to find the right angles, find the right times to start these team fights off. Lulu Kaisa banned out by T1 in the second half. The Rakan removed by BLG.
Kaisa is the concern from T1, recognizing the potential backline access and dive that is available, so they'll remove that. But MF rising in priority here for Elk. They could also just pair it alongside the Ezreal if they want something a little bit safer, a little bit more long range. The Lucian, once again, going to be denied from Gumayushi. They do not want to have to deal with that. So what will the first pick be here? Caitlyn hover, and it's going to be locked in. Okay, so T1 going for very much a front-to-back style of composition with Victor and Caitlyn paired alongside the Ornn. You can see how the game plan is going to work out. Karma is going to be a prevalent pick. We haven't seen Lux paired alongside the Caitlyn, but it is a tried and true combo that we've seen this bot lane bring out before. Of course, if they want to play safe, they can also play the Braum themselves. There's that Ezreal that we were talking about. Can match the range in the sense that you can play very safe with the Ezreal on the back line.
Yep.
And also a Rel, not a champion that's designed for peeling, but it is a champion designed for engaging. So when paired up alongside the Ezreal, Elk can play independently without relying on Ornn, whereas Ornn is going to be working with his team to dominate in the team fights.
These team fights from BLG are absolutely ferocious. Rel, Wukong, and Annie all have the ability to start the fight. Then the other two can follow up. You drop the Rumble ult over the top. You bring the True Shot Barrage in too. Every single champion contributes to this massive AoE damage dump, and T1 cannot get caught in it. Anybody that those 5 abilities overlap on, you are gone. Your screen is black and white for the next little while.
T1 bringing out the Braum to try and mitigate some of that engaged strength that BLG have crafted for themselves. It's only the first game, but we could feel the pressure that T1 was able to exert on the MSI stage. BLG have faced that pressure before, though. Early game, likely towards the top side of the map. Doran was a point where he fell short. They were able to find a lot of successful ganks. If they could put the Rumble in a great position, the mid-game spike from BLG, Trinity Force on the Wukong, Trinity Force on the Ezreal, is a big spike that they're going to want to try and play around.
And in game number 1, you could see the killer instinct from BLG that they wanted to express, right? When you think back to Elkanon chasing so deep in the top side team fight, when you think back to mid lane after they get the first pick and it looks like they're gonna get the second before Faker and Owner turn it around. BLG is so bloodthirsty in these fights, but they just didn't quite have enough firepower. This time around, I think they got it.
Game 2, and the crowd here in Vancouver continues to deliver. BLG versus T1, always an exciting matchup. So far in the early game, it looks like that we're going to play relatively safe. We're expecting that early ward to come through from both sides to try and track where the jungler is starting and what they're up to in this early game.
Still have the combat summoner, or not summoner, keystone there for the Rel on the side of BLG. Meanwhile, Keria running that summoner spellbook on the Braum. And when we heard from T1 about the possibility of playing BLG in this rematch, how they were feeling about it, what they thought about it, Faker said he didn't expect BLG to be as tough as the Oysters were after that best of 5. Gumayushi said that BLG is going to relive the nightmare of last year's World Finals and coming so close only to falter there at the finish line. Their game 1 performance lived up to their words.
I will say that Gumayushi throwing out some trash talk, kind of par for the course. Faker throwing out trash talk? That man is one of the most humble esports players that I know. So to hear that from him was a surprise, but I absolutely love it. T1 backing up their words, as you rightly said, after game 1. But I imagine we're going to start the game off a little bit slower.
Okay.
Similar to what we saw in game 1, just a bit of trading back and forth. We expect T1 to be the team to initiate that early swap, get the Ornn onto the weak side of the map to play into the 2 versus 1. For the time being, Gumayushi going to leverage his range to try and get that early push, chip away at the HP bars where he can, and potentially look for an early back and then a swap towards the top side.
Now, one important difference between game 2 and game 1, Doran did not find himself in a nasty 1v2 situation before the minion spawned. He was not forced to use that flash early, so there's no extra incentive for Beishuan to path up towards that top side, try to make a play towards Doran this time around. You can see both of the junglers actually doing their clears, going opposite directions. Beishuan will be moving towards that bottom lane as Owner paths towards the top side. Tri-lane camera just showing the state of everything, a little bit of trading back and forth on the one who's taken the most damage of anyone anywhere, as Gumayushi, just like you already said, the power of the Caitlyn early on. Every chance you get, utilize that 650 range, find those little pot shots to build yourself that lane advantage.
Both junglers were spotted on vision as well, so everyone on the Rift is very much aware of what the early game plan is for both these junglers. T1 going to drop some vision on the ward in anticipation of a potential early gank, and On is looking to try and clear it out. Won't actually spot that ward. This means that there's a possibility of an early jungle gank. That's very much what On is signaling. We'll dismount for the time being, keeping my eyes on Beishuan. E in from Elk, a little low on mana. The trade not really turning into much.
Yep. That's the nature of Braum, though. He jumps in the way, you throw up the door, the fireplace, I suppose, on this skin, and immediately negates all of the quick trade that wanted to be accomplished there from the Ezreal, as Beishuan has made his way down to this bottom side river. Standing on top of a ward, though, T1's going to be aware of the presence of BLG's jungler, so they'll continue to just play this one defensively. It doesn't really have to alter their behavior too much. A lot of times, if you're playing super aggressive and then you back off, it lets the enemy know, hey, that area is warded, but they have been playing relatively safely, as Beishuan now going to try to wrap around again, but he's still walking over top of that ward. T1 now, though, might be caught a little bit off guard, as Beishuan does decide to try to wrap the long way through the tri-brush. Decides to go for a recall now. Keria going to step up into that brush, saying, okay, we know that this guy was nearby. Gumayushi using the cleanse there, as immediately, as soon as there's distance between Keria and Guma, Elk and On try to step forward, play a little bit more aggressively.
Rona here to Shadow, making sure that his bot lane is well protected. Yeah, losing that cleanse, not ideal for Guma. Not the end of the world, though. Will take a bit of damage from L because he connects the Q. But now both junglers need to return to their respective sides of the map. The ping will come down. Ooh. The ping will come down from Beishwan onto Ona, spotting him out. He did drop that ward into that bot side of T1's jungle. As Doran and Bin continue to trade on the top side. It's a close affair here in the bot side of the map. Elk doing a good job considering how much pressure Gumayushi is continuing to try to put down. Nice chunk.
Ooh, nice follow-up there, too. Whenever you can get the stun from the Braum, you set the Yordle snap trap right underneath their feet. It'll arm by the time the first stun is done. You'll get the second stun, you'll prime the headshot, and it makes for a very mean combination there as Guma and Keria will crash the wave into the turret. Knight's down to 100 HP here against Faker's Victor, but Faker is almost completely out of mana, now hitting level 6. Does have enough for maybe one more spell as Knight will take the opportunity, start his first recall, make his way back to lane. Does have TP for all 4 of our solo laners as per usual, but remember Elk on the Ezreal. This is one of the 80 carries you very commonly see teleport taken as that second summoner, so an extra TP as the game moves forward. We'll see how well BLG can leverage that for their own macro game advantages. Checking in back on the top side, you can see Doran slightly behind in farm, but honestly as the Ornn against the Rumble, you're fine with that. And just like you were predicting earlier, T1 wants to get him down into that bot side of the map here nice and early, but BLG responds by sending Bin down there at the exact same time.
TP, TP, TP.
Everywhere, everywhere, everywhere.
Yeah, exactly. BLG able to match the lane assignments from T1, and they're going to keep things standard for now. As mentioned, Elkanon doing a good job against this Caitlyn, who continues to try and trade, but not really converting it into much. Faker's put a huge amount of pressure down on tonight, but he himself has also been farming very well, so it's a very slow and steady affair here, 6 minutes in. Dragon becomes a point of contention as the Scuttle Crab is what they're setting their sights on for now.
Ooh, Knight drops the combo there on Faker, but now Doran launching out the Ornn Horn. Beishwan could be in a little bit of danger, but Bin's here ready to back him up. The equalizer's already been used. Doran very low, about to die. It's first blood over to Knight and BLG.
An ambitious commitment from Doran. They thought that they got the chain combo onto Beishwan, but Faker wasn't in a position to follow. And with a composition like this, you really don't want to try and rush these type of fights. I mean, look, Faker's sitting on a catalyst. You really don't have that much damage this early on into the game. So a bit of an overforce there from Doran. Is that BLG find themselves with first blood once more.
Tibbers constantly so annoying with the Molten Shell on it as he continues to harass Faker with that. Knight going for the early Ionian Boots of Lucidity also makes it so much easier for him to rotate down into those multi-man skirmishes in that bottom side of the river. As we do have a pause, we'll let you guys know as soon as we figure out exactly what's going on with that one, as BLG is off to a nice start here in the second game.
They certainly are. BLG with a nice punish on the bot side of the map. The thing is, we're in a situation where both bot laners are on the top side, so I expect Grubs to be the next main point of contention rather than the Dragon, unless one side decides to try and cross-map, which wouldn't be unreasonable from T1. As we talked about, I think they want to play a much slower early game. When you're running Victor Caitlyn, there's no need to overforce anything. We've definitely seen Caitlyn games kind of just come out the gate swinging, especially when we saw that it was from BLG, the Caitlyn Elise game, where at level 2 they were diving towers, they were roaming around the map, they were snowballing the game incredibly quickly. But this time around, I think that because they want to play more of that front-to-back style, they want to leverage their range, they don't want to try and overforce things, especially against an Annie, that double Trinity Force spike they've got to be cautious of. If they take a bunch of bad fights early, it just accelerates those spikes on the side of BLG, which means that they can then force you into more Dragon fights and they can then continue to compound that lead. So T1 have to showcase that respect, and I think just trading in the cross map is a wiser choice for them.
It's a cascading problem. The first mistake only makes the second mistake that much easier to manifest, I guess I would say, as this type of situation can be very nerve-wracking when you have a pause in an intense game. Luckily, at least it's at the early stage of the game versus somewhere in the later stages when things can all just come down to that one big team fight. Going back to, again, we're probably going to end up referencing the last time these teams went head-to-head quite often, considering it was such a high-stakes match. It was such a close match going to the full 5 games in the 2024 World Finals. This was not fearless. It was not the one champion per series limit that we're knowing right now in the 2025 reality. So Bin played this Rumble in all 3 of the first games of that series. In all 3 of the Turbo Stomp games, Bin was Rumble. And in 2 out of 3 of those, BLG were the winners. This is a very iconic champion for Bin. He is very good on this. And obviously, from the very beginning here, he was able to get into that bottom lane river fight. He has the equalizer. He has the presence. And we'll see how well he can continue building his leads. You can see a massive farm advantage for Bin. Even though he didn't get the kill, he's up 500 gold. He's got the biggest individual gold lead here in the game.
It's interesting because for many Bin followers, this Rumble is definitely a conventional pick. Some will criticize that he isn't like the strongest on Rumble, but then he's had so many good Rumble performances, and I would say that throughout his career, he's definitely had highs and lows on the champion, that's for sure. So far in this game, he has built a very healthy lead over Doran. It does help that Doran did make that mistake in the river as well, as BLG have built themselves up about a 500 gold lead. Elk going to throw the ulti down onto Faker, chip away at his HP bar. And this is an important play when you're setting your sights on the grubs. You move that bottom lane into mid, you guarantee that mid wave control, and then it makes it very easy to gain access into the river and contest those grubs. As we mentioned, T1 doing kind of what we expected them to do. Not looking to actually fight the grubs, but instead cross-map. Play more towards the drakes. And I think it's completely fine to get yourself that drake, because when we talk about that kind of powerful mid-game spike on the side of BLG, if you're conceding dragons and grubs and all of these neutral objectives, the problem you find yourself in is that you're forced into a fight when you do not want to take it. So getting that dragon alleviates some of that pressure, but the sieging power now, thanks to these grubs secured by BLG, will be something that T1 has to deal with as the game continues.
BLG still with that very modest gold lead. 2 grubs claimed already. That 3rd one now picked up by Beishuan. So the extra pushing power they have now could build itself into a lot of extra gold if they can knock down a bunch of these plates. And that's going to start up here in the top lane. Doran's the target as it's a 4-man dive onto the T1 top laner. And Doran dies before the second part of the Oran Horn can come through. Beishuan's low, but close isn't good enough for the T1 top, and BLG are out to a 2-0 lead.
BLG had to commit a lot of resources to make that kill happen, though. Guma and Keria will happily get these plates where they can. The mid-wave was also pushed in, and that's where Bin went to respond. Wise choice by Bin, recognizing that if he'd stayed on the bot side of the map, the risk of a dive was very real. So this cross-map is going to happen. BLG will extend that modest gold lead ever so slightly, but Gumayushi still with a gold advantage over Elk.
But the problem, Vedius, is you're playing turret race against a team that has all 3 of the grubs. Yes, Guma and Keria were there first, but they're doing slower progress. BLG's got more men on the objective, and they're spawning these grubs, doing this true damage over time. At the same time, T1 scrambling to try to defend, buy time for maybe Gumayushi to win this race. The wave is finally cleared out up here in the top side. The last little bit of the HP hangs on for the T1 top lane turret. Gumayushi needs to shove another wave down bottom. There's also only a little bit of HP left on that. Both these turrets just at death's door, but neither one fully claimed.
Those extra resistances being gained by the turrets means that the damage was not enough from either side. BLG forced to retreat. They have to send Knights to go and catch that bot wave. Bin now finds himself in mid. I imagine they're going to move him off to a side soon. You can see on the minimap both AD carries setting their sights in the mid lane. With no neutrals to play for, it very much becomes about farming once again. Continuing to ramp up towards those first major items, potentially fishing for another pick. So far, it's only been Doran that has lost his life in this game too. Gumayushi will now make his way towards mid. Keep my eyes on the minimap as often as I can, tracking what Knight is up to. You'll notice he moves back into the fog of war. He's actually moving towards mid lane himself. I was expecting the Ezreal to head towards there, but they've actually put out up towards the top side of the map. They've kept on hovering around the mid lane for a potential play, or even just to cover Knight in the 2 versus 1. Meanwhile, Faker now finds himself in the side lane with that upgraded E.
Upgraded E, and he's got the Rod of Ages already fully completed and stacking. The only additional item past his starter item he got was the refillable potion, but now he has to flash away. Beishuan's ready to follow. Bin's got the follow-up. The turret ain't even dead yet. Oner and Faker wanted to commit for the objective. They'll get it, but at great cost. Turret to T1, double kill over to BLG as Keria and Gumayushi trying to make a play on the Knight, but he's already back to safety.
The wombo combo is beautifully done by BLG on the bot side of the map. They connect the Rumble ultimate onto Faker. The follow-up from Beishuan meant that there was so much CC on top of them that the minion wave gets cleared out incredibly fast. T1 is saying, look, finish the tower, maybe we can turn this around. It's a really good ulti from Oner. but the damage is just too high. That little minion survives for absolutely ages, but it doesn't do enough to keep the mid jungle alive from T1. One handed over to Bin, another handed over to Beishuan. They claim the feat of warfare. And the good news for T1 is, well, they do get the first tower. 3 kills, 4 kills, I should say, for BLG.
Yeah, the BLG gold lead now. We're not just talking about it as a number that shows a slight lead. This is real meaningful gold at this point. Nearly 2,000 for the side of BLG, as we do have an even state at least on the neutral objectives. T1 with that first Drake, BLG with all 3 grubs. The next Drake spawning in under 60 seconds, as both supports are already starting to play the vision game. Faker does not want to walk too close to on here. It is much easier for the BLG support to engage than for the T1 support to do the same, especially considering Keria still has 25% of the cooldown remaining on the Glacial Fissure. Knight on the Annie now has his first fully completed item as well with the Malignance. Remember, still has those Ionian Boots of Lucidity as well for the extra move speed, the extra ability to rotate around to these plays and back up the rest of that BLG war machine that we've been talking about since draft. The power of the AoE, the power of the combo of all of these ultimates overlapping. That type of a threat can be so dangerous moving towards this next Drake as it spawns, especially since we just saw Bin hit level 11.
Look at the map control that T1 have. They made sure to push in this bot wave. They've got great vision control around the entrances towards the bot side river, but Bin has already moved down. He's now going to help his team get that mid-wave control against Gumayusi, and they're going to gain access to the river first. Faker's pushing out another wave as quickly as he can, and he should be able to do just that, thanks to that upgraded E that he has access to. But BLG still find themselves first into the river. Keria isolated with the mid-jungle duo. BLG not going to waste any time. They know they're stronger. They're going to force this objective.
Yeah, T1's hanging around the area, but I think they're just going to get a front row seat to the dragon dying. BLG pick up their second neutral objective this game. As a TP, though, about to arrive from T1 deep into enemy territory there with the red buff. Doran's made his way in. Beishuan just blocks the winner's bite there with a clone. Doran's just going to make his way back down to the bottom lane as Owner and Keria steal away the enemy red buff. So T1 not going to find anybody straggling, maybe making a greedy clear through the jungle off the back into the dragon take. They are set up to get this wave pushed out down here in the bottom lane, but not a whole lot else to gain from it. The Kanik Rookern now fully completed for Doran. This is usually when the Orange starts to feel comfortable in the matchup against the Rumble. You just allow the shield to tank all of the damage as you clear the waves, but Faker now continuing to try to just keep scaling here on the Victor up in the top side as Bin gets ready to push this wave out. He's got Beishuan hanging around at the same time. If Faker steps too far forward, it could be trouble.
Going to get ulted on by Gumayusi. Going to lose a bit of his HP. Knight has the TP available and is on the bot side of the map as BLG continuing with their pressure. Start off this neutral objective. Carrier's in the area, but I really don't think T1 can look to contest this. They're a little too slow, and this objective is dying way too fast.
Yep, not only is that going to be Rift Herald for the side of BLG, but the third neutral objective secures the third and final feat, guaranteeing that BLG has the extra power on those boots as well. So nice extra power for the LPL #2 seed, as that gold lead has shrank a little bit compared to the peak that was once around 2,000 gold, closer now to about 1K. Doran, though, I mean, the Kanik Rookern, you can see the little bit of purple on the very end of the health bar. The Annie combo doesn't fully remove the shield, so as long as he's only dealing with Bin or Knight, Doran feels pretty good. It's when Beishuan or Elk starts hitting him that the Ornn's going to start feeling a little bit more pressure, as it looks like everybody's just going to go back to the farm game for now. We don't have another objective to fight over for another 3 minutes until the next Drake spawns. Otacon just about 60 seconds after that.
Well, with this Herald, BLG have a lot of options. I love seeing the Herald being utilized to open up this mid tower, especially with Guma acting as gatekeeper to help protect this tower. He's doing a really good job of continuing to clear through waves. Victor's wave clear is not going to make it any easier. He's cautiously stepping up on the top side of the map, wary of the fact that he could get collapsed on. Waiting for a little bit more information. On will be spotted. Doran has to respect it. This should give Faker a little bit more confidence in the top lane 1v1.
Okay, Carrier gives him a Christmas present over the wall here. BLG knows the T1's not going to get caught out on this one, but the thing that I'm immediately drawn to when I look at the scoreboard, very low leads in a couple different directions here, right? 200 over to Owner, 200 over to Knight. Not even that amount back and forth between Gumayushi and On compared to their counterparts. Almost the entire gold lead, Vedius, is the top lane difference between Bin and Doran. So if I'm looking at T1, I'm looking at, can they find a fight where Bin's not very effective? And if I'm looking at BLG, I'm saying we've got to get value out of our equalizers if we want to make sure we're continuing to win these fights. The Rift Herald is summoned up mid lane, but the tier 1 turret is still almost fully healthy. Herald's gonna chunk about half of it, now about to die. Owner goes in, immediately drops the Crescent Guard as he engages to make sure that BLG can't immediately burst him down. It buys T1 enough time to clear the Herald out of the way and prevent BLG from strong arming the tier 1 turret. Now Carrier and Gumayushi got to be a little bit careful. Bin's hanging out over the wall. Might be able to drop an equalizer if somebody on T1 gets low. Carrier doing a nice job sidestepping away from that Mystic shot. 75 seconds until the next Drake spawns, and you can see BLG taking control of the bottom side river.
A lot of time was spent hovering around this mid lane. Faker, though, still very hesitant to push out that top wave. He's been left isolated a lot of this game, and you can see that resulting in the XP advantage. Now Doran caught out.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about, though. Doran is only strong against magical damage. Beishuan does a lot of damage with that stick, and Knight, plenty of extra firepower to back it up there and secure the kill. 5-0 now for BLG as they get the pick on Doran. The tier 1 turret still the target for BLG. Owner and Gumayushi still defending it.
Doran's third death of the game. He got caught out just rotating towards the bot side of the map. It means that BLG continue to mount their advantages. A clean scoreline of 5-0. The TP, oh, a double TP actually. They're trying to collapse onto Knight or Beishuan. I don't think they're really going to get much off the back of this. Owner, though, heavily committing onto Knight.
Yeah, T1 really want to get some kind of a punish here. Knight still trying to get away when becomes lightning, slows him down. Carrier misses the winner's bite. Exhaust used to guarantee that Knight can't try to get anything back. Slows him down enough. Shut down over to Faker. 18 minutes and 51 seconds into the game. T1 gets their first kill.
State is a little bit awkward, but they find the pick that they were looking for. Without Knight, it becomes a lot harder for BLG to contest. BLG instead are setting their sights on the mid-tier 1. They want to be able to trade this neutral. They're going to pick it up.
Carrier with the Glacial Fissure trying to stop the exit of BLG there, but BLG can get away safely. They don't have to spend any summoner spells doing that. Owner still working on taking this dragon down. And the important thing here, I think, for T1, they got the pick onto Knight at a time where they can then stop further stacking towards a soul from BLG without having to do a big team fight. Bin doesn't seem to care about Kanik Rookern anymore right now either. He's already got a big mask and a little mask, and that Kanik Rookern is not doing enough to defend Doran from it.
I mean, Doran also only just ticked over to level 12. There is that 2-level difference between the two top laners.
That might play a little role.
But I love the play from T1 earlier where they find that pick on tonight, and as you rightly said, just alleviating the dragon pressure. We talked about that spike in Elk and Beishuan hit it a few minutes ago, but it's such a terrifying thing to play against. Double Trinity Force, it's a pretty expensive item, but having it completed, it just gives you so much power. It gives you so much of what champions that run it want. And so with no neutrals on the map to play for, you kind of set your sights on these outer towers, but of course, no outer towers to play for. Now, BLG is the type of team that when they know they're stronger, will say, I don't care what it is, I'll use anything to force a fight against you. And so that means that Artican's priority will definitely rise up as BLG, based on what we've seen so far at MSI, like to try and push the advantage.
You know what's stronger than a Trinity Force power spike, Vedius? A Trinity Force power spike with a fully evolved Muramana power spike, which is what Elk just ticked over to as he fully stacked the item. This Ezreal is a monster now, as you can see the damage from the True Shot Barrage into Gumayushi. Hits him for about a third of his health just with that spell, and the Mystic shots are going to hurt. Remember, again, finally, we're seeing some armor on Doran here with a chain vest, but it's still not going to give him a ton of resistance against the power of this Ezreal.
You can see all this vision control being invested by T1, expecting the Artican to be prioritized soon, but Gumayushi hasn't had a chance to go back to base. Is still at about 75% HP, getting a little bit of life back. But on now in a dangerous spot. We'll jump over the wall to safety. Knight going to try and push in that bot wave. Elk pushing in the mid wave once more. Faker working with Carrier to hold good vision control around this Otacon, making it harder for BLG to start this objective off.
We've got the Void Staff fully completed for Knight now too, and he has his flash up. This is a massive playmaking tool for the side of BLG. Their summoners are all ready, their combat summoners, excuse me, are all ready to go. Two of the teleports aren't. The only exception is Beishuan's flash is not quite ready. If they want to wait on that and then try to force the Otacon, they would have everything possible at their disposal to use against T1. T1's combat summoners, though, also all prepared right now, except for the flash on Doran. That one's going to come up right about the same time Beishuan's does, as T1 will see if they can continue trying to defend this objective. Both of the potential skill shots there towards On miss their mark, as the BLG support feels confident stepping up, trying to clear away some of the vision. Otacon, though, does hurt, so On doesn't want to hang around here too long, leaves that last hit on the ward for Knight. And it's 2 minutes until our next Drake spawns. 2,500 gold lead for BLG, still having the bonus stat advantage as well from the boots. But one thing that's important to note that makes this gold lead less than you might otherwise think, the flower advantage for T1 is actually really huge. They're at plus 15 flowers, despite the fact that Otacon hasn't been claimed by either side. This gives them a lot of extra adaptive force and makes that 2,500 gold lead feel at least 1,000 less.
BLG for the time being are holding on to the control of this game very well. I like how T1 have been combating back with good vision coverage. Carrier working with Faker to push out these waves and then drop what vision they can. Of course, we've been talking a lot about the level advantage that Bin has been able to build, but look at Faker, level 15 to the level 13 of Knight. That 10 fully stacks from the Rod of Ages coming in clutch for him.
Big.
We'll see the resets coming through as the second item is now completed for Bin. Dragon in about 55 seconds time, so BLG, rather than utilizing the Otacon to force the issue, will likely look to contest this Dragon. Now, T1 have a choice. They could forego contesting this Dragon at all, but if they do get it, they would put themselves on soul point and have a lot of agency in this game. Elk, though, huge damage on the Carrier.
Carrier's already almost dead, uses the Unbreakable to guarantee the True Shot Barrage. Doesn't have a chance of executing him there, but with Carrier barely able to stay standing, that is BLG's go signal to start up the Otacon. T1 looking to approach, but BLG is ready for him. The Otacon down to 1/3 HP. Keep your eyes on Doran. That could be the big engagement. Knight is waiting over along in the tri-barrage. Doran tries to fire back into him. Pressure on Bin and Doran immediately now as the Otacon's going to be stolen away by Owner. Beishuan is low. On is already down. Gumayushi with the kill. Knight has to try to run away alongside Bin as Owner kills Beishuan too. Elk has to try to get away. And Owner is on the chase. Bin and Knight trying to escape, and T1 work their magic again.
T1 find the fight. It feels like that this game has just been driven by BLG, but after chipping away at the HP of Carrier, why wouldn't they feel confident to start off the Otacon? Why wouldn't they feel good to try and force the fight? I think the biggest problem was that the combo from Knight came down onto Doran, the frontliner, the tank. Oh, BLG, though, they're responding.
Yeah, BLG thinking about this. The Unbreakable going to stop another True Shot Barrage. Elk jumps in. Carrier still low. Bin wants to burn them all up. A little bit more damage isn't there, though, as Bin gets stunned. T1 continuing their retreat. BLG trying to find anybody as the ace in the hole forces BLG to regroup to protect Knight's health bar. And T1 exfiltrates the hot zone after pulling off the fight.
T1 get everything that they could have wanted. A winning team fight, the Otacon, the Dragon, putting themselves on soul point as well. The way in which they've just changed the momentum of this game. And this gold lead is now very deceptive because when you contrast the itemization, things are pretty much dead even across the board. The only real itemization difference sitting on the top lane.
The reason for that, Vedius, it's a plus 1.8, 1.9 thousand lead for BLG. Owner jumps in. On going to be taken down to 1/3 HP now as the equalizer fires back from Bin to guarantee that T1 doesn't want to chase further. Owner at 40% HP. BLG continuing to step away to the side here as T1 pressure forward, looking for the tier 1 turret. Doran being the front line, creating the space for Gumayusi to take the objective. The gold lead for BLG shrinks to 1,500. However, it's 30 flower petals to 3. That is a 2,100 gold lead for T1 in intangible gold. 2,000 minus 1,500 is plus 500 effective gold for T1.
I think that the atomization is just on the right people as well. Guma and Faker have been farming exceptionally well. Faker's got a 2.5 level advantage over Knight. Knight is fishing for a pick, but Owner's there to cover.
Okay, Owner trying to protect, but Owner may just have to give his life for this. Wants to dash back over to Beishuan for safety. Owner will die, and Faker's the next target. Timbers and Beishuan charging forward as On locks up the T1 mid laner, but Faker's getting away for now. Doran with a massive orb ulti over the top, and Knight's over it in. Beishuan follows. BLG are buried in their hubris as they try and fail again to kill Faker.
If you're going to come at the GOAT, you best not miss, because the consequences of what happens when you do are massive. 3 members of BLG fall after Doran. I mean, he just makes up for all the mistakes he's made in this game. A massive Ornn ultimate connects onto so many members of BLG. It's Owner that gets one shot from the start. This is the damage potential that we've been talking about from the very start of the game, seeing it in action. BLG with 4 members on the top side think they get this collapse, but Doran arrives, and look at this ulti. BLG's getting collapsed on the Braum ulti from Carrier as well. The knocker onto Knight. Faker with the assist on the back line. T1 respond with force and find themselves 3 kills.
What a massive, massive turnaround. Doran showing up when T1 needs him. We think about the entire change in the roster. We think about how controversial it was with T1 swapping out Zeus for Doran. And right there, he's getting himself a couple of points, I would have to think. As BLG thought about starting up the Baron, they think better of it. The gold lead now on the screen, very close between the two. But again, remember, a massive amount of additional stats for T1 through the flower petals. On trying to make sure that he's got additional information on the backside of the pit here. As T1 are close enough, they don't even have to walk into the river. BLG know they need to get out.
BLG using the Baron to see if they can force T1 into an awkward situation, but T1 maintain their composure. On the flank.
On's looking for it, but he immediately gets counter-engaged. On has to try to get away. Flashing out after using the crash down defensively as well, but a nice engage from Knight. Beishuan's ready to follow it up, and Faker's in danger. Again, though, he survives. Gumayusi with the kill into Beishuan, as Elk just barely survives the ace in the hole. Owner continues the chase, as On's about to die here too. Elk and Bin completely on the run. BLG utterly routed in their attempt at a fight. Bin will be able to teleport to safety alongside Elk. Yes, they won't die, but Vedius, there's 2 dead BLG players, there's 2 in retreat, and now the Baron's on the menu for T1.
Every attempt that is made by BLG is shut down. The idea is so good. Faker isolated in the mid lane. You think that you have the one-shot potential, but it's not quite enough. The Ezreal ultimate from Elk is a nice try, but the Baron will be secured by T1 as they're looking to go to match point here in game 2.
But for that, they're looking to go to Soul. They just got the Baron, they went back, they reset, they purchased their items, 3,000 gold lead up to 5,000 when you consider the pedal bonus, and now they're moving down towards the river. BLG have made their way up here, so they'll at least have an opportunity to try to fight for this, but they don't have a jungler. There's still 10 seconds before Beishuan is back alive, and T1 have already started the objective. Owner and Gumayusi putting a little bit of DPS in there, but they're DPSing very slowly. BLG trying to walk up, seeing what they might be able to find. They're marking Doran there with the pings, but it's a line of cupcakes from Gumayusi, and it's so difficult to fight through for BLG. The Ocean Dragon is the target. On wants to find some sort of an angle, but all he gets is a face full of bullets. Doran is joined up with the rest of the team, and once again, they're gonna go in. This time they find the shutdown on Faker, but it costs Beishuan's life. T1 trying to regroup. They're gonna claim the Ocean Soul, but what about the rest of the fight? Doran's down to a corner. Owner jumps in on top of everybody, and Gumayusi's ready to free fire. Knight and On both drop.
and there's only 2 still standing for BLG. Elk on the run, Carrier ready to chase. Winner's bite, not quite enough range, and T1 finally, Faker drops, but the cost is far too great. Carrier will get picked off by Elk on the back end of the fight, but T1 is pushing 2 lanes.
BLG execute upon their game plan. The wombo combo looks so good, but at this point it feels like the T1 is just too far ahead with the soul secured as well. In the extended fight, they're able to make magic happen once more. 2 additional towers secured, and BLG find themselves firmly on the back foot. We'll see the engage come through from the MasterCard Priceless moment onto Faker. The combo with the Rumble ultimate, with the Wukong. Faker doesn't get a chance to escape, but the response is swift from Guma. He takes out Beishuan. In the 4 versus 4, it looks like it could go either way as Doran gets lower and lower, but then the ulti from Doran with fantastic patience. He works with Guma to pick them apart, and BLG falls short in the fights once more.
And when Faker died, the Chaos Storm was still raging on top of the Dragon, making it difficult for BLG to try to approach and do anything. Beishuan was the one traded, so there's no chance to smite it away, but even if anyone else wants to try to step up to challenge, the Chaos Storm is still there. T1 now with the soul, with the 4,500 gold lead, with the push here in the top lane. Doran with the call of the Forge God, and it's on! Called straight back into the grave yet again. Gumayushi unstoppable. T1 stepping forward behind the Braum, but they've stepped too far. They end up losing 1, but they are not done. A double for Guma, make it a triple. Caitlyn's on the hunt. She's locked and loaded. T1 on the victory march. Inhibitor down in the top lane as it's a 4-man push. Only Carrier died. Knight steps in. He goes for the engage, but he doesn't find anything. T1, they were behind for so long, but when they need to, they clutch it out. They'll take the Nexus turrets. Faker steps in. Elk stays alive. The Nexus will not, and T1 go up 2-0.
It is the intangibles that you cannot quantify for T1, regardless of their form. When it comes to international competition, they are a force to be reckoned with. BLG had such a good start to this game, but T1 found the will, they found a way, and they go to match point.
BLG looked better, but it still wasn't enough. Lore, analysts, tell us about it.
The crowd goes wild again as T1 takes us to match point here in this series. And guys, the casters were just saying it. Early advantage for BLG here, but it was not enough for them.
Yeah, I feel like this was like BLG were on a timer, essentially, right? Especially when those Ornn items start coming in, and because T1 got the first Drake, and I actually think that's really, really huge. Like, until this match, BLG had really focused on always getting those first Drakes, really focused on Drake stacking in particular. And I feel like, especially in this game, that actually really helped out T1. It was a huge part of why they were able to stall this game. And honestly, Isaac, I thought this was going to be way closer. I know you and I both said T1 3-2. It's now looking like a T1 3-0.
I mean, that's what I said after the first game, though. Just the way that T1 came out and we're playing, I feel like when T1 looks like this, no one can beat them. It's just something about it when they are working together on the same page like this. You talked about it, and I know you're going to have a telestrator to break it down.
All right.
But it's just one of these things where when you're playing these scaling comps and you get the early dragons, that buys you the time to scale. And T1 felt like they were not being pressured enough by BLG.
Emily, show us what they had.
So I do want to point out, right, we're tied in Drakes up here. Next Drake spawns in 48 seconds, and we have T1 kind of getting pushed back here. You note that Doran is dead, right? He actually died about right here in the top side jungle. So as we play this out, BLG really see a point where they can push. We have been pushing down this bot lane. We have Elk trying to get some damage on that tier 1 there, and they're able to push in. This looks like they'd be able to set up for Drake, right? As you'd think. But no, Bin actually ends up TPing topside to collect that wave. and that ends up resetting the map for T1, and they immediately recognize that they can now end up coming in and collapsing on tonight because, as I just pointed out, Bin no longer has TP. So he cannot come down and join any sort of Drake fight here. As we play this out, Knight's gonna end up dying on the back half of this, and this is going to give T1 Drake. So despite the fact that BLG do actually end up taking all 3 turrets because they knocked down that mid one, this gives T1 second Drake, and that's absolutely massive in terms of stalling this game so the Ornn can come through, so all of their champions can scale, and then we saw it in the team fight.
Yeah, I mean, it's just beautiful map play. Faker is pushing out topside, so you feel like you have to respond to that. You don't want to give the Victor free gold, so he TP's top, and then immediately it's a double TP. It's not even just Faker TPing down a bot to help make that play. Keria had spellbooked over to TP. All of a sudden, you're getting overloaded on one side of the map. It's T1 really making it beautiful, and then it comes down to this Otacon fight. I think BLG felt that the game was slipping away from them, felt that they needed to force their advantage before they had too much scaling. And when Owner gets the Otacon on the smite, it is heartbreak for BLG. T1 becoming too tanky, too tough to knock down. I mean, we saw it even in some of those final engages where Knight gets in on Faker and they land the full combo. At that point, he's a fully stacked Roa. He has the shield from his Q. He has the Bloodletters. He has so much HP that they couldn't even burst him down, let alone when Keria and the rest of the team were there to peel and create so much space for their carries.
And even earlier than this, you saw T1 just be able to recognize when they could fight and when they had to cede objectives or cede pressure on the map. And I think that's one of the hallmarks that has remained on this team in terms of their map play is the ability to recognize, okay, we don't need to fight this rumble that's significantly ahead, right? We don't need to fight now. We can give up certain things. And another thing we have to point out, this signature pick for Gumayushi on the Caitlyn.
I mean, he has been incredible on the Caitlyn, and it's kind of reminding me of the El Yoyo quote that we had when they played against BLG, where he was talking about how it's really hard to kind of play almost like nameplates off against these teams. I feel like BLG is having that effect against T1, where they are kind of lacking some of that killer instinct when they had advantages. I think that was one of the things that really blew me away from them throughout the tournament, is that when they created a gold lead, they were first to every single objective. Yep. They were taxing resources. They're saying, no, you get no time to scale. You will fight us right now or you'll fall too far behind. And in this game, it was not the same BLG in that way. They felt a little bit more hesitant to fight. They felt like they were more responsive to what T1 was doing, even though they were the ones ahead. And I feel like that is a little bit of the Faker effect. That is a little bit of the T1 effect, where it's hard to turn those nameplates off and try to pretend that you're just playing just another guy.
And I want to come back to what Bin told me when we had this first interview at the beginning of the tournament, the fact that their biggest enemy is themselves. And I am wondering, have they been challenged enough in the previous series that they had? Because it really looks like it is the first big challenge that BLG is having here. I'm just wondering, what do they need to throw? What do they need to do to come back and actually bring us a series? Because so far, I haven't seen such a one-sided series since G2 yesterday. So let's
no. I mean, I big agree with Bin still, right? I said it during that interview. Their biggest challenge is themselves. Like, we saw them really fall apart after one mistake in the top lane in game one. We see them kind of fail to be able to engage. Part of that is just T1's incredible map play, but part of that also is being unable to recognize these windows, like you said, Isaac, to really make their advantages matter early.
Exactly. I just say nameplates off, play exactly to your win conditions. If you're an early game comp, full send it, no fear. You have to go right at T1 because T1 are playing exactly the way that they need to play.
T1, they have the world champion title. They have the advantage in game. They have the crowd support here in Vancouver. So we're going to take a short break here and we'll be back in a couple of minutes to see if BLG can bounce back or if T1 can close it out.
win, and I'ma do it again. Watch me win, then watch me do it again.
Get summer ready at Verizon. All new and existing customers get iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. Yep, iPhone 16 Pro on us. Only with Verizon.
Let me throw it down to the ground, make them turn around in the dark and light.
On wants to find some sort of an angle, but all he gets is a face full of bullets. Dorman is joined up with the rest of the team, and once again, they're going to go in. This time they find the shutdown on Faker, but it costs Baishuan's life. T1 trying to regroup. They're going to claim the Ocean Soul, but what about the rest of the fight? Doran's down to a corner. Owner jumps in on top of everybody, and Gumayushi's ready to free fire. 9 and on, both drop, and there's only 2 still standing for BLG. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to lovely Vancouver, Canada, here at MSI 2025. We are in the middle of a World Finals best-of-5 rematch between BLG and T1. Now, Game 1, Vedius, Game 1 was a stomp for T1. Game 2 looked like BLG had figured things out, and they were locked in until T1 roared to life in that bottom side river fight near that dragon and immediately slammed the brakes on the BLG War Machine. Now they're up 2-0.
I will say that what we saw while the game was happening was Faker just quietly continuing to farm in the side lane. You know, in that final fight, he was level 18 to 14. of Knight. Gumayushi continuing to ramp up, and Doran finding some fantastic Ornn engages. The wombo combo that we were waiting for from BLG, it just felt like T1 was adamant to not give it to them. And then when they did finally find it, the gold gap was just too much. It wasn't enough damage anymore, and they'd effectively been outscaled. So BLG, regardless of the pressure that they seem to be putting onto T1, it feels like that this team is just not caving under it whatsoever.
And we're still in the upper bracket. Obviously, losing here doesn't mean elimination. But for BLG, after coming so close at the World Final against T1, after having that chip on your shoulder this entire time, getting the chance for a rematch, you don't want it to end with a 3-0. You want to bounce back. The first two games have gone the way of T1. BLG electing to stay on the blue side here for game number 3, as they'll continue to ban out the Azir and the Twisted Fate. They're also going to ban out the Nocturne, keeping that one away from Owner. Over on the other side, T1 still wants nothing to do with Ben's Gwen. They're also going to remove that Misfortune. You talked about it in previous drafts, how BLG likes to draft these big team fighters. They don't want to give Elk the opportunity. Aurora, the last ban for T1 here.
Vi is now open, Flowers. It's something that was banned away by T1 on the red side. With Poppy gone, it rises a lot in value. And without hesitation, BLG is hovering the pick. The question is, what are they going to look to pair it alongside? Perhaps Knight's all-time famous Ahri. We've been seeing the priority on the champion decline over time, but with so many prominent mid laners taken out of the pool, it could very much return to being a priority for Knight specifically. Now T1, how do they want to respond? We've been seeing them prioritize Faker's champion a lot. First game it was the Orianna, second it was the Victor, but this time it will be Gumayushi's Varus. World famous champion for him specifically, and he's going to be able to lock that one in, and they have pick of the litter with how they want to match up into the Vi.
And we remember last game, the Varus was banned out by T1. They didn't want to allow BLG to have that power pick on B1, but I feel like this time they're saying, oh, the Vi's open. You probably really want the Vi. They leave the Varus open. They end up getting it for themselves. The Skarner next to it for Owner to have that front line, have that big, powerful meatball there to lead the way. And how does BLG want to respond to it? What is going to be the answer to the power pick in the bot lane here? Or do you even want to bother with the bot lane right now? Instead, they'll lock in Ambessa for Ben.
They might need to grab the Kai'Sa now. Oh, there's the Ahri that we talked about.
That's, of course, that's what we needed to see. Knight's famous Ahri, picking that one up. Huge, huge pairing with the Vi. This is one of those just go-to duos in League. Zyra Khan's in the lore. Vi and Ahri are in pro play. This is the duo that gets so much done.
But it's also Knight's Ahri. It's a champion that he's had so much success on throughout his career. It's a champion that you only have to go back a year to think about that this used to be a perma-ban against him specifically because of how good he was on the champion. Still a monster when he gets his hands on the pick. And mid lane has kind of been left to the wayside, so BLG can continue to pinch that pool, try and put some pressure onto Faker, as it was the Renekton that was locked in for Doran to match up against the Ambessa. A pretty good matchup in the early game. He can definitely build some leads and will also act as an effective dive buddy alongside the Skarner.
So we've got top laners for both sides. We've got junglers for both sides. I want to see what this second half of bans looks like here. The Sylas banned out by BLG. Faker played this a lot in that last World Finals best of 5 against BLG. They don't want to allow him to have the opportunity to do it here on match point, while T1 instead going to focus those additional dive buddies, those additional engage mechanisms on the support role for On. They'll ban out his Rakan, they'll ban out his Nautilus, and try to reduce the amount of extra go buttons that BLG can use.
I do wonder if they will consider a first pick Alistar even. Of course, there's always the Karma still available for On to try and bully out on that matchup. But, ooh, the Tahm Kench as well, going to be taken away. It's very interesting. Yeah, the Hook potential champions in the Tahm Kench. You can see where BLG's head is at, a potential protection for the Varus, especially with how much dive is coming through on the side of BLG. what support is T1 looking at? Do they feel like they need a little bit more engaged? Do they even want to lock in their support? They've been saving it relatively late into the draft. No, it does look like that initial expectation that Alistair that we were talking about is going to come through. You take that away from On, one of his best champions, pairs up quite nicely with the Varus because the Varus provides the lane pressure where Alistair can sometimes fall short just because he doesn't provide a huge amount in those early levels. And BLG, now what do you even pick into it? With the AD carry pool kind of limited in terms of good matchups into the Varus, the Xayah, of course, raises in priority. You go back to the bans, you can see the Rakan taken away. It does lean you towards that Leona potentially coming through for On if they still want that engage, which I do think they need as potential follow-up.
Okay, Xayah is locked in here, so the defensive option. Xayah, of course, one of the biggest weaknesses of this champion is range. It can be difficult for her to try to get in range of these longer possible artillery type champions. If Varus can hit a lot of piercing arrows, particularly with lethality builds, can be a real nightmare for that Xayah. And it looks like our last pick here will be the support Gragas for On.
Good matchup into the Alistair, can create a lot of disruption, provide a bit of peel, but can also potentially open an avenue for your dive to gain access onto the backline. Oh, your Renekton is flying at me. What if I throw a barrel behind him, send him over the other way, and then I can quickly set my sights on that Varus? Like the idea, we'll see how things pan out. The last pick is going to come through, and it's none other than Faker's Rise. Again, we go back to that CFO series. Faker was the weak point in that matchup. Hongq really got the better of him, and he wasn't performing in the way that we expect him to. Game 5, he was able to bounce back. But so far in this series, he has been a monster. His Game 1 Orianna dominance. In Game 2, it felt like that his Victor was unkillable, dishing out massive damage in the fights. Now on Game 3, he's going to be looking to try and attack these side lanes a little bit more, looking to push in through mid, move towards his side laners, set them up for success, or maybe even provide some split pushing options for his team later into the game.
So let's look at this from the perspective of BLG. BLG are the ones whose backs are against the wall. They must win now. What is the recipe for success now that we see both drafts?
They want to play through mid aggressively.
Okay.
Set up Knight for success. Vi is such an effective champion at working with the Ahri, specifically around their level 6. Get the flash out from Rise early. Get On roaming out onto the map and trying to put pressure on Faker. And then when this Rise is put behind, then you unlock this Ahri on the map to start making plays throughout the rest of the map.
All right, let's do it. Loading into the Rift for the third time today. T1 up 2-0 in this series. Remember that the winner here has a date with Gen G in the upper bracket after. It's gonna be a big one. Can BLG bounce back and show that they've got what it takes, or will T1 run this series over 3-0? BLG has a larger grouping top side than in previous games in this series. On just going to use his body slam over the wall there. The mobility on the Gragas can get you deeper into enemy lines than you otherwise might expect someone to be. T1 going to go for a counter invade, but they are on top of an early ward from BLG.
Immediate response from T1 to get that very deep vision onto BLG's bot side jungle. BLG gonna path back this way. Faker, he's gonna spot them out.
Faker walks right into the brush. Knight with the level 1 charm finds that on Faker as Keria goes for the headbutt to knock Elk away. But now On continuing to put the pressure on. Faker's under pressure from the Ignite. He's healing up, but the first blood goes over to BLG's mid laner.
Knight has to commit his flash, realizing that On's Ignite is the one that's likely to finish that one off. But he ends up getting that first blood. Great start for BLG, getting that punish, and now the trade in the bot lane. Guma, he expends the barrier, and BLG already off to the races here in Game 3.
Yeah, this is a very nice start for BLG. The non-flash summoner spell down for both On and Keria here in the bottom lane. Guma also using that barrier like you pointed out, so it's +1 summoner spell in the bot lane 2v2. The advantage for BLG on top of the additional damage that they got onto Guma Yushi, and Faker dying there before the minions even spawn. He's already had to use his teleport to get back to lane and make sure that he doesn't miss EXP. So that typical handshake of mid laners trying to scale towards level 5, level 6, make their first recall to buy a component item and then return will not be there.
I mean, the good news for Faker is that Knight started with the charm, which means that in terms of the very early mid-wave push, it's going to be entirely in Faker's control. You can see that getting that push, they also have that early ward that they invested onto the Raptors to spot out where Beishuan was starting in the early game. The trade's going to come through. Bit of a trade back from On, going to proc the Aftershock. So even though the barrier was expended, Gumayusi leveraging the strength of the Varus to bully out Elk and On in the early laning phase. Knight finds himself underneath his tower in the early game, kind of as we expected by starting with that E. So Faker's been able to build a little bit of a CS advantage in the 1v1.
Another big difference in this game that was also present in the last game. On continuing to play with combat keystones, the Aftershock that he played on the Rel in game 2. He is also playing on the Gragas here in game 3. Meanwhile, Keria, once again, taking the Summoner's Spellbook. You already mentioned in draft, the Alistar typically doesn't have as much lane presence as many other supports do. So instead, he's saying, all right, we're just going to rely on Varus, keep the range, keep the push, and he's going to use the Spellbook to scale through the game, have more of those options to try to catch BLG off guard.
It's a very fast swap towards the top side of the map coming through from Elk. A lot of farm and experience is going to be lost. The wave state also isn't ideal. It's not like he's catching a wave that was pushed underneath the tower. So he's about half a level now behind Gumayusi. He lost a wave and a half in terms of farm. Faker maintaining control over the mid wave. His owner hovering around. No flash, remember, on Knight.
Doran, ruthless predator.
Here?
I mean, maybe if Doran just gets really crazy, but right now he's happy to just ward the brush. Elk steps up, finds a couple of feathers there, but Doran's still just fine as Gumayusi and Keria have now made their way up here for the response swap. Keria using the minion to gain a little bit of extra distance with a headbutt, wants the pulverize. Doesn't find a whole lot else, but Elk loses a bunch of health to the piercing arrow of Gumayusi, even though they don't get the full lockdown. And now, yeah, Elk going for a recall. This Xayah feels pretty far behind.
This is very bad for Elk. Like, he's been denied so much farm. The wave was pushing towards T1's tower. The good news that this wave should slow push back towards that top tower, but they don't find a successful swap in the sense of getting out of this 2 versus 2. On now in a lot of danger.
Uh-oh. Keria's gonna stand in the way of it. Immediately flash, pulverize, headbutt to knock the big man back. Now with owner showing up, there's no way out for On, and Gumayusi puts an arrow straight through him.
A clean play from Keria. The flash in front to give On no window of escape. Oh, this is disaster for Elk. Owner's hovering around. The threat of a dive is real. He recognizes that he's in serious danger. Beishuan has to get over here quickly. He desperately needs this farm.
Beishuan coming around from the side. It is a 1-level advantage for the Vi, but that's not going to matter. Elk gets slammed into the wall. Could have a 3v3 here. Faker thinking about rotating over. There is a Realm Warp available for the Rise. TP coming in now for BLG. They want to try to make a punish here against T1. Gumayusi and Keria using the heal from the Alistar for the extra move speed to make their disengage. Faker also walking up, not needing to use the Realm Warp just yet. Beishuan continuing the chase, but there's no ulti, no cease and desist for the Vi as Knight has the Spirit Rush. Faker's gonna be caught out. Nice play from BLG, and Faker's taken down.
Faker comes from mid to assist with T1's escape, but he finds himself isolated in the river, and BLG doesn't waste any time punishing that. A much needed kill to alleviate some of this pressure that was coming down onto the top side. Elk, though, still finds himself in a very difficult position, a full level behind Gumayusi, and he's down about 2 waves.
Yeah, and look at how big the wave is, Betty. It's bouncing straight towards Gumayusi and Keria. Elk Xayah is going to have some work to do to catch back up. But Knight, on his famous Ahri, off to a 1-0-1 start, off to a gold lead against Faker. In both of these past couple of games, BLG has tried to find the plays, tried to find the kills onto the T1 mid laner, and they've just come up short time and time again. If Knight can get fed, if Knight can be the one behind the wheel, they just might find what they're looking for.
I mean, they're in a great position because Beishuan about to take over to level 6. That mid laner has no flash. Knight, when he gets his ultimate back up, that is where I want to see these plays being made. Either threatening a play onto Faker, or at the very least getting that mid push and threatening a dive on the side lane. BLG need to find a way to help get Elk back into this game because, I mean, he's in a very awkward spot right now.
Yes.
The circumstances in the early laning phase have put him in an awkward position. Doran, though, meanwhile, on the top lane is kind of doing what they do. as they have done throughout this series, just kind of farming back and forth. Doran has built up a bit of a lead, kind of as we would expect in this matchup. Renekton having the advantage in the 1 versus 1. Knight, with the Lost Chapter already completed, is kind of an RE's dream. Getting that first item as quickly as you can really just helps with your wave clear. Really nice mana. On and Elk find themselves in a 2 versus 1 here. Guma has to respect this.
Yep, trying to get the distance and does successfully get away before On can find the range that he would need to try to make any sort of a move here. And now the teleport from Keria. There's the use of that Summoner Spellbook like I mentioned earlier, just having the versatility of all the different options. 2-1 for BLG. Dead even game considering the extra disadvantages for Elk based on those minion waves like we were talking about earlier. As we'll see no early objectives just yet. Owner now going to start up the Void Grubs. The first dragon wasn't taken before these, and T1 going to go ahead and get ready to go. Now Faker looks like he's taking a recall now, but he has his teleport ready to join up here in the fight. First grub already over to T1, and it looks like BLG is going to call it off.
BLG
they don't want this.
They would have loved to have fought it, but their AD carry is in no position to fight. Gumayushi being level 6, has that ulti available. That alone could be a difference maker, but without the additional damage of their AD carry, in a 3 versus 3, they would consider taking it. But as you recognized, Faker TP's back into the Grub Pit. They generate a 4 versus 3 numbers advantage. And so T1 secure the Grubs. Now they can swap their top side back towards bot and start playing towards the Dragon if they want. Knight takes a chunk of damage from Faker, zoning him from the wave. But here we go.
Baseline goes in. There's your cease and desist. Knight needs a little more damage. Faker's Realm Warp gets him away to Owner. And Faker survives. Now in the bottom lane, Doran with the Dominus trying to put the pressure onto Ben. Public Execution is still ready. The Ambessa defending himself underneath the turret. Doran charging up that Fury Bar though, finds the Empowered Call the Meek for a little bit of extra damage. But remember, once Ambessa unlocks her ultimate, she has the passive vamp on everything. It's much harder to wear him down over time.
A scary situation for Faker to find himself in. This was the play that we were talking about from the draft. This is what I wanted to see BLG doing to get a foothold in this game. They make the play happen, but they don't actually have enough damage to get the kill down onto Faker. The Dragon now going to be secured by T1 as well. The objectives are going the way of T1. And it feels like that slowly but surely BLG is losing more and more control over this game 3.
Still very, very close in terms of the gold overall. And one thing that I'm looking at throughout this game, Vedius, is the fact that that level 1 kill onto Faker, yes, it didn't end up making a whole big difference in terms of snowballing a massive gold lead, but the big thing it does is desync mid lane teleports, and they're still desynced. We talked about how Faker could join up in the Grub fight earlier because he had the TP. Well, he's still got about half a cooldown left on that Summoner spell. Knight, his teleport is ready to go, and what I want to see is if BLG can use that TP advantage to find the opportunity to make a big move somewhere.
Going to be difficult, but definitely an option for them. Faker working with Keria and Owner once again to control the vision, something we've been seeing them do very well throughout this series. Beishuan on the top side, so again, T1 just playing with numbers advantage very well, making it difficult for BLG to contest them or approach. Keria playing with nothing but confidence. He's going to drop another ward, put some extra pressure down on the tonight, but the bot lane will return to that. Ooh, ulti.
Yeah, there's your public execution from Ben, but honestly, it doesn't turn into a whole lot, at least at the start. Ben gets some good extra damage on the back into the trade there.
Oh, okay, he was, oh yeah, he's sitting in the fog of war. He's hovering around the top side of the map.
Doran does have, however, the Dominus ready to go again. Owner's about to show up too. And as soon as Doran's posturing aggressively like that, just clearing out the wave, BLG knows something's got to be going on here. The wave gets cleared out, Beishuan and Ben back away, and T1 maintains the safety of their top laner.
A wise disengage for the BLG top jungle duo. That Dominus would have done some serious damage. And the 2v1, there's a good chance they can make that play work, but 2v2 would have ended in disaster. For now, the gold largely remains evil, levels being secured as we get closer to the second dragon of the game. Both teams prioritizing getting what farm they can.
There's something poetic about Knight playing the Faker Ari skin
as well.
into Faker himself.
The Hall of Legends skin itself.
It's a feeling
the
that
man that never wears a skin.
It's a feeling that most players will never experience, but that's where we're at here. Is on just tries to get a quick snappy trade there onto Carrier, but it doesn't amount into a whole lot. Headbutt Pulv trying to turn things around, but now Doran and Carrier in a little bit of trouble. Cease and desist there onto the Gator. Knocked right back with the explosive cast. Doran tries to find the Ruthless Predator, but there's nothing there. Feat of Warfare claimed by Knight and BLG.
You wanted to see them use the Knight TP aggressively, and they do. I will say it's a bit, ulti.
Okay, Elk's fine.
Yeah, he is, but I think it was overkill. I will be honest. Like, don't get me wrong, funneling resources into Knight, great idea. But you've just left Faker isolated in the bot lane. He's just chipping away at those tower plates. He got 2 off the back of that. He's continuing to get another wave. Bin had no TP to go and respond of his own, which meant that, yeah, the actual gold swing doesn't shift that much. The only real good news is that Knight gets a couple stacks on his Dark Seal.
Exactly. He's working towards turning the ring into a book, and that might be the difference maker that they need. Knight does complete his Malignance here early on. This item can be very powerful with champions that get the chance to proc it multiple times with the ulti, like Ari does. Gives you a ton of extra cooldown, too, to make sure those Spirit Rushes are always available, and that could be the big playmaking tool that BLG needs to get their first win in this series, to take us to a Game 4, and to keep the fight going against T1. 75 seconds until both the Dragon and the Herald spawn. They're desynced by literally 1 second, which I think, Vedius, always creates an interesting map state as teams have to decide, do you want to handshake this? Do you want to try to dissuade them while also half-heartedly going for the other objective yourself? It's always an interesting dance.
Certainly is. And we think about TPs once again, it's T1's turn with the TP advantage. Because Knight committed that to be on the top side of the map, he is in a position to contest the Herald, but I think it makes it much harder for BLG to contest the Dragon. Ona and Beishuan both hovering on the top side of the map. Wave gets pushed in underneath the tower that Faker has to go and get. BLG, though, looking for a quick reset. We'll see what their sights become. Okay, all right, Carrier. He's like, this is my ward on, and you are forbidden from touching it.
It's even, insult to injury is knocking him over the terrain, so if you want to get back to the wards, you've got to walk the walk of shame back to the ward. As Doran versus Bin, once again, the fight breaks out. Both of these guys are seemingly way too happy to commit their ultis to these fights, but this one ends up being good. They've got the opportunity to take the tier 1 turret. That's going to be the feat of turret for T1, and that's going to be one step closer. All they need is one neutral objective now. They'll have the extra boots too, and that neutral objective spawned right beside him here in the bot side river. Second Drake of the game is live. They already got the first one. If they get this, they'll be on a nice road to stacking towards the soul. They also got the 3 Void Grubs. It's every neutral in the game going the way of T1.
Certainly is. Knight stuck on the top side of the map, which means that they are not in a position to contest this objective. A Herald will still do BLG nicely. They can drop it into the mid lane to help them secure that tower, especially with Gumayushi acting as the gatekeeper once again. We often see him in this position. Ulti gets thrown out, won't connect onto Beishuan. But ultimately, T1 feel like that even though they are behind in gold, they're in a good position. 2 dragons to their name, the feats of warfare. They've secured the first tower of the game as well on the bot side of the map. But by the way, that was a clean movement. Guma getting that push in mid. He's had it all game long against Elk. And then that fight over that ward, escorting Guma from the mid lane to the bot lane. They caught that wave in bot, and then they secured the objective as well. Oh, top side.
Once again, they're looking to put the work in on Faker and BLG. Knight is eating so good in this one. 3-0-1 on the Ari, 0-3-0 for Faker's Rise. A 1,500 gold lead for BLG. And while T1 was making their play in the bottom side, you already touched on it. Beishuan secured the Rift Herald, so that means BLG have the opportunity to extend the gold lead even further. Now Knight could have a bit of a problem. He's already used the Spirit Rush, and now he's got to try to escape from Doran and Owner, but his flash was already spent, and Owner's ready to chase. That's a kill going over to T1, as Carrier and Gumayushi are up against the remainder of BLG. Bin trying to distract Doran and Owner, as now Carrier's ready to jump right back into the fight. It's Faker trying to join up with the TP. He's arrived, and the cast flies out to buy some time, but it won't buy enough. Elk
with a nice root there on the blade collar, but he gets pulled back. A double impale from Owner, and BLG are shattered.
Just like that, T1 flipped the game on its head once more. The momentum going so much in the favor of BLG. Knight is getting so strong, but he stays for a wave too many. T1 collapse onto him, they get a big shutdown. BLG, though, desperate for something else, think that they've caught out Carrier. Maybe they can even get a play onto Guma. He's safely over the wall, Carrier acting as a bodyguard, and then they forget that TP is available for Faker. The man arrives, T1 are poised to collect these kills, and as desperately as Elk tries to escape, Faker and Owner make the magic happen. Kill after kill after kill. They take out...
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I couldn't have said it better myself. 5 kills to 4. T1 now lead with the gold.
Beautiful sequence there from T1. BLG trying to make their play, but Knight getting caught at the very start. That was your 3-kill Ahri, dying to kick off the fight. Now Doran versus Bin once again. Doran popping the Dominus to clear out the wave. BLG was trying to overload to go for a dive here. T1 brings up reinforcements. Doran clears the wave out in time that BLG can't act before those reinforcements arrive, and that means BLG back away. They're gonna get a consolation prize of a red buff, but what's that, Vedius? Down there in the bot lane, we got a long-range problem as Faker's applying pressure onto the tier 2. He will demand a response from Knight there with the teleport to go answer that, but that's once again the most fed player on BLG being drawn away from the battlefield. Owner continues chasing forward. Gumiyushi's going to pick up a Scuttle Crab. T1 maintains control over the topside river.
BLG gets sucked into the action. We've been seeing it throughout the series, and they're looking for more.
Okay, Carrier might be the target here for the BLG engage. Finds a nice 3-man pulverize. Drops the unbreakable will, but they'll break him anyway. They just want to give the money over to Elk, bring him back into the game. Gumiyushi not back! Beautiful play from On. Shutdown for Knight. Owner with another double impale as Ben has to flash away from the turret. BLG don't lose a man, and they find 2 critical picks.
These are the type of plays we need to be seeing from BLG. Pick after pick. Getting more control on the map, converting these picks into objectives as well. The mid tower has been secured. BLG showing us that there's still very much life left in them. I thought that they'd be in a bit of danger, but when you look at the map state, T1 is playing on 3 lanes. Guma throws out the ultimate to try and help his support, but there's little he can do. Knight has already collapsed. Guma doing his best to sidestep, but he doesn't have any summoners. Then On with a fantastic ulti, sets up for the shutdown on Knight. And then Owner's forced to retreat. T1 lose a few members, they lose that mid-tier 1, and BLG fight back here in game 3.
T1 still with a 2-0 Drake lead, however, and 10 seconds until the 3rd Drake of the game spawns. BLG do not want to give this one away for free, as T1 try to hit him with a couple of skill shots on the way through. Ward over the wall from BLG, going to see the Drake get pulled. T1 do not want to allow it to just sit in the pit, and Beishwan is ready to try to challenge here in the Smite fight. Bin looking for the angle on the side, but Doran's ready to block him. Ward's trying to keep an eye here on the Dragon as On tries to throw a barrel out. T1 still with control over the objective, but Beishwan is in range. We could get a Smite fight. It's going to be secured by Carrier, and now the engage coming out from BLG. Doran's over the wall. He slices. He's ready to dice. T1 staying alive for now, but Doran's going to be killed here at the very start. Bin, the only one caught inside the impale, and BLG's running the fight. Carrier's going to die next. He tries to get away. He flashes into the realm morph to survive, and now Faker, the next target. BLG are finally going to get him. Bin going for another, and Carrier barely hobbles away. BLG may have lost the Drake, but they absolutely smashed the fight.
A massive team fight win for BLG. Elk reacts beautifully to the flank from Doran, and they turn their attention to the dangerous Crocodile on the top side. Keep your eyes on the left flank. Doran eyes up the AD carry. He has vision on him, but they're aware of that collapse as Knight attacks one flank and the engage comes through onto On. All of BLG turn their attention onto Doran. Knight comes back to the back line. They charm him up, they take him down, and there's more action back to live.
BLG looking to force down the Otacon, trying to fight their way back into the game. They secure the objective, but the fight afterwards is ready to rage. Faker with a Ruined Prison onto Bin, but Doran might drop. They peel off Bin and save save the croc. Owner looking for an approach here off to the side. Yes, T1 get back a kill, but that's a massive swing over to BLG. They've got plus a 1,000 real gold lead, but then look at the Flowers, 29-6. Plus 23 Flowers is about a 2,000 gold lead in that stat for BLG. Carry is looking to go in and make the dive, and On's going to be caught by the Ishtal impact. Faker flashing back, making sure he doesn't die. Elk and Knight trying to continue providing covering fire and keeping themselves alive. T1 get another kill and have to back away.
T1 can't keep getting away with this. They just keep getting pick after pick. I admire BLG's resilience because even if they find themselves a bit behind, they just keep forcing the fight. Objective after objective. They do not concede these without a fight. And they're turning things in their favor. You're right, Flowers. T1 finds themselves at soul point, but that Arakan will alleviate a lot of pressure. It will give some much needed stats and put BLG in a much better position as we get closer and closer to that soul fight. Knight at the precipice of completing that death cap will give him so much damage. And we said at the beginning of this game that he needed to step up. Beishuan very low.
Yeah, Beishuan caught up by the Rune Prison there, wants to vault break his way away, but the Realm Orb's ready to catch him out. Knight immediately there to back up his jungler, and Beishuan at 8 HP walks away.
He face checks into Faker, and Faker ambitiously chases after his target, but he will not secure the kill. And Beishuan gets away. Bin looking to secure that top tower, getting a bit more of a gold injection for his team.
And he will smash that tower before Doran can show up, try to stop him. Let's take another look at how close this was.
Beishuan getting run down by Faker, the Sundered Sky, giving Beishuan a bit of extra HP. Knight, though, sitting there in the fog of war, connects the charm, the ultimate acting as an escape tool, and then he flashes away to safety. Ooh-hoo-hoo! The Flux coming dangerously close to securing that kill.
Two. Producers
but
have told me
as we say in the
two.
business, not even close.
Not even close. 2 HP, too many. That's what the deal is for Beishuan. All calculated all the time. He gets away from it. And now, the biggest gold differences in this game. Knight ahead over 2,000 versus Faker. He just purchased his Rabadon's death cap. This Ahri could decimate a fight if he gets the chance to play it his way.
Once he gets that level 16 as well, that ultimate is going to be on such a low cooldown. He's been fishing for flanks in every single fight. The target selection will be extremely important. Elk has also slowly found his way back into the game. Of course, he's still very far behind Gumayushi, but the experience, dead even. He's still at 2 completed items. And this is getting into a scary situation for T1. Can they find the fights that they have continued to find throughout this series? Or will BLG bring us to a game 4? You can feel the fierceness in BLG's play. Knight is in a position to carry, and he's the player that we will continue to keep our eyes on. 30 seconds until the dragon spawns.
Elk critically also now with 2 fully completed items. He's got the Essence Reaver. He's got his Navori, Quick Blades. Over on the other side though, Guma with the Muramana, with the Edge of Night, with the Ghost Blade. 3 powerful items for the Lethality Varus. 10 seconds until the Mountain Soul for T1 spawns, but it's BLG with the combat stat advantage, with the slight gold lead, with control over the bot side river. As T1 grouped up, they're going for a Realm Warp. They want to just go after the Baron. They're going to try to start this up and maybe burst it down. They demand a response from BLG instead. They don't want to walk into BLG. They're going to make BLG walk into them. The Baron's already down to half HP, but BLG has arrived. What is the call from T1? They're going to disengage it, it looks like, but they're still staying aggroed under the Baron. It's down to 4K, 3K on a Knight trying to step up. The Baron is claimed by T1. Bins into the back line, but now he's in danger. Owner looking to control the rest of the fight. T1's already found the first kill. Beishuan's here with the front line, but a massive knockup from Carrier. On is down. T1 murdering BLG. Elk, the next to fall. Knight is the only one left, but the kingdom is burning.
BLG try their best to respond to the Baron. They cannot find the angle, and the crowd simply erupts as T1, for the 3rd time in a row, will find the monstrous fight, will find the Baron, and are looking to close this series out.
A brilliant gambit from T1. They know that BLG owns the bottom side river. They know it's dangerous to check, so they just don't. They make BLG answer them instead. They win the fight, they earn the Baron, they secure the soul.
What's crazy about this is T1's Baron wasn't even that fast. They have a lethality virus, and it gives so much time for BLG to actually respond, but they just cannot find an angle. We look back at this MasterCard priceless moment, and we see in this window a lot of damage is done to Doran. Bin goes in onto the backline, but there's no follow-up because BLG's focus is divided. 3 members set their sights on the Baron while Bin goes in alone onto the backside. They don't play the fight slow. Then watch Carrier. He gets the 2-man knockup onto Knight specifically. So much damage is dealt to him, and T1 just turned this into pick after pick after pick. Elk has nothing left. Even with the flash, there's nowhere for him to go. And T1 decimate the fight.
Really, really well done there. Owners Impale also locking up Beishwan so that the Vi can't jump in with the Mbessa. There's no two-pronged threat. And T1 now with the Baron pushing up. That last sequence also earned Owner his 1,000th assist at international tournaments for his career, as T1 now gonna get collapsed on, potentially. Bin with the PP wants the angle, but Owner's already found the pull. Beishwan's down, and T1's bringing in the backup. A nice blade collar from Elk, but is it enough? Doran pops the dominus, and Elk's feathers fly. Carrier and Gumayushi putting more damage into Knight, as Carrier might just die. The point-blank piercing arrow finds a little, but Gumayushi has to flash away. Elk with another kill! Beautifully done alongside Knight. Faker dominating with the kill on Bin. It's a 2-for-2 trade.
T1 overstep on the bot side, and they give an angle for Knight to find the outplay. Working with Elk, they do massive damage, and they pick apart the bot lane. The Baron losing some value. Of course, still a massive Red Bull Baron power play, but Knight holds the line for now.
Big stop there from BLG. It looked like T1 was looking to maybe end the game, but watch Elk and watch Knight.
The fight is on 2 fronts. The TP comes in on the one side. Faker turns his attention onto that, whereas the moment that the engage comes through from Beishwan, he gets shut down. Bin gets isolated as Owner and Faker turn their attention onto him. But now this is too deep. A really good barrel comes through from On. The feathers do in fact fly, do massive damage onto Doran, and Carrier is low as well. Knight sees that as his opportunity to pick up a single pick. Then he converts it with the charm, and then the flash forward from Elk means that they secure another kill. A shutdown comes through. And it's BLG that fight back. They're not down and out just yet. They find themselves behind, fighting up against a Mountain Soul, but a few more picks, and they can still find a way to fight back here in game 3.
4 fully completed major items for Knight. Elk completing his Lord Dominic's regards at the same time to make sure he can punch through the front line of T1. 3 minutes until the Elder spawns, 2 minutes until the Baron is back alive. T1 invading the enemy jungle. They want the red buff, but Beishwan secures it with a nice smite there. Will not let Owner get the better of that minor objective as T1 continues setting up vision, control wards in enemy territory, looking to choke BLG out of the rift, make it scary to walk anywhere into the fog, make it slow to walk anywhere outside of the base so that when these neutrals are ready, T1 can once again jump on that. 90 seconds now on the Baron, 1 minute more than that for the Elder. Because of the fact that they're desynced, there's not a chance to do this, pull them towards one side, jump to the other again, unless you delay. We'll see if T1 wants that delay, since they showed their ability to navigate it earlier, or if they just want to rush the first.
I think BLG still have a way to win the team fights. They really just have to be deliberate in their target selection. You can't have been diving onto the backline while the rest of BLG are focusing down the Baron. Their best team fight was when they turned their attention onto Doran as he tried to threaten Elk. If they can just lock down a single member, they have a lot of single target damage. The feathers can make it very difficult for T1 to chase them. It all comes down to patience. Right now it's T1 with the Mountain Soul, keeping the mid push up. The Baron spawning in 35 seconds. T1 know that they're stronger. They have a lot of poke, and you're seeing it on your screen right now. Guma can make it very difficult for BLG to approach the objective.
Bin coming back out of the base now, has his Death's Dance, Shojin and Eclipse all completed. BLG trying to step forward. They do not want to allow T1 to start DPSing another Baron, no matter how slow it might go.
We know that they're not afraid of the objective. BLG, I completely agree with you, Vedius. They need to find the angles. They need to be coordinated. They need to all be playing like a machine if they want to win this next fight against the Mountain Soul. T1, keep your eyes on Faker in the Realm Warp. Nice piercing arrow from Gumayushi. On's already lost 60% HP. Doran with a potential pincer angle. BLG scattered now, split into two halves. Knight takes another big hit there for the piercing arrow. Realm Warp once again. It worked the first time. How about the second? On, barely at any HP. Beishwan and Knight looking to try to approach. Piercing arrow flies out. T1 still thinking about the turn. Doran's coming around from behind. The dominance, flash with the Predator. Knight, somebody gonna be locked up. Carrier's got the follow. It's over. It's done. T1 slam the final fight. Doran clutch again with the angle at the perfect moment.
Phenomenal, simply phenomenal from T1. Fantastic coordination. Doran leveraging the fog of war. Bin, he's trying to get a kill back, but his nexus is exposed and T1's looking to end the game and the series.
The TP coming in as Carrier's ready to join back up with the rest of the team. BLG wanted to conquer their demons, but T1 are their nightmare. 3-0. The LCK squad works their magic again.
BLG showed so many moments of brilliance, but T1 simply one-upped them. They played the fights better, and that final fight truly was exquisite. T1 and LCK fans will get the matchup that they wanted. They'll go up to face Gen G in the upper bracket.
With that win, Faker is now the first player ever to earn 200 wins at League of Legends Esports International events. The greatest of all time for a reason.
The man is just too damn good. Congratulations to Faker, congratulations to T1. Question marks surrounded this team coming into the tournament, and after a shaky performance against CFO, it was not clear who would be the favorites in this matchup. But T1 established their authority. Faker makes his way to 200 wins, and they set their sights on a rematch against their rivals of Gen G.
LCK fans looking forward to that one. You already said it. And we go back to what we heard from the carries of T1 after their 5-game brutal series against CFO. We heard Faker say that he looks forward to the match, but he thinks it would be easier than CFO was. The numbers would align with what he said. Gumayushi talking even a little bit more trash, saying we're going to make them relive that final. They did. They made him relive 3/5 of it at least, because BLG could not find their footing in this series. The bracket in front of you now, Gen G versus T1, July 9th. But before that, the lower brackets got more action coming for us. CFO, with their defeat of MKOI today, have earned a battle against anyone's legend there in the lower bracket, and the other lower bracket matchup will be BLG going against FlyQuest. A lot of exciting matches coming our way as we see our Damage Delta champions here at the very end. Gumayushi topping the tables. Lethality Varus, piloted by a world-class AD carry, is gonna get that done. And now we're joining Shox and Jason with Doran for the Verizon post-game interview.
3-0 for T1 over BLG. Doran, your teammates had already said that they thought that this victory would be comfortable. How did the reality line up?
3대0 승리 가져오셨습니다. 지난번 무대 인터뷰에서 사실 T1 선수분들이 이번 BLG전은 조금 더 수월할 것이다라고 했는데요. 실제로 경기해 보시니까 어땠나요?
BLG랑 이제 연습 경기에서도 해봤는데 되게 잘하는 팀이라 좀 이제 평소에 비해서 더 연습을 데뷔를 더 많이 한 것 같고 오늘 3대0 나올 줄은 좀 예상 못했던 것 같습니다.
Well, we actually screamed BLG and they were really strong. So we wanted to make sure that we're extra prepared for the matchup. So I was not actually expecting a 3-0 here.
Okay, well, it was a wonderful performance. Now, I know that you had a goal to have a great international performance in your very first international tournament with T1. They did bully you a little, so I'd love to know how you felt about your games overall.
이제 T1에 합류하신 뒤로 첫 국제대회 무대를 밟으신 만큼 좋은 모습을 많이 보여주고 싶다고 하셨습니다. 그런데 이번 시리즈에서는 상대방이 좀 도란 선수를 많이 집중 공략했던 것 같아요. 게임적으로 좀 어땠나요?
일단 제일 기억에 남는 건 1세트 때 이제 1레벨에 사고가 있어서 좀 구도대로 나오지 않았는데 그래도 저희 팀이 너무 슈퍼 플레이로 게임을 뒤집어 놔서 그 1세트가 너무 오늘 승리에 영향이 많이 갔던 것 같습니다.
I want to talk about the first game because there was a little accident early on. So the top lane didn't really go based on the champion matchup, but my teammates, they just came in clutch and made super play, outplay. So they managed to turn the game around, and winning that game number one was so influential when it comes to winning the entire series.
Yes, your teammates were there for you, which is how it should be. Now, we often say that for T1, there is magic when they come to an international tournament. I'd love to know, now that you're a part of the team, how does it feel to play with them at this international tournament, and do you feel the same magic?
또 T1의 국제전 하면 정말 다르다. 뭔가 신비롭게 언제나 더 잘하고 정말 무시무시한 파워가 나온다라는 평가가 많은데 이제 T1의 멤버로서 실제로 국제대회 무대를 밟고 계시잖아요. 정말 이런 T1의 매직이 있다고 생각하시나요?
일단 기본적으로 선수들이 좀 이제 새로운 환경에서 적응을 잘 하려고 노력을 많이 하는 것 같아서 뭐 그런 부분도 영향이 있는 것 같고 다들 의지도 강하기 때문에 오늘 3대0 승리할 수 있었던 것 같아요.
I can say for sure that all of the players are very working hard in order to adapt to the new environment. I think that's one of the keys to T1's magic internationally. And also, they're just all working really hard and they're always willing to get the win. So I think that made us get the 3-0 today.
I see it. You work very hard as well, Doran, and you are an exceptional top laner. But we have a little gift for you to improve maybe just one small part of your training.
도란 선수가 또 언제나 노력도 정말 많이 하시고 연습도 많이 하시고 실력도 뛰어나시지만 연습에 더 도움이 되라고 저희가 선물을 하나 준비했습니다. 돌 거북. 펫 돌 거북입니다. 어떠신가요?
또 이렇게 선물을 준비해 주셔서 너무 감사하고요. 돌거북 위험합니다. 조심하세요.
Thank you so much for this lovely gift. Everyone, frogs are dangerous. Be careful.
Not just Krugs, but we will leave it at that gift. But I, of course, need to ask you, you get the matchup versus Gen G up next. It's not one that we saw in a best of 5 in the LCK, and we've been wanting to see it. So what can you tell us about that match?
이제 다음 상대는 젠지입니다. 많은 분들이 기대하고 있는데요. 이제 LCK 로드 투 MSI에서는 포맷상 이제 만나지 못했잖아요. 이번 매치업 어느 부분이 가장 기대될 수 있을까요?
일단 어제 젠지 경기를 봤는데 기인 선수가 너무 좋은 모습을 많이 보여줘서 이제 탑라이너들 간의 라인전 그게 많이 기대되고 잘 준비해 보겠습니다.
I watched Genji play yesterday and Keen was on fire, so I think the top lane laning phase will be something to watch for.
Yes, the whole match will. Congratulations once again, Doran.
Thank you so much.
감사합니다 for the interview. One more time for Doran and T1.
Thank you so much, Rox and Jisan, of course, and congratulations to the Krog Lord. As the crowd cheers for him, of course. He's beating the international meme allegations one game at a time. Honestly, he got a bit of a hard time today, but still, Krugs are dangerous. He is successful. Doran is happy. I love the gift from Shots here.
Absolutely. I mean, you got to be feeling really good regardless of whatever else is happening. It's the first time that T1 has ever beat BLG in a series at MSI. So they got that done. They swept them. And now we get to look forward to what is going to be the LCK finals everyone wanted.
That we
T1
wanted.
versus Gen G.
Oh man, I love. Guma said we're gonna make them relive that finals, and we said again they made it quicker and painless.
Yeah,
that's nice of him.
Yeah, I was gonna say this was way faster than Worlds Finals, and the big thing for me throughout all of this was T1's better coordination, right? Even whenever it did seem like BLG were potentially able to get an early advantage like they did again in this third game, it was always the way that T1 were playing the map, the way that they were able to reposition around team fights, and just their overall coordination that really bested BLG today.
I feel like that's been a theme in a lot of the series here at MSI so far is, you know, we have teams that individually are looking just as skilled. You know, they're laning maybe up to par. It looks like they can skirmish with them, but then you get into the mid game and the way that some of the teams are playing the map really is superior, and T1 absolutely as well in the team fights. For me, it was chef's kiss. They were just absolutely so coordinated. It is like 5 players, 1 brain, right? Like they are all on the same page. It is just incredible to see. Like one person seems like they're controlling everything because everything is going perfectly at the same time. Everyone has the same targets. There's no miscommunications. There hardly feels like there's any miscues.
Yeah, and the other thing is just, again, how they play the map. Recognizing when they can choose those team fights. Even when they make a mistake, they're like, okay, we can sit back, we can soak up pressure. And it was really interesting hearing from Doran where he said that since they've scrimmed BLG, they really wanted to be prepared to beat BLG in this series because, again, these two teams are so familiar with each other. And that was really interesting to hear from him because T1 looked like the way more prepared team, the way more coordinated team. And like you said, Isaac, now we finally get the LCK finals that we were promised.
That we deserve. Night and day series, honestly, compared to the one they played against CFO. And earlier today, CFO actually took the Pacific's first win against a major region in a best-of-5, eliminating MKOI from MSI. We don't have any teams anymore, once again.
You can join us.
I'm sorry. You can root for
We
FlyQuest.
have some Europeans on FlyQuest.
Yeah.
Come on aboard.
Okay, all right.
You can root for Inspired and Bwippo.
I will join the
We
hype
can
train.
share.
We can share. I mean, yeah, you have one of us. We will join the team. We will support
Exactly.
FlyQuest here as the last Western team standing here. And in that series, I feel like Driver was the difference maker here. He is our Oppo player of the series.
I mean, I think he was incredible, right? He won all 3 games. You know, he was basically the sweep. And they just took a little breather. You know, he went backstage. Well, his team did drop a game. But I thought he was so incredibly impressive. You know, I think back to this Sion game, even before this went wrong, which obviously was pretty tragic for MKOI, he was massively ahead in the isolated 1v1 over Mirwin, really looking good in the team fights. This guy, I feel like, has just been playing at an elite level so far this MSI.
Yeah, his Sion was absolutely stellar. It was also so great to have this insane bounce back performance from him. Not that he performed poorly in their first series by any means, but he did give an interview after that series and was like, you know, my condition wasn't the best.
Yeah.
The team was a little jet lagged, and I thought Driver absolutely showed up today. Minor shout out to Doggo, who you're seeing clean up a lot of these kills too, because I think
Smurfing too.
This MSI means a lot for him individually.
And
of
emoting.
course, there we
Emoting
go.
at us.
We needed the
Oh my
Driver
God.
dance.
Ooh, the
He's
slow-mo
so
spin.
funny.
He styled on us during the series and emoted us on stage after that. I was the one who prompted that, so I'm not even mad. That was beautiful. But with that victory, it means that MKOI is eliminated, sadly, and we had to say goodbye to the LEC on the international stage until Worlds and Shocks connected with Jojo Pion backstage in the Verizon post-game interview. So let's check it out.
I'm here with Jojo Pion after Movistar Koi's exit at MSI. Jojo, you, after the loss versus BLG, you talked so much about kind of the things you could learn from that and not being as afraid in some of these, I want to say, intense situations. Do you feel like you were dealing with the same issue here, or was it some other things?
Yeah, I think today we just didn't come in with as much energy as we usually do. I feel like today was a weird day, just from us as a team. I don't think we had the confidence we usually did, so I'm still not sure exactly why. At least for me, I think my form was definitely not normal today. My preparation could have been better, so I'm also very surprised with how aggressive Honky was playing, so I think those 2 factors caught me off guard.
Okay.
So it made me play off my game, and I think as a team we have to kind of reflect on what happened today, because even before the games happened, it felt like the energy was off and that we weren't as our usual self, you know. So I'm not sure exactly why, so I still have to think about that.
I feel like we saw that. Definitely, you weren't playing like yourselves. Do you feel maybe you need to work on kind of not carrying what happened from the previous match into this? Because I know how dejected you all were, and that can be hard to shake off.
Yeah, I think it's different for every player, honestly. For me, I think I moved on from the games pretty fast, but at the same time, I just didn't perform today. So at the end of the day, I came in knowing I can't control if I play well or not. Today was a bad day for me, and also they also played really well, so I have to accept that. And I just have to make sure to not make it happen next time, because I really think if we played how we did versus BLG, the series, we should have won.
Yeah.
So it really sucks we lost this series, and they played very well too. So
Yeah, they absolutely did. I don't want to pry if you don't want to answer this, but in terms of preparation, you say, oh, I could have done better in preparation or differently. Is that something that you can give more details about, or?
yeah, just my routine. I wasn't as sharp usually, and I wasn't as clear. So I just didn't come in with the right mindsets as I usually do, fully prepared. I think the whole team didn't together, so I think that's on all of us. And it's something we talked about the whole year, how important it is. It's how we always won every Game 5 and every best of 5, and we were always clutch. And today it just didn't happen, so we have to think about what happens, because, yeah, I'm very surprised that all of us mentally were kind of like off today before the matches even started, you know, so, yeah.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Shout out to Jojo, obviously, for giving an interview after a difficult moment like this as the LEC first seed here. He really didn't look like what I expect from Jojo usually, but so goes for the rest of MKOI. I don't know what happened there.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, it was a full team loss, let's be honest,
Yeah.
right? I don't think they showed up in the same way that we expected them to. I think it probably hurts that much more for Jojo, being a Canadian, being able to play in Canada, you know, with family here watching and everything. It's like you want to be able to represent yourself, you want to be able to represent your family and your country and everything like that. And these opportunities are few and far between. That's what makes them so special, but it's also what makes it hurt so much when you don't live up to your own expectations.
Yeah, really tough loss from them. I thought CFO, I thought two things happened, right? Koi, in particular, I think Jojo and Elioya were really shut down by a lot of what CFO did. In particular, I think Junja is still just a remarkable jungler, and he does a really good job of controlling their early game. But yeah, it's sad for Koi because I really love this team, like especially the support jungle duo of Elioya and Alvaro, and hopefully they can go back to LEC and regroup and go to Worlds.
Hopefully bounce back. They're going to have a lot of time to reflect on that series. Now, before we go, Emily, I want to have your take on who do you think is going to win between FlyQuest and anyone's Legend? I think they're going to... No, wait, what am I saying? BLG FlyQuest. BLG FlyQuest. All right.
Yeah.
What do you think of this one?
Oh my gosh. So I actually think if BLG performed like they did today, I think FlyQuest are going to be more well coordinated,
I'm liking what you're putting out.
I like it.
I think the big thing is how much do you believe that this BLG team will be able to regroup, because we still saw some like individually stellar moments from them, and I think the scariest thing about BLG is when they do regroup, their team fighting can be some of the best in the world. And so that's really what FlyQuest are going to have to watch out for.
Yeah, absolutely agreed. I did feel like BLG lost a little bit of the kind of killer instinct that they showed, you know, in their previous series against MKOI. When they got advantages, they felt so suffocating. I feel like if they were intimidated at all by the nameplates, that is not going to be the same. You know, playing against Faker, he's got the aura, but FlyQuest,
I think FlyQuest don't have the aura?
They've got aura,
They
but
got
they don't
aura.
have Faker aura, okay? Nobody has Faker aura except Faker. So I do think it's going to be a much tougher series, but I do think it's winnable for FlyQuest. And this is what they have been building towards the entire time that they've been together as a roster. They want to prove that not only can they beat Europe, not only can they compete with the LCK or the LPL, that they can beat them in a best of 5 where there are no excuses. This is a really good opportunity for them. So I hope that they can make the most of it. Win or lose, I just hope they play a great series and can leave with no regrets.
You know what? You both gave me the hope that I needed for the West. Thank you all so much. It's been a pleasure being with you on the desk as always. And we're going to leave on that positive note because that's all for us here. We will see you on Monday, the 7th of July at 5 p.m. here in Vancouver, 8 p.m. Eastern and 2 a.m. Central European Summertime. That's all for us here. Have a good night and see you later, Vancouver.
Jumps towards Doggo, misses everything, and the solar flare connects.
Alva is going to try and save his mid lane, who has to flash away. The damage goes down onto Doggo and Drive, and you can see what the Ricochet can do here. Junjo goes in with the Crescent Guard, looking for Honkyu here. Has that Emperor's Divide, Equalizer back down. Jojo going back in. Alva knocks Honkyu back, and he just delivers them! Here you go, CFO! 4 coins on a silver platter! He wants to go in, will land the gold card. You can see the extra range from the rapid fire cannon there, helping out. Temper Fate hits 2 though. As Super needs to get out of here, taunted immediately. Junjo on the chase as well, and Super has no recourse to survive. Next up is Mirwin, rooted up. The Mikhail's too late. The Ishtal's impact into the Impale, and Yoya dashes in, but immediately is Shadow Dash taunted. CFO find 2 curtains open. Jojo takes 1. Takes 2. Alvaro able to get out to the side, but Jojo's going to fall for it. Kaiwing chasing his opposite man with the Realm Warp coming out. He's sent to the Shadow Realm. CFO with a clean ace. MKOI managed to secure the objective. The Weaver's Wall coming out though. Yoya has other ideas as he dashes in onto Honkyu. Magnetstorm on Honkyu means that he can't escape between worlds. Jojo still looking for more. Junja lands the Fear Tether onto Alvaro, but the stun still connects, and the Shroud of Darkness won't be enough to save him from Yoya. MKOI getting a game in this series. Yoya goes in, only onto Kaiwing. Doggo's still on touch. Mirwin looking for the flank position. The Falling Star comes down. The hostile takeover is going to hit on Doggo, but immediately cleanses away, and Super's already down. Driver on the back line's doing so much work here. Elioya with the bailout can't kill off Junja, and there's the soul, and the soul of EU is ripped right out of their very bodies. CFO cleaning up the fight.
Vedius, when you're this far down, you can't get to the turret. On, forced to be saved by Elk, as Doran's going to take a ton of damage in a counterattack. Nice kill for BLG, and they're about to make it 2. Keria in danger, but now Beishuan, stunned up by the Pantheon, forced to flash to survive. Faker flashes forward, but he can't get the distance in time. He keeps looking for more. Owner wants to make his way in with another shockwave, finding its way onto Elk. On drops next. Guma Yoshi's got his number, and T1's counting bodies. Another Pop Blossom, another double kill of a Faker. Beishuan dies to a point-blank spear, and T1 runs the rift. On wants to find some sort of an angle, but all he gets is a face full of bullets. Dorman is joined up with the rest of the team, and once again, they're going to go in. This time they find the shutdown on Faker, but it costs Beishuan's life. T1 trying to regroup. They're going to claim the Ocean Soul, but what about the rest of the fight? Doran's down to a corner. Owner jumps in on top of everybody, and Gumayushi's ready to free fire. 9 and On both drop, and there's only 2 still standing for BLG. T1 grouped up. They're going for a Realm Warp. They want to just go after the Baron. They're going to try to start this up and maybe burst it down. They demand a response from BLG instead. They don't want to walk into BLG. They're going to make BLG walk into them. The Baron's already down to half HP, but BLG has arrived. What is the call from T1? They're going to disengage, and it looks like, but they're still staying aggroed onto the Baron. It's down to 4K, 3K. On a Knight trying to step up. The Baron is claimed by T1. Bins into the back line, but now he's in danger. Owner looking to control the rest of the fight. T1's already found the first kill. Beishuan's here with the front line, but a massive knockup from Keria. On is down. T1 murdering BLG. Elk, the next to fall. Knight is the only one left, but the kingdom is burning.
Yeah, this might be something lethal. You can really see the flames, feeling like it's borderline insane. Man, this might be something lethal. Yeah, this might be something lethal. Feel it coming. The pressure start thumping, ain't no running. It might cause a rave, all my people start jumping. You can feel the blood, shit, it get your blood pumping. Okay, you better take a seat. Don't step inside the kitchen if you cannot take the heat. It's looking like a feast, guaranteed to flame the streets. It's the jungle outside, tell me who can tame a beast. Something lethal, like a beast that can't be tamed. This the kind of rage you can't contain. Yeah, this might be something lethal. You can really feel the flames, feeling like it's borderline insane. Man, this might be something lethal. Yeah, this might be something lethal. Welcome to the valley, it'll eat you alive. It'll hit you out of nowhere like a thief in the night. Ain't no way you can hide, it came seeking a fight. Push the pedal to the metal, better keep up the stride. Keep up the pace, this is a rage, we gon' light up this place. Please make some space, something lethal. Like a beast that can't be tamed. This the kind of rage you can't contain. Yeah, this might be something lethal. You can really feel the flames. Feeling like it's borderline insane. Man, this might be something lethal. Yeah, 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 this might be something lethal. Welcome to the main event. 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 Let's go. Through the fire and the rain, I was born to rise above. Kept on pushing through the pain till I made it out the mud. Now the dam's about to break, so get ready for the flood. Can you feel the rush? The beast is waking up. Welcome to the main event. We spent the whole night waiting for the best of the best. Welcome to the main event. You got the whole